Because of choosing the wrong class, this magic genius was dragged straight to the absolute bottom of society. In a world where only the strong survive, raiders are known as those who hunt down creatures of darkness. They fight, loot, and protect the people. It really is an amazing job, with everyone praising them as heroes. Inside a cafe, a loud shout rings out, drawing everyone's attention. "You crazy bastard, are you seriously telling me to be a meat shield?" The guy sitting across from our protagonist is Dongmin, who currently works at a branch of the Raider Association. Just yesterday, Min Jae-hyun received a call from him after being unemployed for a long time, thinking he'd finally scored a sweet gig. Who would have thought the guy wanted him to stand on the front lines with a shield, especially when the monsters in that dungeon are undead? Who the hell would agree to that? Refusing to accept it, he snaps back. "Why is this the only job available? Even rookies with lower ranks than mine have no trouble finding work." Hearing this, Dongmin explains, "You know how it is. Hardly anyone requests the warrior class anymore, even if they're high-ranking raiders. According to him, mages are currently in extremely high demand. On the other hand, warriors are slow to react and have a much higher injury rate, so they're not what clients are looking for. Compared to mages who can safely eliminate monsters from a distance, warriors can only stand at the front and take all the damage." Min Jae-hyun falls silent, unable to argue. 11 years ago, he scored incredibly high on his Awakening aptitude test. His magic potential was a whopping 97%. At the time, Ina, the current top-ranking mage, only had a potential of 92%. Everyone thought he would become a mage, but in the end, he pulled a complete U-turn and chose to be a warrior with only 34% potential. All because mages had a terrible reputation back then. Yet, life flipped upside down. 11 years have passed. Who would have thought warriors would be cast aside while mages became highly sought after? Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. Seeing him hesitate, Dongmin chimes in. "I was actually planning on finding someone else, but I called you because I was worried about your situation. There's no way around it. It's too late for regrets now." The broke young man, Min Jae-hyun, has no other choice. He has no choice but to nod and accept this terrible deal. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Min Jae-hyun is waiting in front of the dungeon gate according to the location sent to him. Annoyed, he silently grumbles about how his buddy Dongmin is always running late. He clearly said he'd show up, but it's already 8:52 and there's still no sign of him. Thinking about him, he feels a bit of regret. He's only a D-rank warrior, while Dongmin is an A-rank mage. Anyone can see he's highly capable, yet he's burying himself in office work at a local branch. While he's lost in thought, an older warrior runs up to strike up a conversation. Although they're both warriors, the guy is fully armored, while Jae-hyun has absolutely nothing to his name but poverty. As they exchange a few words, the dungeon managers announce that the raid will begin in 30 minutes. Right on schedule, they step through the portal one by one, entering a ruined wasteland to face highly aggressive monsters. A mage barks out, "Hey, frontliners, raise your shields properly and get in line." "What, do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you to hold the line, even if you get killed." Although frustrated, Min Jae-hyun still has to force himself to endure this tedious job. The battle begins. Acting as human shields, their task is to block the monsters while the mages hurl fireballs to burn them from a distance. Intense flames erupt, instantly turning the low-level monsters to ash. He was worried he'd struggle a lot at first, but fighting alongside the mages of the Meteor Guild, if they can do this much, he doesn't have to worry about losing his life anymore. As time passes, after clearing quite a few monsters, the group decides to take a short break before taking on the boss. Beside him, Myung-ho has a smile on his face, but his words are full of complaints. "Aging is terrifying. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have fooled around less when I was young and put all my effort into leveling up." He also asks Jae-hyun if he managed to pick up any valuable items, since after all, this is an A-rank dungeon. Min Jae-hyun opens his status window. Suddenly, a sharp headache hits him, causing him intense pain. A few seconds later, the system suddenly announces that it has stopped operating and the connection to the player will be temporarily cut off. Min Jae-hyun stands there dazed, not understanding what is happening, when a voice suddenly whispers in his ear. It tells him to follow the light, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, the system keeps displaying error messages. It states that due to the presence of a mysterious entity, it cannot reboot. Before Min Jae-hyun's eyes, numerous glowing spots suddenly appear out of nowhere. They flicker everywhere like fireflies, but no one around him seems to notice or see them except for him. It leads to a broken door. Intrigued, He quickly tells Myung-ho that he'll be gone for a moment, then follows the lights to see where they lead. The Aesir system is currently offline. You cannot access the status window. Min Jae-hyun tried to reboot it, but a notification popped up, saying a function was partially corrupted. The system was reverting to safe mode. He had awakened at the age of 10. The Aesir system had been with him for 17 whole years, and yet, it just glitched out of nowhere. To put it simply, the Aesir system is connected to the Norse gods of Asgard, like Odin and Thor. It is believed its name was directly inspired by the Aesir gods. This was humanity's final fortress of hope after being pushed to the very brink of extinction. 20 years ago, a massive tree of infinite height suddenly sprouted right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It sprouted out of nowhere one morning and grew so fast that it completely blocked out the sky in just 9 days. With it came endless disasters and monsters spawning everywhere. Half of humanity was slaughtered by these beasts, and half of the survivors starved to death or died of disease. But then, the very first Awakened appeared. He was not only incredibly handsome, but he also wielded the powers of the gods. Along with him came the Aesir system, the ultimate weapon commanded by humanity's strongest hero. After walking for what felt like forever, Min Jae-hyun stopped in front of a massive door. A huge grin spread across his face as he wondered if this was a treasure vault. If an A-grade item or something even better dropped, he would quit his job on the spot. I mean, who would want to work after that? The door slowly creaked open, revealing a massive chamber with a perfectly round, glowing golden orb sitting right in the center. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing that its functions were 50% restored. A new piece of gear had been registered, and the system asked if he wanted to appraise it. Min Jae-hyun truly was the god of luck. The moment the appraisal finished, the item's info popped up. The item was called the Lost Eye of Odin, and it was a legendary tier item, the only one of its kind in the entire world. Once equipped, it granted the user the ability to comprehend ancient runes and use magic to disarm or destroy. Plus, it came with a cosmic origin skill that allowed the user to copy anyone else's skills or spells instantly, without even needing a chant. Sweet. A one-of-a-kind, legendary item. If he sold this, he'd never have to work another day in his life. He'd have enough money to last a lifetime. But still, a part of him felt it was a bit of a waste to let it go. Just as he was about to try it out once before putting it up for sale, a warning flashed, stating that this was a soul-bound item. Min Jae-hyun canceled the action immediately. He would much rather sell it for cold, hard cash than use it. As an Awakened, he was sick and tired of raiding dungeons, a place where good luck and horrific tragedy were only a blink of an eye apart. But first, he needed to actually get out of here alive. Min Jae-hyun headed back to regroup with the team. But the moment he showed his face, the mage leading the guild immediately snapped at him. It makes things very difficult for us when you wander off on your own. I expect this won't happen again. Min Jae-hyun bowed his head, offering a sincere apology. Yes, sir, I will be more careful next time. He fell in line behind them, knowing full well that in a lawless dungeon like this, showing off a priceless artifact would only lead to a very, very bad ending. Just as the group was preparing their strategy to take on the boss room, the ceiling suddenly caved in, sending massive boulders crashing down on them. Min Jae-hyun reacted instantly, diving to the side to dodge the falling debris. But the moment he escaped that danger, a toxic mist began to fill the air, which was lethal to humans. Lee Myung-ho quickly covered his mouth and shouted over to him. Jae-hyun, we need to get out of here right now. This mist is extremely toxic. Min Jae-hyun was about to agree, but the moment he turned around, he saw the older man get brutally impaled from behind. Panicked, Jae-hyun bolted, running for his life. A massive explosion combined with poison gas. This was definitely the work of dungeon assassins. Their target was likely to wipe out everyone from the guild. He was so done with this crazy, life-and-death drama. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun screeched to a halt as his pursuer caught up to him. A strange weapon, with a sharp arrowhead attached to a heavy chain, came flying straight at him. Min Jae-hyun twisted his body to dodge. He still got grazed, but luckily, the wound on his shoulder wasn't too deep. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. See? I told you we'd meet today. Out of all the people, he never expected it to be this guy. Min Jae-hyun asked him directly. Jung Gumin, did you do all of this? The guy didn't even try to hide it, nodding with a smug grin. He casually explained that he was just doing what his client paid him to do. Besides, a lot of people absolutely hated the Meteor Guild anyway. They constantly looked down on other guilds, so it was only a matter of time before someone decided to take them out. Min Jae-hyun stared at his opponent, trying to calculate his chances. But honestly, who was he kidding? He was about to get beaten to a pulp, so why even ask? Young Gumin was an A-grade mage, one of the elite geniuses in the top 2% of the entire country, while Jae-hyun was just a D-grade warrior. Sure, he was doing fine, but by fine, he meant completely screwed. There was no way in hell he could win this. He desperately wanted to avenge his fallen comrades, especially Myung-ho, but looking at the current situation, it was absolutely impossible. There was just no way out. Facing his enemy, he could only say, "I will pretend nothing happened today." But before he could even finish his sentence, that magic weapon lunged at him. The gap in their ranks was so massive that he could do nothing but dodge. A slash grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Turning pale, he thought to himself that if he had been even a split second slower, he would have been a goner for sure. Dong Gumin raised his hand and said, "Our target today is not just the Meteor Guild." As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared, summoning dozens of lightning chains all aimed right at the man in front of him. Min-hun dodged left and right, his mind racing with questions about who was targeting him. For someone to be this hell-bent on killing him, there could only be one person. He blurted out, "Is it my father?" Donggumin went silent for a few seconds, then threw his head back and laughed like an absolute maniac. A moment later, he nodded and admitted, "You are pretty sharp. That is exactly why I like you." Thinking of his late mother, Min-hun hesitated before asking another question. Last winter, he did something like this too, did he not? To his dismay, the answer was exactly what he suspected. That bastard Donggumin kept attacking him with the lightning chains while throwing out taunts. He joked that Min-hun's family was even worse than the Uchiha clan from some other universe. For a husband to kill his wife, and then hire someone to finish off his only son, that was just pure evil. He mocked Min-hun relentlessly, declaring that their little chat was over. But suddenly, he noticed the man in front of him whispering something under his breath. He thought Min-hun was just trembling and begging for mercy, but then, a massive wave of mana suddenly erupted from Min-hun's body. The ground and the very space around him distorted and shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. That overwhelming pressure made even an A-rank mage like Donggumin break a sweat, forcing him to act immediately. Activating his spell, Lightning Chains once again, he unleashed a barrage of magic chains at Min-hun to end his life. But at the crucial moment, just when Gumin thought he had won, the chains shattered into pieces. The Lost Eye of Odin had been equipped. Item bound to user. As the system flashed those two notifications, Min-hun swore that he would make Gumin suffer the most painful death today. Active skill copy Lightning Chains was activated, and a cluster of magic circles instantly manifested behind Min-hun. Donggumin froze, unable to believe his eyes. It had taken him years to master that spell, so how on earth was a D-rank warrior using it? An upgraded knockoff going head-to-head with the original was bound to be one hell of an epic clash. The lightning-charged chains clashed repeatedly, creating deafening explosions. The situation was looking extremely dangerous. After dodging for his life, Donggumin managed to squeeze in a magic bullet shot toward him. Too bad it did absolutely nothing. The time to end this had come. Min-hun instantly unleashed his final strike to retaliate. The lightning chains surged forward, vicious and unstoppable. Faced with his own spell, Donggumin had no way to counter it and quickly threw up a defensive shield. But everything was completely out of his control. Once his shield shattered, he took the fatal blow head-on and collapsed, barely clinging to life. A massive explosion shook the entire dungeon, followed by a thick cloud of dust and flying debris. Donggumin was still alive, but he would not last much longer. Min-hun walked over step by step, delivering one final blow to finally finish him off. He collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of both physical strength and mana, but despite his exhaustion, he could not stop grumbling. To get his hands on a legendary grade lucky item today, he had used up a lifetime's worth of good karma. Just when Min-hun thought he was going to die here, a saving grace appeared in the form of a system notification. Once the new operating system is running, time will regress to the moment the user desires most. Do you wish to start? At this point, what did he have to lose? Min-hun accepted and activated the new operating system named UI. At the same time, he became the enemy of the Supreme Almighty Aesir, with two new skills equipped. Min-hun snapped his eyes open and sat straight up. He wondered what the hell was going on. But the moment he stared at his own hands, a tutorial system popped up. It explained that he had traveled back in time to the moment he desired most. Today is June 15th, 2022. The system had brought him back 11 years, with a quest to rest until his body recovered to 80%. Min-hyun put everything out of his mind and walked over to his desk. He picked up a desk calendar and crossed out a line. In his past life, because he chose the wrong career, he lived in dirt-poor poverty and ended up dying a pathetic death. He would not make the same mistake this time. He would definitely become a great mage and find a way to defeat his old man. After hugging his mother and having a good cry, he shoved a mouthful of rice into his mouth, his eyes still tearing up. Min Jae-hyun's mother noticed her son seemed like a completely different person today, so she set her chopsticks down and asked him straight up, "Is something wrong, sweetie?" Hearing this, he laughed it off to hide everything and said he just had a nightmare. Then, he quickly changed the subject and told her directly that he wanted to switch to the mage class instead of becoming a warrior, as he had previously announced. His mother was a bit stunned at first, but after thinking it over carefully, she happily accepted it. She said, "I want you to do what you love, rather than just chasing money. Whether it's magic or something else, I'll always support you." It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, but the more she spoke, the more his tears started to stream down. The crybaby quickly wiped his eyes and reminded himself that now was not the time to cry. After all, that man, Min Song-oh, was still alive and well out there. To defeat an A-rank raider like his old man, he still needed to get much stronger. Sometime later, his rest quest was finally complete. After finishing a one-handed handstand, Min Jae-hyun stood in front of his system screen and muttered to himself, "I still don't know what this Norse system is all about. But either way, I have a massive advantage. And that's knowing the future. I've got a great memory, so the real issue right now is skills." Every stat and level on his status window had reset to their initial values. Fortunately, his passive skills were preserved, which turned out to be thanks to a skill called One Watched by the Gods. Holding the blank card sent to him upon completing the rest quest, he pondered what to learn and what to skip, before finally making up his mind. Right now, what he needed most was a healing spell. At this point in time, mages were at the absolute bottom of the social ladder. However, a raider with healing skills was treated like royalty. He thought to himself that if he could get his hands on that kind of skill, he would never be looked down on again, no matter where he went. He sat there, calculating his next move. Ever since his regression, his phone had been blowing up with texts from his childhood friend, Kim Yoo-jung. In his past life, she had died right before his eyes. But this time, he was going to change that. Standing out among the dozens of urgent messages was the news that the saintess, Yoo Sung-eun, was giving a speech downtown. That's why she wanted him to tag along, texting, "Hurry up already, you jerk." Childhood friends are always leaving people on read and never replying. Hearing about the saintess, Min Jae-hyun was thrilled. He remembered her a drop-dead, gorgeous older girl whose signature magic was sacrifice. Talk about the perfect person at the perfect time. Min Jae-hyun immediately shot back a text, agreeing to go, and headed right out the door. Once they reached the city center, he and Yoo-jung squeezed through the crowd until they finally snagged a great spot to watch. They were incredibly eager to catch a glimpse of her. The guildmaster of Yeonhwa was a world-renowned, top-tier healer. However, out of everyone there, he was the only one who knew that in 2 months, she would end up in a life-threatening situation inside the ILW dungeon. And the catalyst for all of that was this very speech. On stage, the woman bowed as she concluded her speech, which was an appeal to spark courage within the raiders. Down below, Min Jae-hyun and the rest of the crowd listened in absolute silence. He knew she was right. Most awakened people didn't actually want to become raiders and risk their lives fighting monsters. He was no exception. If circumstances hadn't forced his hand, he would have sold Odin's eye and retired on a mountain of cash by now. As the speech wrapped up, Min Jae-hyun teased his friend a bit, told her to head home first, and left to take care of some business of his own. Min Jae-hyun ran in the direction the saintess's entourage had gone, and soon spotted her black sedan. Her manager, Park Sung-jae, immediately tried to brush him off the moment he saw him, saying, "Sorry, kid, but fan gifts aren't allowed." Unfazed, Jae-hyun got straight to the point. "I'm here to see Guildmaster Yoo Sung-eun." Facing a man who was practically screaming at him to get lost, Min Jae-hyun maintained a calm, cheerful attitude and said, "I know the Guildmaster has an incurable disease, and I know how to cure it." Manager Park Sung-jae's face instantly contorted with anger. He grabbed him by the collar and growled, "Where the hell did you hear that, kid? What bastard told you our Guildmaster is sick?" Hearing the commotion outside, Yoo Sung-eun rolled down the car window and called out, "Mr. Sung-jae, hold on a second. Can you take responsibility for those words?" Min Jae-hyun replied confidently, "I can cure you." Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon studied him in silence for a moment, before finally nodding and taking him to another location to talk. They arrived at a room where she skipped the small talk and got right to the point. "How did you find out about my illness?" Telling her he was from the future would probably just get him beaten up for talking absolute nonsense. So Min Jae-hyun tactfully dodged the question and explained that he would copy her sacrifice skill to use that very same healing power to cure her. Park Sung-jae absolutely lost his mind, shouting, "No, I've heard enough. Do you even know what the sacrifice skill actually is to be talking like that? That is the guild leader's unique skill. We can't even copy that magic, and yet you're standing there claiming you can do it." Min Jae-hyun knew the guy had a point. Unique skills were usually S-grade, passed down through family lines, or exclusive to a single individual. While regular skills relied on formulas to memorize, unique skills didn't have anything like that. Simply put, they couldn't be copied because they were strictly exclusive to one person or clan. Knowing all this, he didn't get angry or argue, but simply told the man to calm down. He knew what he was capable of, and if he couldn't do it, why would he have followed them all the way here? The fundamental principle of the sacrifice skill was exactly what it sounded like. The wielder of this skill is treated as an offering to the gods, meaning they can't heal themselves. Otherwise, it would create a loophole in the very concept of sacrificing one's life. Ignoring her guild members' warnings, Yu Sung-yoon nodded in agreement. Min Jae-hyun didn't hesitate either, immediately pulling out a blank card to acquire the new skill. At that moment, one side emitted a soft golden light, while the other absorbed it. Shortly after, the system sent a notification that the sacrifice skill had been activated. He reached his hand out, releasing healing energy to build their trust. Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. Clenching his fist, he said, "All right, shall we head back inside and start the treatment?" The system window clearly stated that besides creating a wave of healing to restore allies' health and status, it could also turn into an offensive skill when used on undead monsters like zombies. But that wasn't all he was after. He made an offer: "Please become my sponsor. I have massive ambitions, but to grow, I realize I need money and connections. For those reasons, I want the Yeonhwa Guild to sponsor me." Thinking about the benefits he brought, she agreed immediately. However, she still wanted to set one condition. Since this illness was a personal matter and had nothing to do with the guild, there was no way she would just support him without demanding something in return. These two sharp-witted individuals didn't beat around the bush at all, cutting straight to the chase at any opportunity. She cut straight to the point. "Do you want to join this guild?" Seeing Min Jae-hyun's disbelief, she didn't hide anything and made it clear she had a few reasons for asking. First, you found out about the Yeonhwa Guild leader's illness, which is confidential information known to only a very select few. Second, she had never heard of anyone with such a unique copying skill before, nor was she sure if anyone like him would ever appear in the future. Just thinking about the infinite possibilities of what he could copy made her want to recruit him on the spot. And third, to put it simply, you've caught my eye. Faced with this invitation, Min Jae-hyun didn't rush to answer. In his past life, after the Saintes fell into critical condition, the Yeonhwa Guild quickly collapsed for unknown reasons. But regardless, at this current moment, they were the absolute strongest guild. If he wanted to grow, joining them was the smartest choice. Just to be absolutely safe, he asked one final question. An agreement between a guild and a minor is illegal, though. In the end, she gave an answer that left him stunned. "Have you ever heard of priority negotiation rights?" Min Jae-hyun remembered his past life all too well. He was dirt poor and more useless than useless. Yet now, being fast-tracked into the ranks of geniuses was truly hard to believe. But since signing a contract is final, there was no need to rush. It was better to focus on the treatment first. Min Jae-hyun walked behind the Saintess. Then, he used the newly copied skill to heal her. A bright golden light burst forth. Sung-jae, who had previously looked down on the young man, was now having his eyes completely opened. An illness that high-level rankers or those who spent their entire lives studying medicine couldn't solve was actually being cured right before his eyes. Regretting his previous actions, he bowed his head to show his sincere remorse. "Please take care of our guild leader. I will express my formal apology to you another time. You have successfully cured the target's illness." The passive skill Emergency First Aid has increased to level 19. Just as the notification suggested, Min Jae-hyun stopped and told Yu Sung-yoon to try something. She walked over to the window and reached her hand out into the air. The healing energy instantly took the shape of butterflies, fluttering in the breeze. Her terrible illness was completely cured. Yu Sung-yoon turned to him and asked, "Now that you have this skill, Will you have to suffer a penalty like I did? Min Jae-hyun smiled gently and replied, It'll be fine. If that happens, you can just heal me. The next day, Min Jae-hyun asked the guild for a favor. He was driven by his buddy Sung-jae to a place where, according to him, the massive gate right in front of them was the entrance to a low-level dungeon owned by their guild. The reason he made this request was actually all part of his master plan. You see, the Mila's academy he was about to attend was a cutthroat breeding ground for elite geniuses. To survive in a place like that, he had only one option: level up. Since they had discussed this beforehand, Sung-jae brought along some healing potions and support items. He handed him a staff and told him it was just a spare piece of guild equipment, so he was welcome to use it. Seeing Min-hun getting ready to leave, Sung-jae called out, It might only be an E-rank dungeon, but going in solo is incredibly dangerous. Is there a reason you have to go in alone? Min-hun raised the staff to examine it and casually replied, I just want to do a little leveling up. Hearing this, the Yonhwa guild manager didn't try to stop him anymore, and instead handed him a teleportation stone. He told him to use it if things ever got too dangerous, because it would immediately teleport him back to the gate. He'd be relieved if he accepted it, as it was both an apology for his previous rude behavior and a token of appreciation for curing Yu Sung-yun. Min-hun nodded in thanks, then quickly stepped through the portal and entered the dungeon. From what he could sense, this was definitely an E-rank dungeon. But the moment he set foot inside, everything instantly changed as countless pitch-black hands began grabbing onto him. Before Min-hun could even process what was happening, the system popped up with a notification. Due to a system error, the user is being teleported to a special zone. Your current location is the land of the dead, Helheim. Cut to the Yonhwa Guildmaster, Yu Sung-yun. Sitting at her desk, she was thinking about how it is practically impossible for a solo hunter candidate to clear a dungeon on their own, even if it is only an E-rank. Just then, there was a sudden knock on her office door. Introducing herself as Park Hana, she walked in and handed her guildmaster the profile of a young man named Min-hun. Yu Sung-yun flipped through a few pages and gasped in shock. Wait, he is a candidate for the warrior class? Then how on earth is he able to use magic? Yu Sung-yun flipped to the next page, and when she saw his magic potential was at a whopping 97%, her eyes widened as she finally put the pieces together. Desperate not to let this genius slip through her fingers, she quickly called manager Seung and instructed him to tell Min-hun the moment he returned that she was ready to sign a contract whenever he wanted. She also made sure to emphasize that she wanted to personally test him, eager to witness his raw talent with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our incredibly unlucky protagonist, Min-hun, only wanted to grind some levels in a basic E-rank dungeon. Instead, right off the bat, the system dragged him into a zombie horde with hellish difficulty. Seriously, is this a major bug? Or is the game just straight up broken? Standing in the middle of a creepy, ominous fog, he was just wondering what the hell was going on when an arrow came flying out of nowhere. Luckily, it only grazed his left cheek instead of pinning his head to the wall. My God, that was a pure miracle. Honestly, he was lucky to be alive. Standing right before him was a skeleton archer, and after that near miss, it had no intention of letting him go, already locking in for another shot. Instantly activating his self-healing sacrifice skill, Min-hun cursed under his breath. Is this paralysis poison? Things were getting messy, and to make matters worse, a massive horde of zombies decided it was time to join the party, clawing their way out of their graves. It wasn't just on the ground, either. Monsters were descending from the sky, completely surrounding him from all directions. Taking advantage of the chaos, the skeleton archer let loose another arrow, but our boy wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. Min-hun caught it cleanly with his bare hand, snapping it in half like a twig. Oh yeah, you are done for, buddy. Your time is officially up. With demons flying overhead and skeleton archers and zombies closing in on the ground, he was completely trapped. This dungeon was basically the realm of the dead, ruled by Hel, the daughter of Loki. This was Helheim, a place known as the coldest, darkest domain, where beginners stood absolutely no chance without some kind of divine power. However, if this really was Helheim, he could use this nightmare scenario to test out his brand new power. You see, his sacrifice skill did more than just support him and cleanse negative status effects. It could actually be converted into a powerful area of effect offensive skill called Judgment of Light, which absolutely shreds undead monsters. As a zombie lunged forward to attack, instead of chanting spells like a normal mage, Min-hun decided to just use his staff to bash their heads in one by one. After easily taking down one of the monsters, Min Jae-hyun leaped high into the air, using his staff combined with lightning chains to unleash a devastating counterattack and rack up massive experience points. Why miss out on such a goldmine? Charging forward, he aimed to smash the skeleton archer's skull with his staff, only for the weapon to snap clean in half mid-swing. Seriously, talk about cheap gear. Thinking back to his aggressive physical attacks, his face fell as he wondered, wait, how on earth do normal mages actually fight? These monsters just kept coming back to life, and the only weapon he had was now in pieces. He couldn't afford to mess around anymore. Min Jae-hyun reaches his hand forward, then activates his sacrifice skill, switching it from passive to active. Countless pillars of brilliant yellow light, carrying holy energy crash down from above, tearing the corpse horde to pieces. He sends them right back to where they came from, all in one go. After the first battle, Min Jae-hyun collapses onto the ground in exhaustion, using his mana to heal himself. Everything is happening too coincidentally. If he doesn't hurry up and level up now, he might never get the chance to win and make it back home. His next destination is the death fields of Helheim. He is clearly just a regressed D-rank warrior. Yet those gods above threw him into a place with such a massive level gap, so how is he supposed to fight? He stops in his tracks, completely frustrated. Just as he is about to use the return stone, disaster strikes. A powerful wave of mana sweeps through the area, making Min Jae-hyun pale with fear. The atmosphere grows heavier by the second, making it impossible for him to breathe as he falls to his knees. He knows something terrifying is lurking in the fog, so he quickly covers his mouth and tries not to make a sound. But before he can even react, it is already right in front of him. The boss of the dark dungeon has appeared. Just a glimpse of its demonic shadow is enough to trigger a system warning. It screams at him to run immediately because the level gap between them is extremely dangerous. Frustrated by the absurdity of it all, Min Jae-hyun lets out a bitter smile. He frantically opens his inventory, searching for the teleportation stone. He needs to run, and run fast. He doesn't care if anyone calls him a coward. He just needs to survive first and worry about the rest later. But his luck is terrible. Just as he gets his hands on the teleportation stone, he takes a brutal, bloody hit. That single attack from the boss almost sends him to the afterlife. The stone slips from his grasp and rolls away into the darkness. His mana is running dry, and his HP has plummeted to almost 0. He has only been back for a few days, and he is already facing an undead dungeon boss. Honestly, it is a hopeless situation. There is no way he can win. Just as the boss is about to land another blow on him, someone thankfully arrives just in time to save him. She is Loki's daughter and the ruler of this realm. The massive horns on her head, along with a body that is half decayed and half angelic, make her instantly recognizable. Hel approaches them and speaks to the boss, saying that he is not allowed to do that, as he is a guest she brought here herself. An important guest destined to become the adversary who brings about change. But despite her words, she immediately starts criticizing him the moment she lays eyes on him. I thought the one who could bring change would be able to kill it, but it turns out you are nothing but a kid. Your physical stats are quite ordinary, and though your mana capacity is impressive, it is still nowhere near enough to face the Aesir gods. Why in the world did Loki choose a kid like you to be the adversary? She asks, pressing her finger tightly against the artery on his neck. Min Jae-hyun refuses to be defeated so easily by some gods. His plan to get revenge on his own father and his dream of becoming a mage have not even begun, and he refuses to let it all end here. Seeing the sheer anger burning in his eyes, Hel only tightens her grip on him. She growls threateningly, warning him that Ragnarok is fast approaching, and if he fails and drags them down to hell, she will personally slaughter him first. With that, she releases her grip and decides to grant him another chance. Her condition is simple. He must quickly get stronger and defeat the Nightshade. If he succeeds, she will reward him with a special gift. However, he only has a tight window of 2 months. Failure means death, and if she catches him not getting any stronger, he will also die, so he had better figure out a way to make it work. As soon as she finishes speaking, just like when he first arrived, countless black hands surge forward, wrapping around Min Jae-hyun and tossing him out of the dungeon. Min Jae-hyun snaps awake, only to realize he is back at the starting point with his body completely healed. The quest system interface is hovering right in front of him. Thinking back to that woman, he finally realizes that she is Hel, the goddess of death and the ruler of one of the 9 realms in Norse mythology. Her terrifying presence serves as a harsh reminder of one thing: he must become stronger. Otherwise, forget about getting his revenge. He might get completely wiped out by her before he can even make a move. However, For someone like him who is not used to fighting as a mage and has not even learned basic low-level spells, this is going to be a tough nut to crack. Min Jae-hyun pulls his phone out of his pocket and notices a message from Park Sung-jae. The message states that Yoo Sung-yoon wants to meet with him to discuss a contract, asking him to come see her tomorrow if he is free. Min Jae-hyun flashes a sly smile and replies that he will meet them, adding that he would also appreciate it if the guild could do him another favor. The next day, Min Jae-hyun accompanies Park Sung-jae to the meeting. On the way there, he silently ponders why they are acting so impatiently. They must have looked over his profile. A mage with a talent rank of 97% is so rare that you could turn the entire world upside down and still fail to find another person like him. As for 98, 99, or 100%, that is just down to pure luck. The door swings open, and his eyes immediately land on the stunning Yoo Sung-yoon, dressed in a tight, all-black outfit. The moment she sees him, she speaks up, asking if he has arrived. She tells him she has been waiting for a while. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they get straight to the point. Min Jae-hyun speaks up, saying he has already discussed things with manager Park Sung-jae, but before signing the contract, he has one condition. Then, he explained that since he had switched from a warrior to a mage less than 1 month ago, he still wasn't used to wielding magic. That's why his condition for signing the contract was having the guildmaster, Yoo Sung-yoon, personally teach him magic. Park Sung-jae stood by in silence, listening to them negotiate. From the very start, he knew this brat was something else. In the world of conquerors, having a trump card you can use at any moment is absolutely essential. Their Yoo Sung-yoon was both an S-rank conqueror and the master of the Yonghwa Guild. Getting a top-tier trump card like her was as good as it gets. Yoo Sung-yoon stayed silent, thinking for a moment before agreeing. However, if he had conditions, so did she. She said, "I'd like to test your talent first, if that's all right." With those words, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, a massive sphere of mana materialized right behind her. Yoo Sung-yoon got straight to the point. "You have to get through this. For someone talented enough to land such a sweet contract, you should at least be able to handle this, right?" Cold sweat beaded on Min-hun's forehead. Normally, a mana sphere was used by mages of at least B rank to gauge their mana sensitivity. But for a complete rookie like him, this was an extreme difficulty test. Min-hun replied, "Sounds like you're trying to discourage me." She immediately shot back. "Why would I do that? Even if you fail, it won't affect your contract. As the guildmaster, I promise you that." After speaking, she walked over to the manager and told him to open the gate. Before he went in, she didn't forget to offer a few encouraging words to boost his spirits. Min-hun let out a heavy sigh. Since things had come this far, backing out now would be too embarrassing, so he finally decided to step inside. Outside, Park Sung-jae told his guildmaster that he was pretty worried and didn't understand why she was making things so difficult. Even if he's a genius, he's still just a kid. Yoo Sung-yoon laughed at that. "What do you mean, kid? He's a total little monster." But either way, she was absolutely sure Min-hun would pass the test. As for Min-hun, the moment he stepped inside, he realized that what lay before him wasn't just a sphere anymore, it was an entire ocean of mana. Normally in this world, mana is just like oxygen. It's absolutely essential for casting spells or activating skills. But if you're exposed to too much of it for a long time, it can damage your heart and lungs, ultimately leading to death. Based on what he could recall, the only way to get out of there was to find the gateway connecting the whirlpools. He quietly took a deep breath, trying to focus. Suddenly, he felt something unusual in a specific spot. Following that sensation, he quickly spotted a crystal radiating an incredibly powerful flow of mana right at the center of the whirlpool. It was so powerful that it seemed to hold almost all the mana in this entire space. While Min-hun was inside trying to find a way out, manager Park Sung-jae spoke up. "How long do you think he'll take?" Yoo Sung-yoon replied, "It took me 40 minutes, and I was the fastest in the entire country." Hearing that, he shared his prediction. There are probably only two possibilities. Either he won't make it out of that manosphere, or he's going to set a brand new record. Just as they were chatting casually, Yoo Sung-yoon suddenly shouted, "Manager Sung-jae, look over there." Manager Park looked over, and as his gaze shifted, he noticed cracks starting to form on the manosphere. He checked the clock, only 10 minutes had passed. Good grief, what kind of monster is he? What on earth is happening in there? Rewinding to a few minutes prior, after seeing the crystal containing that terrifying amount of mana, Min-hun wondered if this was the core keeping the manosphere together. If so, he might as well just smash it to pieces instead of wasting energy looking for an exit. Like they say, if someone looks for trouble, you give it to them, and if something's bound to fall, you might as well push it down. Being a man of action, he didn't hesitate. He swam over to the crystal, easily grabbed it, and decisively crushed it in his hand. Because of his action, the surrounding space instantly let out a sharp crack and began to shatter. Watching the massive mana sphere slowly crumble right before his eyes, manager Park Sung-jae and guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon, who were standing outside, completely froze in shock. Park Sung-jae couldn't believe his eyes. Historically, only 7% of mages ever managed to escape a mana sphere. A B rank took 2 hours, an A rank took about 1.5 hours, and even an S rank took around half an hour to an hour. The world record, held by Camila of the EU Alliance, was 36 minutes. Everyone thought that was insane, but who would have guessed Min-hun would shatter her record by a whopping 26 minutes? He was so excited that he rushed over, grabbed Min-hun's hand, and showered him with praise. Amazing. Good job, Min-hun. You escaped that mana sphere in just 10 minutes. Before Min-hun's ringing ears could make sense of what was happening, Sung-yoon rushed up to ask, "How did you get out of the mana sphere so quickly?" Hearing this, Min-hun casually rubbed his wrist and replied nonchalantly, "I found something like a crystal stone inside, so I just crushed it. But that was it." Hearing his words only made her panic even more. That crystal contained the entire mana of a massive monolith. A regular Awakened couldn't even dream of finding it, let alone crushing it to pieces. The fact that he did it meant only one thing was certain: the sheer amount of mana flowing inside his body completely dwarfed the entire monolith. Absolutely thrilled, she quickly let go of his hand and blurted out, "All right, Min-hun, I swear I'll make you the greatest mage ever. Are you ready for this?" Over the past few days, Min-hun would vanish the second he opened his eyes, leaving his mother and best friend incredibly worried. Today, they were waiting for him right outside the door. Even though they tried calling him multiple times, he hadn't picked up a single call. Just then, an ultra-luxury Rolls-Royce Wraith rolled up. Priced at $12.8 million, it boasted a twin-turbocharged V12 engine, delivering 453 horsepower and massive torque. As it approached from a distance, Min-hun stepped out of the beastly ride. Seeing this, the two human security cameras immediately started whispering to each other. Kim Do-young spoke up first, saying, "That car looks insanely expensive. Why on earth is Min-hun stepping out of it?" Watching her son wave at her, his mother turned pale and whispered to Kim Do-young, "There is no way my son got mixed up with some sketchy organization, right?" Later that evening, Kim Do-young ended up crashing at Min-hun's house because her parents were busy with a business trip out of the country. The two sat in his room, chatting about his sudden decision to switch classes from a warrior to a mage. She honestly couldn't believe how someone who had dreamed of being a warrior for so long could just flip a switch and change his mind like that. But since his mind was already made up, no amount of convincing from her was going to change it. Meanwhile, at a different location, as dusk began to fall, the eerie, depressing cawing of crows echoed through the air. A man drove his blade straight into the head of a giant serpent, putting an end to his current mission. This was Min Dong-oh. Looking this cool and handsome, he's definitely the main character, right? Nope, he's actually the main character's dad. Another warrior walked up to him and said, "Lord Min Dong-oh, this hunt was a massive success, all thanks to you. I honestly can't remember the last time we had such an easy run." With that, the man immediately took the opportunity to invite him to join his guild, only to be flatly rejected. Not wanting to give up so easily, the warrior grabbed Min Dong-oh's arm and kept begging, "Come on, don't be like that. If someone of your caliber joins us, our Scarlet Guild will guarantee you the absolute best treatment possible." How annoying. Just 2 simple words were enough to show his pure disgust. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of mana erupted from Min Dong-oh, acting like chains that bound the warrior's mind and ripped away his memories. Holding the extracted memory in his hand, he muttered, "Dark, murky, and utterly petty. Such greed is truly a defining human trait." He paused for a second before adding, "Then again, humans aren't the only species like that, are they? That's a solid 10 out of 10 on the edgy villain scale. With a dad this menacing, if the son ever tries to surpass him, it's definitely going to end in a funeral." With that, he slowly faded away right before the warrior's eyes, leaving the man all alone with a completely clueless look on his face. Wait, what am I even doing here? The next day, Min-hun met up with Ro Sung-yoon for his first magic lesson. The moment they met, she got straight to the point. "Before we begin your very first lesson, I need to see how good your combat instincts and reflexes really are. In other words, we're going to duel." Thinking he had misheard her, Min-hun asked, "Wait, a duel? It felt a bit too intense for a first day, but she didn't seem to care. She was convinced that anyone capable of breaking out of a mana monolith in under 10 minutes had to be harboring some serious skills. As agreed, Min Jae-hyun made the first move. But out of sheer habit, instead of preparing a spell, he instinctively dropped into a warrior's combat stance. Ro Seung-yoon didn't rush to counter. Instead, she calmly analyzed her opponent from head to toe. Left foot forward, knees slightly bent, and shoulders dropped low to maximize evasion and mobility. It was the textbook stance of a seasoned warrior. Having read him instantly, the moment Min Jae-hyun threw his first punch, she saw it coming a mile away and effortlessly blocked it. Min Jae-hyun had no idea her reflexes would be this blazing fast. Stunned, he quickly pulled his hand back and leaped backward to create some space. He silently thought to himself, "Man, I really thought I could land at least one clean hit on her." Despite her being officially registered as a healer, this was undeniably the combat level of a genuine S-class conqueror. Walking toward him step by step, Ro Seung-yoon pointed out that he was still clinging to his old warrior habits, adding, "When does a mage ever recklessly charge straight into close combat?" She then asked him, "Tell me, what is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage?" Min Jae-hyun replied, "It has to be the combat range, whether you're fighting up close or from a distance." Hearing this, she nodded in approval before explaining further. "Exactly. A mage's job is to wear down their opponent from afar before closing in for the finishing blow, but you're trying way too hard to get up close and personal. As a mage, your defense stats are naturally low. If you keep trying to fight hand to hand, you're going to get wiped out in no time." Now it's Ro Seung-yoon's turn to attack. She makes it clear she is going to fight seriously, wanting to show him how a real mage actually battles. Someone's definitely getting hurt here. But what is there to fear? After all, she is a healer. Bring it on. As soon as the words leave her mouth, she unleashes her first counterattack. A magic bullet shoots out with absolute precision, flying straight at the guy standing opposite her. Min Jae-hyun immediately flips backward to dodge. Now, it is his turn to strike back. Without hesitation, he activates his lightning chains, directing them all straight at Ro Seung-yoon. A massive explosion erupts right in front of Min Jae-hyun. Then, the guild leader's voice echoes, "An A-rank skill? And lightning chains at that? You have been hiding your skills pretty well, haven't you?" While he is still staring straight ahead, she is already teleported right next to him. A magic spell called Holy Arrow is cast, flying straight toward his chest. Oh, he's toast. Min Jae-hyun clearly sees it coming, but it is just too fast and too dangerous. He has absolutely no time to dodge and can only stand there and take the hit. A blinding light flashes, accompanied by a deafening blast. Ro Seung-yoon smirks mockingly. No matter how good your skills are, if you can't even hit your target, they are completely useless. Don't you think so? She is absolutely sure that after that attack, Min Jae-hyun wouldn't be able to stand. But to her surprise, a figure begins to emerge through the thick smoke. "Not bad, kid." She can't hide her excitement and praises him immediately. "I'm actually surprised. I did hold back the power of the spell a bit, but I didn't expect you to still be standing." She doesn't stop there. Multiple holy arrows rain down from her magic circles. But instead of just standing there and taking it, Min Jae-hyun activates a skill called Universal to shatter them all. Ro Seung-yoon can barely believe her eyes, thinking to herself, did he really figure out a way to counter and destroy my skill in such a short amount of time? After that lightning-fast exchange, they continue to take turns. Min Jae-hyun shoots his lightning chains down at the guild leader's feet, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to make them bounce upward. Too bad her reflexes are insanely fast, and she instantly summons a shield to block the attack. Min Jae-hyun doesn't back down, keeping up a relentless barrage of lightning chain attacks. Ro Seung-yoon maintains her defensive shield, but her mind is racing. She just can't wrap her head around how he can cast magic without chanting at all. For a mage, chants are an absolute law that always goes hand in hand with casting spells. Sure, silent chanting is a thing, but it comes at the cost of significantly reducing the spell's power. As for Min Jae-hyun, he's a total monster, definitely not human. Seeing all his attacks do absolutely nothing against the woman in front of him makes Min Jae-hyun pretty frustrated. Before he even realizes it, he is suddenly blown away, flipping through the air without even knowing what hit him. Ro Seung-yoon cheerfully walks over and helps him up, as Min Jae-hyun replays the moment he got knocked down in his head. In that split second, he didn't even see how she closed the gap or landed the blow. Talk about a massive reality check. Now you see the massive gap between you and an S rank, don't you? Ro Seung-yoon suddenly says. Watching you fight got me thinking. Sure, Everyone has thought about this once or twice, but nobody has ever actually pulled it off. A fighting style that only you can master. What do you think? Interested? She pauses for a moment before continuing. From now on, you can call me Master. And congratulations on becoming my very first disciple. Our main character is living the dream. Outside, he has a wealthy mommy keeping him well trained. At home, he gets to study with his cute girl next door. After casually downing 4 tubs of ice cream, Kim Do-young finally picks up a pen and starts explaining. Combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic, though different, are considered the 3 main types. But after barely a few sentences, she already starts nagging him. You're pretty good. Are you sure you used to be a warrior? Most people take a whole month to learn a single spell, but you did it in just a few days. I started learning magic before you, but at this rate, it won't take long for you to completely catch up to me. Talk about hitting the nail on the head. Minhyun's response rubs salt right into her wound. So what, teacher? Magic just suits me perfectly. My talent test already proved that. While the two bicker back and forth, mystical chains draped with feathers suddenly appear right before Minhyun's eyes. A young man suddenly appears and whispers softly into his ear, "Is this really the path you wanted to choose?" But before he can register it, Kim Do-young's voice cuts in, shattering the vision. He wonders, what on earth was that? Was it just his imagination, or was it real? That sound felt incredibly bizarre. Remembering the gentle warning from the broke goddess, Minhyun gets his head back in the game. If he doesn't focus on studying, he might actually end up dead in 2 months. No joke. Since taking the long way isn't going to work right now, it's time to look for a shortcut. In the world of conquerors, the mana booster potion is a pill that permanently increases mana for anyone who takes it, making it an item every single mage desperately craves. A pitch-black, foul-smelling pot is emitting a dead fish odor, strong enough to drive away anything that dares to get close. Min Jae-hyun, absolutely losing it, chucks the ladle in his hand and curses out loud. Damn it. How many times has this happened already? I've gone through 3 whole sets of ingredients. He just wanted to try brewing a mana-boosting potion, but instead of a pure, crystal white color, all he got was a pitch-black sludge that smelled worse than raw sewage. Gross. Right now, nobody even knows how to make a mana-boosting potion. According to the timeline, it won't be until 5 years from now that this recipe is publicly shared by a world-class alchemist. But why is his luck so trash? Even with the recipe and ingredients ready, he just can't make it work. Well, since his crafting skills are this hopeless, he decides to go look for Lee Jae-sang. Having the actual creator brew, it would probably guarantee success. To give you a little background on this guy, back when the World Tree first appeared, bringing hordes of monsters that wreaked havoc everywhere, only a select few were able to train themselves and rise to the top at lightning speed. One of those people was a man known as the Swift Sword, Jae-hyun. After the very first Awakened disappeared without a trace, Jae-hyun stepped up to take the old man's mantle, becoming the first S-class raider in South Korea. And his youngest son is the exact person our main character is about to look for. His destination this time is Daegu, a place currently abandoned due to a monster outbreak. With monsters liable to pour out from anywhere, the locals are constantly fearing for their lives. But there's another reason people like him come here: Millet Academy. Min Jae-hyun wanders around the campus with a temporary student ID hanging around his neck. According to his memories, his senior, Lee Jae-sang, was in the combat department, but he had 0 talent and was too terrified of violence. While Jae-hyun is still trying to figure out where the guy is, he suddenly hears a loud commotion nearby. A few onlookers in the crowd are whispering to each other. Hey, should we stop them? Another guy immediately dismisses the idea. Stop them? What are you going to do if you get dragged into trouble just for helping that stutterer? My grades this semester are already in the gutter. Min Jae-hyun can't hide his disgust. But honestly, this works out perfectly, because he's about to tear this place apart, and it's not like anyone's going to stop him anyway. Step aside, kids. Min Jae-hyun boldly struts right in front of the bullies, catching Lee Jae-sang just as he stumbles and falls. The bully who just threw the punch, seeing someone ruin his fun, glares and snaps. Who the hell are you? Do you have business with our little stutterer? With that, he walks over, throws an arm around Jae-hyun's shoulder, and asks mockingly, Are you the stutterer's little brother? I didn't know he had one. You two look nothing alike. I mean, he never talks about his family, so I just assumed monsters wiped them all out. An ugly face, a trash personality, and a foul mouth? This punk deserves a good flick to the balls. Annoyed, Min Jae-hyun shoves the bully's hand off him. That little move naturally pisses off the mad dog, but ignoring whatever face the bully is making, Jae-hyun casually checks on the guy in front of him. You should probably head to the clinic. Can you still walk? Getting completely ignored, the big bully starts to fume. He grabs Min Jae-hyun by the collar, raising his eyebrow threateningly. Did you not hear me talking to you nicely? You want your ass kicked, don't you? Having had his collar grabbed way too many times this week, our main character decides he's not letting this slide. Recalling the advice of his friend, Kim Yoo-jung, he forms a clear image in his mind, calculates the magic formula, constructs the spell, and casts it. Got it? Those are the absolute basics of magic. Min Jae-hyun obviously gets it, but chanting like a regular mage is just too flashy and extra, so he decides to bypass all that and cast it instantly. Holy Arrow is activated, firing a magic arrow at point-blank range and making the big guy's eyes roll back in pure agony. Everything happens way too fast. Before the bully can even react, he lets out a painful shriek and stumbles back a few steps. The onlookers witnessing this instantly start whispering, "What the hell just happened?" But actually, that's not what's important right now. Did anyone see what he just did? Was that Holy Arrow? Oh my god, how did he break an experienced warrior's arm so easily? Someone even straight up disses him. Maybe he's just weaker than he looks. He always struts around acting like he's hot stuff. Talk about talking trash too loud. Hearing everyone talk trash about him, the humiliated bully is itching for a death match against the guy who just broke his arm. Without a word, he draws his sword and slashes directly at Min Jae-hyun's temple. Eyes flashing, Min Jae-hyun instantly applies his training and casts a defensive spell called Mana Shield. The big guy's sword recoils violently off the barrier and flies right out of his hand. At that exact moment, Min Jae-hyun closes the distance and shoves his right hand right into the bully's face. Eat this. The Holy Arrow skill is activated, dealing a devastating blow right to the guy's face. Blood splatters everywhere as his eyes roll back like a boiled pig's. The serial bully crashes to the ground and doesn't move a single inch. Being a good guy, he didn't want to make things any more complicated. So, after beating the guy up, to the point where his own parents wouldn't even recognize him, he decided to use a potion to heal him. Min Jae-hyun pulled out a vial, popped the cap off, and poured the shimmering liquid right onto the guy's face. On top of that, he cheerfully praised it, saying, "Wow, I don't know who made this potion, but it's pretty damn effective." Once he was done, he turned to Lee Jae-sang and said, "All right, now let's head to the infirmary." Min Jae-hyun clearly said they were going to the infirmary, yet the two of them just kept walking in circles, getting absolutely nowhere. Finally, Lee Jae-sang spoke up to stop him. "The infirmary isn't that way." Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun finally stopped and whispered, "You don't seem very popular around here either. I guess no one will hear us here, right?" Hearing this, Lee Jae-sang was convinced that the guy who just helped him was sent by his father. When he asked if that was true, Min Jae-hyun flatly denied it. "No, how on earth would I know who your dad is?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he got a judging look from the guy. Being a direct, no-nonsense kind of guy, he got straight to the point. "I need a favor. Can you make a potion for me?" But before he could even finish his sentence, the guy started screaming. "A potion? I don't know how to make that stuff." Min Jae-hyun knew the guy would try to back out, so he pulled out the vial he had just used, held it right in front of his face, and asked, "You're the one who put this up on the black market, right?" Seeing his face turn completely pale, Min Jae-hyun knew he had hit the nail on the head. The black market was a trading system designed to completely hide everything related to a sale. But the only reason he was able to track him down was because the system's tracking feature still worked perfectly fine in the market. Lee Jae-sang was a terrible liar, and against Min Jae-hyun, who had just activated his master manipulator skills, it didn't take long for the guy to nod and give in. He slipped the empty vial into Lee Jae-sang's hand and said, "Look, I'm not using this to threaten you or anything. I just really need a talented alchemist, someone who can brew the exact potion I need." Once the deal was struck, the two of them headed to Lee Jae-sang's workshop to discuss brewing a mana-boosting potion. At first, he didn't even believe it was possible, but a second later, he did a complete 180 and sat down to calculate the brewing formula. Seeing how much the guy was stressing out, terrified that he would fail, Min Jae-hyun decided to speak up. "It's totally fine if you fail. I decided to invest in you because I believe in your talent. Investments fail sometimes, and that's just part of the game. So, don't worry." Lee Jae-sang was completely touched and convinced by those words. Even after the young man had left, he was still incredibly emotional. Ever since he was a kid, he had been weak-willed and lacked the talent his siblings possessed. As a motherless child who was always left behind, never once earning his father's approval, being trusted like this by someone else made him want to burst into tears. Countless holy arrows came flying toward him. Min Jae-hyun kept dodging and weaving, then activated his defensive barrier to block a second wave of attacks from Yoo Sung-yoon. His active skill, Holy Arrow, was triggered. He fired back with the exact same attacks, only with far more destructive power. The Guildmaster's shield was actually starting to crack. Yoo Sung-yoon had no idea he could grow this ridiculously strong this fast. Min Jae-hyun prepared to unleash his lightning chain, while she summoned her holy arrows. But just as they were about to go all out and tear each other apart, the manager rushed in to stop them. Good grief. The training room floor, made from reinforced dungeon metal, was completely shredded by their battle. Just look at this absolute mess. If he hadn't stepped in and told them to take a break, they probably would have torn the entire room apart. While they were taking a breather, Yoo Sung-yoon brought up the fact that he wanted to raid a dungeon again. When she heard him say he wanted to raid it just to test his training, she casually teased, "With your current strength, an E-rank dungeon is basically a walk in the park, right? Good luck with that." "Yeah, right, a walk in the park? More like walking straight into a meat grinder." But Min Jae-hyun could only wish it were actually just a normal E-rank dungeon. The dungeon boss was a C-rank monster, and it was no pushover. In his past life, he wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance against it, let alone now. A few days later, Min Jae-hyun went over to Lee Jae-sang's place to pick up the potion. Seeing the massive dark circles under his eyes made him look like a panda, which proved he had worked insanely hard. No need to even question the quality of the potion. He popped the pill right into his mouth. This stuff was definitely the real deal. His mana stat instantly surged by 15 points. Seeing how exhausted he looked, like he might collapse at any second, he gave him a few words of praise and left him to get some well-deserved rest. He only had 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes left to level up. Tomorrow, he was definitely going to beat that boss to a pulp, and he wouldn't stop until there was nothing left of it. The next day, manager Park Sung-jae drove him to the guild's E-rank dungeon. Unlike last time, he was much better prepared for this run. He was locked and loaded with rings, a necklace, and even the Valkyrie earrings. This 3-piece set had a mana drain effect, which gave a novice like him a solid boost in both stats and style. Once everything was set, Min-hoon finally stepped through the dungeon gate with confidence. Thanks to the system's nightmare of a helping hand, what was supposed to be the easiest dungeon to clear had turned into the death fields of Helheim. Just like before, Min-hun was thrown from high above, straight to the ground. But after upgrading his stats, he could finally sense a deeply ominous magical energy creeping into every single corner. He guessed this was the boss's presence. Once he took this thing down, he'd get another shot at his sworn enemies Loki's daughter and those other Norse gods. A skeleton archer was the first to welcome him, instantly letting an arrow fly. Too bad for them, now that he knew how to cast a mana shield, there was no way he was going to break a sweat like last time. Min-hun glanced at the monster and said coldly, "Hey there, old friend, I've got a ton of questions for you guys." Since there were plenty of zombies around, he was going to show them what a real magic warrior could do. Min-hun lunged forward while summoning his holy arrows. While his long-range attacks couldn't match a dedicated mage class, their sheer damage output was absolutely undeniable. The first enemy turned to dust in an instant, and he immediately grabbed another monster with his bare hands, slamming its head down. Sure, his close-quarters combat wasn't as polished as a warrior class, but it was more than enough to completely crush his opponents and keep them pinned. Activating his area of effect Judgment of Light skill, he successfully wiped out the remaining horde in one single blow. Meanwhile, Manager Park was outside scrolling on his phone when he suddenly sensed a strange presence approaching. He grew anxious, as there were 0 reports of anyone else scheduled to be here. He was just about to draw his sword when a car pulled up. A girl named Yeonju stepped out of the vehicle and casually greeted him. She claimed she was here on guild business, but playfully teased that she actually came just to see him. What a total lie. Park knew damn well she was just talking out of her ass. She hadn't reached out to him once since graduation, so there was no way she'd travel all this distance just to pay a friendly visit. Yeonju seemed pretty busy, constantly checking her phone and making calls. Standing right in front of the dungeon entrance, she asked, "By the way, are you the one managing this dungeon?" Park flatly replied, "Why does an outsider like you care?" But she didn't stop there. After taking a petty jab at Manager Park for being demoted to a mere gatekeeper, She mockingly added that she'd heard rumors about Guild President Yoo Sung-yoon falling ill. Park's face instantly darkened. She didn't even try to hide it, boldly bragging that her side had eyes and ears everywhere, which made getting this kind of intel incredibly easy. It was hard to tell what her ultimate motive was, especially when she stubbornly started asking nosy questions about Min-hun. Having tolerated her long enough, Manager Park finally lost his patience and kicked her out, saying, "That's none of your business, so you can leave now." At that point, Yeonju finally backed off. She smugly complained that Park was being way too stubborn and rigid for refusing to tell her anything. She then sped off in her car, shifting the focus back to Min-hun. Deep in the darkness, he sat alone atop a massive pile of dead monsters, waiting for the boss to show its face. Now that he was fully geared up, he looked like a completely different person. Honestly, he looked incredibly sleek and badass, a far cry from his usual nice guy appearance. Just then, the system sent a notification that the dungeon boss had arrived. Smirking with satisfaction, he said confidently, "It's been a while, hasn't it? This time, things are going to be very different." The boss, a chaotic creature of darkness known as the Black Shadow, lunged at him the very second it spotted him. Min-hun quickly leaped into the air to dodge the initial strike, immediately retaliating by raining down a volley of holy arrows right into its body. That hit clearly stung, forcing the beast to clutch its face and let out a deafening roar as its 10 glowing eyes burned with pure rage. Glaring at him, it triggered the snow beneath his feet to suddenly erupt into a sea of razor-sharp ice spikes. Min-hun dodged quickly, keeping himself safe from the deadly spikes. Then, taking 2 quick steps to the right, he easily slipped through the rest of the spike trap. Smirking, he mocked, "What's the matter? Mad because you can't get the upper hand?" Now, it was his turn to strike back. Min-hun activated his lightning chains, whipping them forward to bind the monster from head to toe, before channeling a massive surge of electricity that left it completely paralyzed. But knowing that wouldn't be enough to put the Black Shadow down for good, Min-hun immediately prepared another skill. A torrential rain of holy arrows poured down, tearing its face to shreds. Dark blood sprayed everywhere as the Black Shadow shrieked in agonizing pain. Seconds later, the system flashed a warning. The boss had entered a state of rage, boosting its stats by 1.5 times. Suddenly, the tables had turned. Min-hun found himself trapped by a death curse, followed by a system alert. If he failed to defeat the boss within 10 minutes, he would face the penalty of instant death. Oddly enough, no matter how many times he tried to use his dispelling magic to break free, the curse remained completely unaffected. But the moment a mocking laugh echoed through the air, everything clicked. Furious, Min-hun roared, "Hella, how dare you interfere? An invitation like this? What kind of shameless game is this?" Meanwhile, time slowly ticked away. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow to the boss to save his own life, Nightshade turned tail and ran. He quickly shot a holy arrow right at it, but this sneaky bastard dodged it the second it saw its master coming to help. Not only that, but it was even smugly mocking him. Blood rushed straight to his head in pure anger. Min Jae-hyun was about to blast the boss with a massive area of effect spell to purify its foul energy, but he got unlucky and was hit by a stunning attack from its creepy eyes. He was paralyzed and couldn't move for a few seconds, but that brief window was more than enough for the boss to play dirty, delivering a devastating, bone-shattering headbutt right into him. Fine, if he couldn't get close, he wouldn't even bother trying anymore. Activating a new skill called Tempest, a powerful whirlwind instantly wrapped around his body, temporarily boosting his agility stats. Min Jae-hyun raised his hand high into the air and yelled at the beast, "Did you really think I'd keep mindlessly rushing at you, you idiot?" With those words, his active skill, Lightning Storm, flashed brilliantly, blinding the beast in an instant. Countless chains bound Nightshade's body, and he seized the perfect opportunity to smash it right in the face. Sensing imminent doom, the boss, Nightshade, immediately summoned a horde of zombies to bail it out. But he had been sick and tired of these pests for a long time, and there was no way he was letting them get away. Without a moment's hesitation, a blinding golden light of judgment rained down, wiping out everything in its path. As the final seconds ticked away, the timer reached 0, sending the entire horde of monsters straight to their graves. He had successfully conquered the first trial at the very last second of the instant death penalty. Only then did the goddess of death finally show herself, presenting him with an invitation. "It seems there was a good reason why he chose you. Come to me, my boy. Enter my temple. I welcome you inside." With the dungeon boss defeated, The system flooded his vision with item notifications and alerts, showing he had just leveled up 3 times. The space around him slowly cracked and collapsed, revealing a strange, completely new landscape. Right before Min Jae-hyun's eyes stood the Grand Temple of Hell. However, even though she invited him over to her place, she completely forgot to mention that she kept a vicious dog. Oh my god, a massive monster that looked like a giant dog lunged straight at him. With its terrifying jaws wide open, it was crystal clear the beast wanted to eat him alive. Fortunately, Hell's voice suddenly echoed from a distance, saying, "Garm, bring our guest inside." The temple guardian beast finally shut its mouth, turned around, and slowly trotted ahead to lead the way. The inside of the temple was freezing cold, with thick snow covering every single corner. She gracefully walked up to him, and her very first words were praises for passing his previous trial. But he didn't have the time or patience for her boring flattery. Instead, he cut straight to the chase. "Giving me the Nornir system and putting me through this trial. What is your ultimate goal here?" Hearing his question, she smiled and answered that her main objective was to turn him into the great adversary of the Aesir gods. From the moment he was born, his destiny was to slay the supreme god, Odin, which was exactly what Loki wanted. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun felt a massive headache coming on. He was just a mere human being, yet they wanted him to wage war against literal gods. That was basically using him as a disposable pawn. Hell knew exactly what was crossing his mind, but she couldn't care less. She simply pointed out that this wasn't just a conflict involving the Aesir gods alone. With that, she waved her hand, pushing him back into reality while leaving him with a final warning. The world is fast approaching its end because Odin wants everyone to bow at his feet. We need the power of the one prophesied to possess immense, world-shaking strength. The great adversary. And that person is you. Before he could even say a word, he was kicked right out of the temple. Min Jae-hyun lay flat on the ground, completely frustrated because he still had so many unanswered questions. Just then, the system delivered a new skill to him called Hell's Blessing, which had the incredibly useful effect of nullifying all status ailments. After sending Min Jae-hyun back, Hell finally turned her attention to an uninvited guest who had just arrived. This visitor was also a god, but instead of showing his true form, he only floated around as a flickering orb of light. The god asked Hell what she thought of him after meeting him in person. For her, it was far too early to make a definitive judgment. However, through the eyes of an ancient god, he could sense that she actually seemed to quite like Min Jae-hyun. Hell straightforwardly admitted that she had a lot of respect and fondness for a human who could grow so much stronger by the day. But there was no way the god Mimir would come all this way just to make polite small talk. She didn't hesitate to call him out on it. "Are you planning to play dumb until the very end, you devious old man? You use that sketchy appearance of yours to hide your true cunning, behaving exactly like my second brother." Thinking of Min Jae-hyun, she continued, "The causality line of the great adversary has been heavily distorted. Do you seriously think I wouldn't notice that after meeting him in person? It looks like your legendary title as the Giant of Wisdom is officially outdated." Not only that, but a brief conversation was more than enough for her to realize that Min Jae-hyun possessed the very left eye that Odin had sacrificed to the Well of Wisdom. She felt quite left out and annoyed that she hadn't been informed about whatever schemes he and Loki were plotting behind her back. Mimir was out of options too. The old man replied, "Look, I want to tell you, but it's just too early. Either way, this is fate." Hell obviously knew that, but she couldn't help but feel their great savior was still way too green. And according to the prophecy, he still has to overcome a ton of obstacles, so who knows if he'll actually amount to anything later on. On his very first day at MS Academy, a girl suddenly blocked his path and introduced herself as Park Hannah from the guild. According to her, the guild representative wanted to send some gifts, since they knew he'd be enrolling soon. Min Jae-hyun figured they'd just hand over some kind of magic elixirs. He expected maybe 1 or 2 cheap items, but he never imagined they'd be such crazy expensive high-end gear stuff he probably couldn't afford, even if he grinded for a lifetime. Having a sugar mommy really does have its perks sometimes. While they were browsing around the shop, they happened to bring up gear with stealth capabilities. After defeating the night boss, he was lucky enough to score a B-class armor with that exact capability. Speaking of stealth, it's a pretty tricky skill, so not many people actually bother to learn it. He was just joking around, but Hannah's response hit him like a bolt from the blue. "The only conqueror in Korea with stealth is my older brother, Manager Park, Seong-jae. Didn't you know? Damn, I did not see that coming. How is that clueless-looking old man actually a total powerhouse?" Right at that moment, a notification flashed in his head, telling him there was a treasure gate nearby. Awesome! Our lucky guy immediately ditched Hannah and bolted to find it. Thanks to his scouting skill, he was able to detect and pinpoint unidentified valuable items hidden all over the place. So, the very first item he snatched up after activating this ability was a mithril ring, packed with insane magic power that boosted his scouting skill. A new character enters the scene. Young An Hyo-yeon, who is out buying gear with his dad. Seeing his father buy things without even looking at the price tags makes him feel a bit sick about the money. So, he speaks up to stop him, "Isn't this a bit too much?" But his dad doesn't care at all. He insists that since his son is a future S-class conqueror, spending a little extra doesn't matter at all. Hyo-yeon feels incredibly awkward and quickly explains, "But if we spend this much money, what about mom's hospital bills for this month? They're supposed to be family," yet when he brings this up, his father just glares at him threateningly and says in a super bossy tone, "That's my business. You just focus on training." Well, there's no arguing with that. Hyo-yeon can only bow his head in silence and do exactly as he's told. As he and his dad are heading back, they draw a lot of attention from the crowd. To them, he's a celebrity, but Hyo-yeon feels like nothing more than a caged monkey strapped with a genius label. Ever since he was a kid, he dreamed of becoming a conqueror. His family's life was always buried in poverty and darkness, so he was their only ray of hope. But to his father, he is nothing but a money-making tool. And now, he's a mindless, obedient machine, nothing more, nothing less. Suddenly, sirens start blaring through the air as loudspeakers announce a dungeon outbreak near the shopping mall. Since the guilds are already deploying conquerors, the citizens are instructed to evacuate immediately. A dungeon outbreak is a chaotic event where monsters break out of an unexplored dungeon after a certain period of time. While the whole place is in absolute chaos, his father is the only one who remains completely unfazed. He says, "You are a genius holding the future of South Korea in your hands. If you get hurt here, you'll be at a huge disadvantage for the MS Academy enrollment ceremony. There's no need for you to get involved here." Hyo-yeon knows his father is right, but when he thinks about the innocent civilians, he just can't. Just look the other way. So, he follows his heart and runs off to help them. Determined to make a difference for once, Hyo-yeon sprints like mad toward the mall. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrives, he'd run straight into a goblin? Actually, scratch that. The entire goblin clan is right there. Hyo-yeon freezes right on the spot, his face turning completely pale, almost as green as the goblins themselves. Can I get a do-over on this move, please?" Unfortunately, it's way too late for that. The moment the horde spots their prey stepping forward, they shriek and charge straight at him. Having never faced anything like this before, Hyo-yeon is completely paralyzed with fear. He can't even force his legs to run. At that split second between life and death, Min Jae-hyun suddenly drops down from the sky to save the day. The moment they face each other, Jae-hyun speaks up first. "Are you An Hyo-yeon?" Just a few minutes ago, when he was carrying a stone out of the treasure dungeon, he ran straight into Hannah. Since he had gotten everything he needed, he told her they should head back together. But on their way, they heard the emergency broadcast about the outbreak. Without a single second thought, Min Jae-hyun smashed right through the mall's glass windows, crashing down on the monsters like absolute karma. Time to get to work. He immediately activates Lightning Chain and summons Holy Arrow at the same time to wipe out the monster mob. As he makes his move, he lands smack dab on a goblin's head, and not only that, but he also happens to save his new buddy's life. Min Jae-hyun never expected to run into the tragic genius here of all places, so he quickly tells him to pitch in and help out for a bit. Suddenly, a bright green monster launched a surprise attack, prompting Hyo-yeon to yell out a warning. But Jae-hyun already knew exactly what was creeping up behind him, so he calmly summoned his lightning chains and impaled the beast right through the chest. Seeing the guy standing there completely dazed with his legs shaking, Jae-hyun sighed in frustration and urged him, "We can't let these monsters get any closer to populated areas. Are you just going to stand there forever? Grab your weapon and let's fight. Things are starting to get pretty intense here." Apparently, 1,000 words of encouragement couldn't beat a harsh wake-up call from another guy. Just like that, Hyo-yeon's fear completely vanished, replaced by a sudden, fiery determination to fight. Facing the incoming horde, Jae-hyun immediately took charge and gave directions. "You know how to use taunt, right? Get ready. I need you to taunt all the monsters around here. Don't miss a single one, and lure in as many as you can." Hearing this, Hyo-yeon instantly got the picture. He drew his sword and shield as instructed, unleashing a warrior skill called Howling Provocation, drawing the attention of all monsters within a 50-meter radius. Although this skill cut his physical and magical attack power by 30%, it was incredibly effective at drawing enemy aggro. Jae-hyun glanced at him and thought, Howling Provocation is a much higher tier skill than a standard taunt. As expected, geniuses really are built different. In his past life, this unfortunate genius only made it to B rank. Jae-hyun wasn't sure if it was due to trauma or some other underlying issue, but despite his current fame, his performance would end up declining rapidly. Getting back to the action, Jae-hyun stood in the back line, using his lightning chains for long-range support, while Ho-yeon took the front line, engaging the monsters in close-quarters combat. After some intense hacking and slashing, the duo wiped out the entire horde just before the official raiders arrived on the scene. Shortly after the battle wrapped up, an older guy arrived. He introduced himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the National Raider Management Bureau headquarters. He was originally dispatched to clean up this mess, but he never expected two kids to beat him to the punch and steal his kill. They had worked so fast that he had absolutely no idea how to write his report now, without getting a pay cut. Jae-hyun originally wanted to hand all the credit over to the bureau, but the man flatly refused. Seeing the man constantly making excuses, Jae-hyun simply cut to the chase. Just give my share of the reward to him and keep my presence here a secret. To his surprise, Ho-yeon was the one objecting now. Left with no choice, Jae-hyun had to explain that he had his own reasons, and that he couldn't let word of his monstrous strength get out to the public. Before his regression, he was just a nameless warrior, completely ignored by his abusive father, Min Jae-hyun. However, things were different now. If his old man found out that he had secretly switched to magic, he would undoubtedly come to hunt him down and eliminate him. Having planned his revenge, Jae-hyun needed to keep a low profile, hiding his movements while gradually training to grow stronger. Once the perfect opportunity arose, he would strike and make that man pay for everything. Seeing Ho-yeon still hesitating, Jae-hyun decided to give him a push. Think about it. You did most of the heavy lifting. If you hesitate now, someone else might end up dead. So stop thinking you don't deserve this. The ultimate sweet talker and master of manipulation only had to say a few words to completely win the young man over. Thinking of his mother, Ho-yeon finally let go of his hesitation. He agreed to take Jae-hyun's share of the reward and promised to repay this huge favor whenever he got the chance. With the reward issue fully sorted out, Jae-hyun headed back to school to prepare for his first day of classes. Ruining the cheerful atmosphere of the freshmen, the academy's chairman stepped up to the podium and announced, "Hello there, everyone. I am the academy's chairman, Gu Ja-in. We will now begin the Mila's Academy entrance ceremony." Skipping the entire body of his speech in the most abrupt way possible, he jumped straight to the conclusion. And that is the end of my speech. As you all should know, the Mills Academy entrance ceremony features a very special event. It is a game where all of you must gather and try to steal each other's name tags. We will begin the freshman hunt right now. The moment the chairman finished speaking, a massive magic circle erupted right beneath their feet. The entire hall immediately descended into utter chaos. His close friend, Kim Yoo-jung, lost her balance and took a nasty spill. Seeing this, Jae-hyun rushed over to catch her. Unexpectedly, they all fell into a dense forest, dragging along the magic prodigy, Seo Inna, who possessed a 92% magical talent rate. The freshman hunt was taking place on a magical, artificial demi-planet. Inside this dimension, participants could pull off feats that were impossible in the real world, like manipulating time or completely defying gravity. High up in the sky, the annoying face of the chairman was projected on a massive screen as he began to explain the rules of the demi-planet. You are only allowed to use C-rank skills or lower, and stealing a name tag will earn you points. If a senior steals a freshman's tag, they will receive 10,000 points. Conversely, if a freshman takes a senior's tag, they will be awarded 100,000 points. You can use these points anywhere within the academy, so make sure to collect as many as you can. As he said this, his grin twisted into something completely inhuman as he added that all skills would be nerfed to just 1/10 of their original power, so there was really no need to stress about it. Jae-hyun frowned, making no effort to hide his absolute disgust. With rules this sketchy, it was obvious they were just trying to weed out anyone they deemed useless. Turning around, he told Yoo-jung to stick close and follow him. Since they had to survive here for 3 days, their priority was finding a place to set up camp first. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung whispered, suggesting they ask Seo Inna to join them. Based on her analysis, that icy girl shared the same class as them, so having another member would definitely play to their advantage. Of course he knew that. But the thing was, Seo Ina had a terrifying temper. In his past life, he heard about a time when she lost control for just a single minute and ended up putting dozens of people in grave danger. That was why, even now, he had absolutely no desire to deal with someone who looked at everyone with hostile eyes and refused to trust her own teammates. But while Kim Yoo-jung ran off to convince Seo Ina to join their team, two complete strangers suddenly blocked their path. Swooping in like the wind, the guy was Shin Jun-sang, accompanied by a girl named Kwon So-yul. The moment they laid eyes on the three of them, they looked like they had just hit the jackpot. Looks like racking up points is going to be incredibly easy this year. Wait. What? I only detect two people here, Kwon So-yul muttered, completely blind to Jae-hyun's presence. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, had sensed the two of them long before they even showed up. From what he remembered, that girl possessed a highly specialized radar-like ability that allowed her to pinpoint any target within a 300-kilometer radius. Yes, you heard that right. It was literally 300 kilometers. With someone like her around, if the three of them did not take these two down right now, she would easily rally other groups to hunt them down. Unlike his cautious partner, the hulking Shin Jun-sang was incredibly arrogant. Dismissing the group as mere freshmen, he drew his sword and lunged forward. But the instant he saw Jae-hyun effortlessly dodge his opening strike, he froze up, completely unable to believe his eyes. Convinced it was just a fluke, he snarled and unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, targeting Jae-hyun and Jae-hyun alone. Jae-hyun did not even bother fighting back yet, casually dodging every single strike with effortless ease. He toyed with him until the guy's face drained of color and broke out in a cold sweat, before finally catching the sharp blade with his bare hand. "You are really something," Shin Jun-sang. "How have you even survived this long with a pathetic build like that?" With a cold chuckle, he shattered the sword into pieces with his bare grip, openly threatening his third-year senior in front of everyone, saying, "Hand over your name tag, and I might just let you walk. I will give you 3 seconds to drop your tag, and get the hell out of here." Shin Jun-sang's face turned completely pale, his mind racing, as he wondered how a mere freshman could possibly be this terrifying. Why on earth was this punk looking down on him as if he were some sort of god? Seeing the senior frozen in shock, Jae-hyun sighed. Left with no other choice, he muttered his final warning. "Don't go saying I never gave you a chance. You brought this on yourself." Before the words could even settle, a massive fist came flying in. With a casual swing of his arm, Jae-hyun easily sent Shin Jun-sang packing, making him the first casualty of the match. The system immediately flashed the announcement of Shin Jun-sang's elimination, which wasn't too surprising on its own, but the moment Jae-hyun's name popped up as the victor, the entire school fell into utter shock. Back in the monitoring room, the faculty surrounding the principal erupted into a frenzy. An instructor named Dong-ju was the first to speak up, shouting, "Wait a minute, it wasn't An Ho-yeon who took him down, but this Jae-hyun kid? Who even is he?" None of them had any clue who this dark horse was or how he could perform so exceptionally. Meanwhile, the principal remained silent, his lips curling into an intrigued smile. Back on the field, after easily taking out his first target, Jae-hyun turned to Kim Yoo-jung. "Yoo-jung, get ready. We need to clean up the rest. I'm sending you a party invite right now. Accept it immediately." Hearing his command, the two girls immediately drew their weapons, stepping into their battle stances. With Seo Ina being a genius and Jae-hyun a literal monster, the only viable target left for Kwon So-yul was Kim Yoo-jung. Utilizing her assassin-class speed, she lunged forward, aiming to take out the freshman in the blink of an eye. To her absolute shock, Yoo-jung easily tracked her movements and cast a barrier just in time, completely blocking the assassination attempt. Before Kwon So-yul could even process her failure, glowing magic chains whipped out from the barrier, lunging straight for her. Right after launching her counterattack, Yoo-jung seamlessly cast another barrier, refusing to give her opponent even a single opening. With such a flawless offense and defense, how on earth was the incredibly unlucky Kwon So-yul supposed to fight back? Suddenly, a voice chanted, "Holy light sword of An Ho-yeon." As soon as the chant finished, the air filled with countless glowing swords floating in the sky. This was Seo Ina's ultimate signature move. Although she hadn't fully mastered it yet, a single second later, the entire arsenal locked onto Kwon So-yul and rained down like a deadly storm. Right up until the moment she was eliminated, her body riddled with holes. She finally realized something incredibly terrifying. There wasn't just one monster standing before her, there were actually 3. And just like that, another player was sent packing. The system announced that because of their joint contribution, the points were split evenly between Yu Jung and Seo In-na. That was when the notoriously cold-faced girl suddenly brought up their earlier conversation, asking, "Is that offer you made earlier still on the table?" Jae-hyun let out a long sigh, and just like that, the overpowered trio of 3 monsters was officially formed, had just begun. In a location called the Nightmare Forest, a group of players is examining footprints left behind by someone. One of them points out that there are signs of someone passing through, and it looks like they headed toward a shelter. He tells the others to stop searching far away and just keep a close eye on this area. But right after he says that, someone in the group screams that the culprit is none other than Kim Yoo-jung. She had just scored some points and immediately took off running at full speed. Not only that, she was happily taunting them too. "You guys are literally like dogs chasing a bone. Aren't you embarrassed to be traveling in such a huge pack? Oh, you are so dead." Absolutely furious, the group of guys immediately charges after her, determined to drag her down. It's obvious that Kim Yoo-jung is just the bait. Before this, the 3 of them had already set up a plan. Since the competition lasts for 3 days, they absolutely have to find food and, more importantly, score some points. Their plan is actually to hunt down these upperclassmen. Kim Yoo-jung lures the crowd to the designated area, not forgetting to lightly kick a few nearby poison mushrooms. Once the enemies are in position, she immediately activates her Gale skill and bursts forward as fast as she can. The system sends a red alert, warning them that they have entered the territory of the paralyzing spore mushrooms. Realizing they've been tricked, the 5 guys suddenly stop to debate whether they should keep chasing her. Yang Ji-wook is the one holding the biggest grudge against Kim Yoo-jung. So the moment a teammate advises him to give up because the place is too dangerous, he snaps, "Hey Kim Sung-hoon, we got beat by a rookie girl. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Just for everyone's safety, that young man and another guy are told to stay outside the poison zone to keep watch." The rest of the group, along with Kwon Soyul, continues the pursuit. She knows full well that this is a trap. However, the girl is only a freshman after all, and she believes she can easily take her down. After running for a while, they finally arrive. Kim Yoo-jung is standing in the middle of a clearing, completely surrounded by paralyzing spore mushrooms. She's thrilled that they actually chased her all the way here, so she delivers one last taunt, saying, "You guys are so finished. Who's the one who dared to insult me? Raise your hand. Who was it?" Blinded by rage, the 3 guys charge at her all at once because of those words. Kim Yoo-jung casually swings her staff at one of the mushrooms, and a notification immediately pops up in front of them. A paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded. All living creatures within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Recalling a few minutes earlier, while Min Jae-hyun was collecting ash tree sap, he said to the 2 girls, "You both noticed it too, right? This event is highly advantageous for melee warriors." Seo In-na nods in agreement, saying that being limited to only C-rank skills and below is a major disadvantage for those who heavily rely on high-level skills, like mages. Warriors mostly rely on physical strength, plus their low-level skills are already pretty powerful, so introducing this rule is basically like trying to kick mages out of the academy. Back in the present, seeing the bright light flash ahead, Min Jae-hyun knows it's finally his time to shine. Meanwhile, after triggering a chain of mushroom explosions, Kim Yoo-jung immediately uses her swap skill to trade places with our protagonist. The moment Min Jae-hyun appears, he stomps his foot right into Yang Ji-wook's face, sending him crashing to the ground. They are supposed to be seniors, yet they are getting completely trashed by a bunch of freshmen. Furious, he tries to act tough, snarling, "You think you've caught us? You idiot! You've also stepped right into the paralyzing spore mushroom zone." He even brags about planning for this beforehand, by leaving a few members on watch outside. Once the spores clear up, they will immediately come to back them up. But he is incredibly naive, completely unaware that he's just messed with a trio of literal monsters. Min Jae-hyun crushes his hope with a single sentence, saying, "Hate to disappoint you, but those guys aren't coming." Before Yeon Ji-wook can even process why, a massive explosion echoes out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The system board immediately broadcasts a message to the remaining players that the trio of Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-na has just earned 100,000 points. Yeon Ji-wook is so stupid that he still doesn't realize what's about to happen to him. His entire body is completely paralyzed, yet he keeps rambling on like a fool. Just wait 2 hours, and we'll definitely turn the tables. Once this paralyzing poison wears off, I can easily handle you on my own. Min Jae-hyun looks down on him with utter contempt, casually walking over as if it's no big deal. By the time the guy realizes that the person standing in front of him is completely unaffected by the spores, it's already too late. Min Jae-hyun only needs to stomp his foot once to end his life on the spot. Looking at the remaining 3 people with a chilling, wicked smile, he mutters a single sentence that is more than enough to scare them out of their minds. "Oh, only 3 of you left?" The 3 terrifying names keep popping up on the system board so fast that it makes everyone break out in a cold sweat. Before long, the rookie rankings are released, and naturally, Min Jae-hyun secures the #1 spot, while his 2 teammates are tied for second. In an era where the mage class is looked down upon, Min Jae-hyun's squad suddenly takes the top spots, while the martial arts genius everyone placed their bets on only ranks 4th. The instructors and the principal never saw this coming. Some even blamed a system glitch for the messed up score calculation. Meanwhile, a creepy, twisted grin spread across the principal's face. Normally, only a warrior-class hunter could pull off a performance like that. Yet right now, he was watching a group of mages obliterate the upperclassmen to steal the top spot. It was completely absurd, but highly entertaining. Gu-in ordered the instructor, Kim Ji-on, to replay the part with the paralyzing spores. The footage of Min-hoon kicking Jae-hee right in the face played again. The principal fell silent, his mind already spinning with calculations. To have that kind of split-second judgment and sheer guts, not to mention the ability to take down a martial artist. Was it even possible for such a mage to exist? No. What was even more unbelievable was that he was just a freshman. Just then, another staff member approached with Min-hoon's file. However, they looked quite flustered, unsure if the details were actually correct. Gu-in snatched the folder to check it himself. Staring at the 97% magic potential stat, even he was left utterly speechless. A moment later, a scheming grin crept onto his face as he praised the result. He told his subordinates he wanted to test this kid out, ordering them to cook up something fun. Meanwhile, back with the 3 mages leading the scoreboard, Min-hoon urged the others to move out immediately. The upperclassmen were already terrified of this forest. But just as they were about to head out, Min-hoon sensed someone approaching. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a massive slash that split the ground clean in 2. Back in the control room, the principal's staff was already preparing an announcement to lift all the original restrictions. From now on, they could do whatever they wanted, as long as they eliminated their opponents. Sensing that things had taken a dark turn, Min-hoon locked eyes with the newcomer and said seriously, "I didn't think we'd meet again like this, An-hoon." Suddenly, it wasn't just him, the other 2 also noticed something was seriously off. An-hoon looked completely unhinged, acting like a madman who had no idea what he was doing. Hearing Seina's warning, Min-hoon suddenly recalled something from his past life. A similar incident had happened before. During the Mus Academy festival, several students were brainwashed and started attacking everyone. It was all because of the principal's innate skill, used when his dirty secrets were about to be exposed. Driven to a corner by rage and embarrassment, he committed a horrific crime as a distraction to make his escape. Kim Woo-jung had lost his life trying to protect him. Min-hoon never expected the principal to be vile enough to start his schemes this early. Suddenly, a side quest popped up. It required him to save An-hoon within 2 hours. The reward was a blank skill copy card. The blank card came at the perfect time. Min-hoon smiled and told the other 2, "You guys need to get out of here right now. And if you can, grab some more points while you run." Seeing his confident look, Seina felt a wave of relief. She agreed and got ready to leave, but Yoo-jung was a different story. At first, she threw a fit, refusing to leave him behind. But seeing that they had both made up their minds, she had no choice but to grab the other girl and drag her away as fast as possible. With the girls out of the way, it was time for a battle between real men. Ho-young unleashed a massive slash right at him. Then, he instantly closed the distance, swinging a second strike with enough speed and power to make him panic. Min-hoon leaped high into the air to dodge. The moment his feet touched his shield to use it as a stepping stone, Ho-young, who had activated his speed boost skill, was already hot on his heels. A system notification flashed, and the next thing everyone saw was Min-hoon already right in his opponent's face. But he wasn't done yet. He slipped right behind his opponent, only to be detected the very instant he appeared. Min-hoon was slightly caught off guard. Ho-young's body reacted instantly, even though his eyes couldn't keep up with Min-hoon's movements. Looks like this fight wouldn't be as easy as he had thought. Min-hoon began to calculate his options. He could definitely beat Ho-young, but if he wrapped this up too quickly, the mastermind pulling the strings wouldn't be pleased. With that in mind, he unleashed his lightning chains. Faced with such overwhelming power, Ho-young couldn't hold out for long and collapsed, completely exhausted. Just as the spectators watching from afar were eagerly waiting to see the martial arts genius get crushed by this monster, the screen suddenly went entirely blank from a flashbang. Furious, Gu-in snatched the remote. He mashed the buttons repeatedly, but every single camera feed showed nothing but blinding white. In a fit of rage, he crushed the remote in his hand and turned to the instructor, Kim Sok. "Is this student Min-hoon? Once this event is over, bring him to my office." But before the instructor could even try to reason with him, the principal cut him off with a deeply irritated look. He asked, "Why do you think Min-hoon used magic to block our view when he obviously could have won? The kid certainly knows how to keep people curious." After giving that old principal a satisfying slap in the face, Min-hoon finally walked over to Haeon, placed his hand on his head, and removed the brainwashing effect. The moment the guy regained consciousness, he scrambled to stand up, but his body suddenly seized up like he had a massive cramp, sending him crashing to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this, Min-hoon walked over to explain. "My bad. You suddenly attacked me earlier, so I had to play a bit rough." Seeing his bewildered look, Min-hoon had to explain it clearly one more time, telling him that it was actually a form of mind control magic. Hearing this, Haeon suddenly recalled that the principal had summoned him earlier, but before he could even wrap his head around it, things had already ended up like this. With one lying down and the other sitting, they chatted for a bit longer. Eventually, Min-hoon stood up, getting ready to leave, but before he could walk away, Haeon tossed his name tag over to him. Confused, Min-hoon asked, "What are you doing? You will get disqualified if you do not have your name tag." Haeon smiled and replied, "Don't worry about it. I might not be as good as you, but I still have plenty of points left. Plus, you beat me fair and square, so it only makes sense that you take it. I lost this time, but next time, I am definitely going to beat you and take my tag back." As soon as Haeon finished speaking, he faded away and vanished. For Min-hoon, this was a highly meaningful victory. In his past life, Haeon was the very person who inspired him to dream of becoming a warrior since he was a kid, and now, getting recognized by his childhood idol gave him an incredibly nostalgic feeling. The 3-day hunt finally came to an end. All the students were transported back to the real world for roll call and to receive their rewards. Even though she came from a wealthy family, the moment she heard Min-hoon mention that the top 3 would get cash prizes matching their total points, Kim Ro-eun got so excited that she grabbed Saina, and the two of them started dancing like crazy people right in front of everyone, ignoring the crowd of jealous students staring at them. Right in the middle of their celebration, the principal's henchman, Guide Kim Sok-ji, approached them and requested the 3 of them to head to the principal's office for a chat. The group did not say a word and obediently followed him. But the moment they arrived, Min-hoon casually made himself at home, slouching into a chair, and asked, "Where's the principal? We are only here because he said he wanted to see us. So, why isn't he here?" For some reason, Guide Kim Sok-ji's face was completely pale, but they only had to wait a little longer before the principal finally showed up. While the 2 girls stood up politely to introduce themselves, our cocky hero just sat there and complained, "You are really late. Waiting for you is making me fall asleep." Wow. That single remark immediately made the principal's face turn red with embarrassment as he forced a stiff smile, while the other 3 stood there, speechless with shock. After exchanging a few passive-aggressive jabs, the principal finally started putting on his fake praising tone. "I have put together a very appealing offer to make it up to you all, so please don't hold any grudges against me." His compliments were so fake that Min-hoon could barely stomach them. So, after just a couple of words, he urged the principal to get straight to the point. Gu Jae-in was annoyed but kept his mouth shut. Knowing that dragging this out would be useless, he began announcing that the 3 of them would get free accommodation in the dormitory. Not only would they have full access to the facilities, but they would also get a special privilege, which was the chance to retake any unsatisfactory exams to improve their scores. With that, he pulled out a contract and urged them to sign, but Min-hoon flatly rejected it. Knowing exactly what the old fox sitting in front of him was plotting, Min-hoon spoke his mind right away. Sounds tempting, but those benefits are things we can easily earn ourselves in just a single month if we put in the effort. Besides, the association always prioritizes skills. So why on earth should I sign a contract and pay you a commission fee? Feeling like that was not enough to expose him, Min-hoon snatched the papers right out of the principal's hands and began tearing his scheme apart. After signing this contract, while working as a conqueror, oh my god, for 5 whole years, 30% of our income goes directly to you, Principal. Principal Gu Jae-in, this isn't a reward at all. It looks a lot more like pure exploitation. Or am I misinterpreting this? Min Jae-hyun's words were brutally sharp, piercing right through the old man's greedy intentions. Having no other choice, the principal could only leave the final decision to them. Naturally, the girls' answers were no different from Min Jae-hyun's. Backed into a corner, the principal resorted to his dirty tricks, trying to brainwash them on the spot. Too bad for him, he messed with the wrong guy. The instant the system issued a warning, Hera's blessing activated, instantly neutralizing the status effect. Right after that, Min Jae-hyun used the blank card he had just received to copy the principal's brainwashing skill. Yep, he had this guy marked from the very beginning. You are still way too green, old man. Even though he now possessed a new skill, Min Jae-hyun decided to let things slide for today. As much as he despised the guy, causing a massive scene in the principal's office right now would only breed chaos. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Min Jae-hyun told the group to get the hell out of there. Let's go, everyone. Being stuck in that subspace for so long made me starving. He arrived looking like a total boss, but his exit was even more legendary. Guide Kim Suki, who had been guarding the door, was shaking in his boots from the heavy atmosphere in the room. His face was tense, covered in sweat, and he did not dare say a single word. As the students walked past, they casually gave him a quick greeting before making their exit. Meanwhile, the principal sat there in dead silence, looking like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any second. Only then did they tell him to get out. Man, Kim So-gi was just waiting for those words, and he immediately scrambled out of there as fast as possible. After all, if he lingered any longer, he might end up becoming the punching bag for their anger. A new day arrived, and the first-year students' first class didn't take place in a regular classroom, but in a much larger and grander facility. At this moment, a woman walked up to the crowd and introduced herself as Kim Jae-hyun, currently serving as the instructor for Mana Control 1. Even though he had studied here for a while in his past life, this was actually the first time Min Jae-hyun had ever seen this woman. But in his memories, the instructors here were all cut from the same cloth. They were like bottom feeders, always ready to snap up whatever bribes Principal Gu Jae-in threw their way. Having lived through a past life, he was all too familiar with this. Kim Jae-hyun walked past each student and spoke in a clear, loud voice. I bet you all are very confused, wondering why we are in a massive facility like this instead of a classroom. The reason is simple. It is to test your mana sensitivity. As soon as she finished speaking, several doors began to open one by one. Seeing the massive block of mana, the new students looked visibly anxious and started complaining to one another. What on earth is that? Is that a mana block? Are we really going in there? Isn't this way too extreme for our very first class? Oh man, and here I was thinking it was going to be something else. Unlike the crowd, Min Jae-hyun kept a completely straight face, because to him, this block of mana was similar to the one Yoo Sung-yoon had created, just with way less mana. To calm everyone down, Instructor Kim Jae-hyun spoke up again. Attention, please. What you are looking at is a device called the Mana Room. New students like you can barely tolerate a pure block of mana, which is why we prepared this. According to her, there were many rooms here. The mana density of the first room is only about the same as the normal atmosphere, but it gets progressively higher the further you go. Newbies can reach level 3 at most, while seniors who are about to graduate can reach level 7 at best. Having said this, Kim Jae-hyun told everyone to follow her inside, adding that if anyone felt overwhelmed, they should just raise their hand. At that point, an assistant instructor would lead them out. You would think things would change from year to year, but surprisingly, by the time they reached level 3, more than half of the students had already given up and wanted to turn back. By level 7, things went completely downhill, leaving only 4 people standing, the monster trio and the red-clawed rookie. Oh, my bad. I mean the guy with the red bangs, Ryu, was still holding on. However, once they crossed level 8, only 2 people remained, Seo In-na and Min Jae-hyun. But looking at her face, it was obvious that the girl was just barely hanging on and was about to pass out any second. Level 9 was a suffocating level for first years, meant for absolute beasts, not normal humans. Even Seo In-na was no exception. Her vision started to blur, and she almost collapsed. Seeing that the student was in trouble, Instructor Kim Jae-hyun wanted to rush over to help, but then she remembered Principal Gu Jae-in's words. Remember this, Instructor Kim Jae-hyun. No matter what kind of situation a student falls into, you must never offer help first. A crisis is also an opportunity for a student. If you strip away that opportunity, wouldn't that be a shame? In the end, she could only grit her teeth. Even though she wanted to help, she did not dare act on her own. Over on this side, Seo In-na could no longer hold out. However, she was too stubborn to accept defeat. In her dog-eat-dog world, only the strong survived. No matter how good you are, there will always come a time when you fall at someone else's feet, but that is life. She pushed herself so hard, she almost ended up in a casket. Seo In-na was carried off the field on a stretcher, while Min Jae-hyun casually strolled into level 10. In theory, this was the hardest level, where no student could even breathe, so the moment Kim Ji-yeon saw him step through, she rushed over to check on him, asking, "Jae-hyun, are you okay?" He had been standing there for about 1 minute. So, is this supposed to be tough? Because it did not seem to affect him at all. Jae-hyun turned toward the instructor, flashed a faint smile, and said, "This place is way too hard for me. I am going to leave." Hearing this, Kim Ji-yeon immediately went along with it, saying, "Then let us leave together. Follow me." She only said that, but with that completely fake look on her face, anyone could tell she was lying. He clearly said it was hard, yet he did not shed a single drop of sweat, so who on earth would believe him? The mana test was over. Now, Kim Ji-yeon stood in front of the crowd and spoke. Min Jae-hyun reached the level 10 room. Only a B-class conqueror can reach that level. This means he can go even higher. I hope everyone does their best to catch up. And just like that, the first class ended on a relatively light note. That evening, the wealthy Yoo Sung-yoon called to check on the situation. However, after a bit of small talk, they got down to business. Was there anyone noteworthy at school for her to recruit? And of course, if he provided extra information, he would definitely be rewarded. The names brought up one after another were all big shots like Seo In-na, Kim Yoo-jung, and An Ho-yeon. Finally, there was the person he favored the most, Lee Jae-sung. Yoo Sung-yoon knew of him, so she was about to decline. Isn't he the youngest son of the S-class conqueror, Lee Jae-hyun? I heard he isn't as talented as his siblings, and if we try to recruit him, it'll cause a conflict with the Yeonhwa Guild. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun becomes even more determined to get him at all costs. Lee Jae-sang is going to be the world's greatest alchemist soon. Well, when you put it like that, there's really no arguing with you. Right after she hangs up, manager Park Soon-jae walks in to let her know that Bae Ji-hoon has arrived to see her. Once the guildmaster gives the green light, an elegant blonde woman appears. She extends her hand to Yoo Sung-yoon and says, "Hey there, Grandma. It's been a while," guild leader Yoo Sung-yoon. Yoo Sung-yoon completely ignores the handshake, gives a sweet smile, and replies, "I didn't realize we were that close. Have a seat." Once the spoiled diva sits down, Yoo Sung-yoon gets straight to the point. "What brings you here, guild leader?" Bae Ji-hoon replies, without missing a beat, "I'll be blunt. I've got my eyes on one of your students. How much for him?" Seriously, she is so gorgeous, but why does she talk like a total airhead? Yoo Sung-yoon's face hardens as she starts showing her guest the door. "Well, that's too bad. We don't treat our guild members like merchandise here. Why don't you try looking somewhere else?" Pausing for a moment, Yoo Sung-yoon adds, "There are some things in this world that money just can't buy." Get my drift? Taken aback by the blunt rejection, Bae Ji-hoon tries to save face, claiming that coming here to negotiate was just a matter of basic courtesy. Unfortunately for her, she picked a fight with a savage queen of classy roasts like Yoo Sung-yoon, so she immediately gets a verbal slap to the face. "Your idea of basic courtesy is actually pretty rude, sweetie. This conversation is over." Even though the two women despise each other, they both force themselves to keep wearing their fake, plastic smiles. After trading a few more passive-aggressive jabs, they wrap things up to avoid wasting any more time. Now, let's check back in with our main character. The next day, it's time for the physical evaluation. Looking at the leaderboard, Min Jae-hyun is a bit disappointed to find himself in second place, sitting right behind his genius classmate, An Ho-yeon. He knows he shouldn't be too impatient to prove himself, but his old man is breathing down his neck. If he doesn't get stronger fast, he'll end up dead early just like in his past life. Their instructor for today is Kim Seo-ji. Looking at those results, even the instructor is slightly taken aback. This level of power is definitely not something an ordinary mage should possess. Standing before the crowd of cadets, he announces, "We are now starting the second physical evaluation, the AR escape room." As Kim Seo-ji explains, their task is to complete the escape test here. The AR combat measurement system behind them will sharpen their combat abilities through virtual reality battles. Usually, cadets are expected to analyze situations on their own when fighting different monsters and entities, but this particular test is designed to measure their escape skills. Of course, defeating the monsters will earn them a much higher score than simply escaping. Once the explanation is complete, He hands out VR headsets to everyone. These devices stimulate the brain, making the projected monsters feel terrifyingly real. Kim Seoji looks at them and continues, "This AR system has levels from 1 to 100, but today we will stop at level 10, and you will take the test in teams of 4. Min Jae-hyun's group consists of 2 girls from the warrior class and 2 boys from the magic class. Before they can even begin, a cocky hothead named Lee Soo-hyuk approaches them, looking to start some trouble. He asks, "Hey, how does a mere mage end up at the top of the ranks? There must be some secret behind it. Care to share?" At this point, it would be pretty awkward for Jae-hyun to just admit he has a cheat system, right? With an annoyed look on his face, Min Jae-hyun shoots back. "What if there isn't a secret reason like you think? Why didn't you just say you wanted to duel me from the start? Some people just can't let things go." Hearing this, the arrogant kid immediately starts instigating, "Oh wow, I love how quick you are on the uptake." Seeing the tension rising between the two girls in the team quickly step in to break it up. Right at that moment, Instructor Kim Seoji, an announcement blares, signaling that it is now time for Min Jae-hyun's team to take the test. Hearing this, the group moves to their designated spots, drawing their weapons to prepare for battle. After a 5-second countdown, the skeletons are instantly summoned. Unlike your average mage like Lee Soo-hyuk, Min Jae-hyun charges straight ahead to close the distance on the enemy. Seeing this, 2 female warriors cry out in panic, "Jae-hyun, it is way too dangerous." And they are not the only ones. Lee Soo-hyuk also scoffs, thinking a mage rushing into close combat is completely useless. Little does he know, Min Jae-hyun has a completely different plan. Instead of wasting his breath bickering with a loser like Lee Soo-hyuk, he would much rather unleash his power on these undead monsters. Once Lee Soo-hyuk witnesses his real power, he will never dare mess with him again. No sooner said than done. A surge of mana erupts from Min Jae-hyun's hand, and he brutally crushes the skull of a monster that had barely been spawned for a few seconds. While everyone stands there frozen in shock, more skeletons keep spawning. But he has no intention of stopping, immediately dashing forward to obliterate another one. Real winners always pave their own path. Min Jae-hyun uses a rare technique called a mana weapon to grab the monsters by their heads and smash them one by one. It is a unique skill that significantly boosts physical damage, but those typical long-range mages would never bother learning it. While it is completely useless to them, it is a game-changer for him. Watching Min Jae-hyun put on a complete solo show, the rest of his teammates are completely frozen in shock, unable to even lift a finger. Suddenly, system notifications start flooding his screen, stating that he has completed the test without taking a single scratch. You have eliminated all enemies. You have received bonus points for a 100% contribution rate. Right after, Level 2 is unlocked. The next creature to be summoned is a Draugr, known as one of the most terrifying beasts in Norse mythology. 16. One level after another follows, but even level 10 is easily swept clean by him alone, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Lee Soo-hyuk can hardly believe his own eyes, yet his stubborn pride refuses to accept reality. Once the test is over, he marches over to Min Jae-hyun and demands, "How on earth did you do that? How do you expect me to believe a mage jumped right into the fray and wiped out every single enemy alone?" He then finishes with a bitter accusation, "There is no way that is possible. You must have cheated." Oh, how adorable. Too bad he is just a massive pain in the neck. Min Jae-hyun does not hold back, lowering his voice with a sharp threat. "Don't make me repeat myself. If you do not believe me, why don't you find out for yourself, you idiot?" Lee Soo-hyuk's face turns pale, but he still tries to act tough. Right then, Kim So-gi intervenes from a distance, asking, "What is going on with you two?" Even though they are interrupted, Lee Soo-hyuk secretly tells himself that if the instructor had not stepped in, he would have beaten Min Jae-hyun to a pulp. Seeing Min Jae-hyun turn his back to leave, he calls out after him, "Let us have a real duel at the Millays Academy Festival." But to his surprise, Min Jae-hyun shuts him down instantly. The main reason is that he already has a solo match scheduled with someone else that day. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun, shining as bright as a 200-watt light bulb every single day, has caught the serious attention of the principal's faction. That afternoon, right after class, instructor Kim So-gi leads 2 mysterious men wearing gas masks straight to Gu Ja-in's office. Gu Ja-in is sitting in front of a giant screen monitoring the students. As they walk in, he gives a cold smirk and speaks, "Thank you all for your hard work. Now, tell me the results of the physical fitness test." Kim So-gi speaks up first, reporting that only 3 students achieved perfect scores, An Ho-yeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. And among those 3, Min Jae-hyun's score went way beyond the maximum limit. Behaving like an obsessed fan following his idol, Gu Ja-in immediately turns his gaze to the massive screen, which is completely covered with footage of Min Jae-hyun. With a sinister, amused grin, he orders, "Keep sending me updates on Min Jae-hyun's scores and every single move he makes. If he does anything unusual, report to me immediately." The official report states that Min Jae-hyun cleared 10 escape levels, but in reality, he easily cleared up to level 27 of the survival test. This whole thing is just too easy for him. Rubbing his shoulder, he thinks to himself that at this level, he could easily take down 6 class raiders. Since the next dungeon might be a simulation, he still needs to prepare thoroughly. In his past life, a horrific tragedy occurred, claiming the lives of hundreds of students. His team was unfortunate enough to cross paths with that monster, leaving him as the sole survivor. Because of that, he had to live under constant blame and malicious curses from everyone, unable to ever leave Milla's academy. The only reason he kept pushing forward was because he did not want to disappoint the few people who still believed in him. Snapping out of his memories, Min Jae-hyun leaves a shop, asking himself, will things actually be different in this life? He has no intention of giving up and living a pathetic, obscure life like before, because he has had more than enough regrets. He finishes his theory class and heads back home to prepare for the upcoming simulated dungeon training. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Min Jae-hyun begins to circulate and control the mana within his body. Warming up before entering a dungeon is absolutely crucial, no matter how powerful of a mage you are. He was taught that unleashing high-level magic out of nowhere would guarantee a massive mana backlash. And when that happens, the caster's body takes a devastating toll. The more high-level spells someone uses, the more vulnerable they become. His own skills, Lightning Chain and Sacrifice, were no exception. They were both high-level magic. Without careful preparation, he or his closest friends might be the ones taking a one-way trip to the afterlife. Right then, a system notification popped up with a main quest. It stated that from now on, whenever he faced a crucial turning point that he deeply regretted in his past life, he would have the power to make the same choice as before or take a completely different path. A choice that could save lives or end them. The choice was entirely in his hands. But the catch? He only had 12 hours to make it happen. The moment to enter the mock dungeon had finally arrived. Standing before the gathered crowd, the instructor, Kim Jae-hyun, announced, "For this mock dungeon training, we will be drawing lots to form teams and work together." Blending into the crowd, Min Jae-hyun muttered to himself, "Drawing lots is a double-edged sword. If you get lucky and land a powerhouse on your team, you can breeze through the dungeon. But what if you get the short straw? Getting grouped with low-level deadweights is pure bad luck. In a matchup like that, you would basically need a revive scroll just to survive." Instructor Kim Jae-hyun was still trying to reassure everyone that the monsters inside were all low-level, but based on his past experience, that was complete bullshit. That damn principal had clearly slipped some boss-tier monsters into the mix. One by one, the students stepped up to draw their lots. Well, would you look at that? Fate actually smiled on our forever single protagonist, teaming him up with the beautiful Seo In-ah. Not only did he have someone to talk to, but being paired with a top-tier powerhouse made this run a whole lot easier. While the two were waiting for their remaining teammates, 2 students from the warrior class approached. The moment Min Jae-hyun saw them, he froze in shock. The girl was Kim Ji-na, and the boy was Park Seong-woo. They were the very teammates who had once sacrificed their lives to save him. The timing of the system quest was too perfect, and now he knew exactly what choice he had to make. Min Jae-hyun frowned, a look of annoyance crossing his face. He suspected the system had planned this all along, sending the quest at the perfect moment. Letting out a sigh, he brushed it off and walked over to casually greet them. Finally, he suggested they get down to business. Now that the introductions are out of the way, should we start planning our strategy? As time ticked by, the group huddled in a corner to discuss how to deal with the monsters. Acting as the team leader, Min Jae-hyun spoke up first to warn them. "You all need to remember this. No matter what happens, do not hesitate. Especially our frontline vanguard, if they falter, the whole team gets wiped out." Just as they finished planning, instructor Kim Jae-hyun walked past the groups, clapping her hands to get their attention. "Time is up. We are starting the dungeon training right now, so leaders, please step forward." The hour of departure had arrived, and the battle of life and death was about to begin. Inside the glowing, crystal-filled mock dungeon, a girl looked back and complained, "It is so dark and damp in here, and it smells moldy too." Kim Yoo-jong was on the same team as An Ho-yeon. As she and two other teammates were chatting, she suddenly sensed danger. An Ho-yeon felt it too and immediately shouted, "Something is coming! Everyone, get into position!" Sure enough, just as they feared, mine wolves began swarming out from every direction. Seeing this, he quickly said, "They might be weak individually, but if they swarm us, they will be hard to handle. Let us wrap this up quickly." With that, he charged forward to initiate the fight. An Ho-yeon fought at the front line with his sword and shield, while Kim Yoo-jong stood in the back, unleashing holy light on the monsters with a highly destructive lightning blast. A blinding flash of light erupted, completely blocking the mine wolves' vision. Seizing the moment, An Ho-yeon swiftly and decisively swung his sword, helping his teammates take down a few of them. The remaining members chipped in as well. The long-haired girl sent a skill called Ha-yeon's Wind toward Kim Yoo-jong. Her job was to gather them all in one spot, then buff and transform the attack into an active skill called Air Burst, before finally unleashing all the damage-dealing spheres toward the mine wolves. The battle was pretty intense for a group of freshmen, but fortunately, they managed to clear them out. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, another warrior suddenly went pale. Clutching his throat, he gasped for air before collapsing to the ground, completely drained of strength. The other members rushed over to check on him. Kim Yoo-jong looked at him and asked in confusion, "What is going on? Why did nobody mention that kobolds could use poison?" But as soon as those words left her mouth, her own face went completely pale. Staring at a massive creature that had absolutely no business being there, she stammered, "That is not poison. It is a massive wave of magic." The entire team was now sitting right at the feet of a boss as tall as a two-story house. An Ho-yeon stared up at it and muttered, "Oh my god, what on earth is a kobold lord doing here?" Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun's team had just entered a room. Staring at the black crow symbol drawn on the wall, he secretly suspected this place was different from the one he knew. If Gu Jane was behind this, then Jae-hyun's very presence had become a major wildcard for the guy. Min Jae-hyun suddenly spoke up, "Plan C, we defend first, then counterattack. Stay alert, this thing is completely different from anything we've ever faced." Hearing that, the others were a bit skeptical, but they still fell into a defensive formation. And sure enough, before long, things played out exactly as Min Jae-hyun had predicted. Right in front of them, a kobold lord and a pack of low-level minions came charging in. Everyone panicked, facing this beast for the very first time. Fortunately, Seo Ina managed to snap out of it just in time, instantly casting a magic shield to protect the two teammates up front. Park Sung-woo quickly activated his taunt skill, drawing the low-level monsters straight toward him. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun took the opportunity to rush the boss, delivering a heavy, mana-infused punch right to its gut. A thunderous explosion echoed, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Jae-hyun stared anxiously through the haze, but a second later, his face twisted into an annoyed smirk. "Crap. I thought everything was under control, but now a kobold lord with healing abilities shows up? Seriously, give me a break." The Nornir system seemed to sense his frustration, explaining that the culprit was indeed Odin's crow. Suddenly, a special quest popped up, titled Crow Hunter. There were 5 targets in total. The reward was a blank card used for copying and upgrading, but the catch was he would have to put his life on the line. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon hadn't been waiting outside for long when a team suddenly rushed out of the dungeon. At first, she assumed it would be Jae-hyun's team, since she knew how strong he was, but she was surprised to see that these students actually belonged to An Ho-yeon's team. Kim Yoo-jung ran ahead of the group, looking absolutely terrified, as she shouted to the instructor. "Instructor Kim Ji-yeon, something went wrong." An Ho-yeon quickly chimed in, "Ma'am, a kobold lord has spawned inside the dungeon." Hearing this, she immediately ordered medical attention for a student suffering from mana poisoning, then pulled out her phone to call the principal. "Principal, this is Instructor Kim Ji-yeon. There is a B-rank monster inside the training dungeon. Please send a support team right away. It is an emergency." But the principal calmly replied, "I understand. Don't worry. I will dispatch a backup team immediately. Just wait there." He hung up immediately. However, Ji-yeon couldn't shake a bad feeling, sensing that something was terribly off. Now, let us head back to our main character to see how things are going. After a brutal battle, the entire team was exhausted, scattered across the room and gasping for air. According to myth, Odin commanded 2 crows, Hugin, who held emotions and thoughts, and Munin, who carried memories. He sent them to gather all the knowledge in the world to help him rule Asgard. Min Jae-hyun quickly put the pieces together. Standing right in front of the beast, he asked point blank, "Are you acting on Odin's orders?" He turned to his teammates and ordered, Get out of the dungeon while I hold this thing off. You have to go, now. Park Sung-woo refused to leave at first, but when he saw Jae-hyun fire a barrage of holy arrows to instantly wipe out the monsters creeping up behind him, he was completely speechless. Frustrated, Jae-hyun yelled, "Shut up and get out of here. I can't focus on fighting if I'm busy protecting you guys." Distracted by trying to save his friends, Jae-hyun let his guard down for a split second, and the boss swung its massive wooden club straight at him. Fortunately, Seo-ina reacted instantly, throwing up a magical barrier to intercept the blow and saving him from a nasty surprise attack. After the save, she calmly looked back at him with unwavering determination and said, "I can help you fight. Actions always speak louder than words." Min Jae-hyun nodded in agreement, then immediately turned back to the other two and ordered them to evacuate once more. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Park Sung-woo and Kim Jina didn't waste any time. They promised to alert the instructor and call for backup, telling them to hold the line as long as they could. With the others gone, only two of them were left to face a boss capable of self-regeneration. The moment Jae-hyun asked for cover, Seo-ina drew her wand and summoned a holy sword. A single strike from her was powerful enough to tear through several mining wolves, clearing the path. With his hands free, Min Jae-hyun used his explosive speed to close the distance on the boss. As he dodged the incoming blows, he realized that some bastard was controlling the boss, causing it to absorb mana way past its limits. Swinging his right arm, he equipped his weapon, Mistletoe, to trigger a detection spell. With it, he could trace the flow of magical energy back to its source. Within seconds, the boss's secret was laid bare. He spotted the crow lurking in the shadows, pulling the kobold lord's strings. Grinning wickedly, Jae-hyun muttered, "Gotcha." Completely oblivious, the boss raised its spiked club high into the air. But at that exact moment, Jae-hyun unleashed the power of Odin's left eye. His body erupted in a blinding surge of mana as crackling lightning chains wrapped around him, showing he was ready to tear this monster apart. Min Jae-hyun said, "I'll make sure you get torn to shreds." Far away, high up in the heavens, Odin sat on his grand throne, speaking to his loyal servants. "What is it, Hugin?" The one named Hugin heard the question and spoke up. "My lord, I have found traces of Mistletoe, the relic that vanished from the sacred vault. It appears to be on Earth, in the hands of the prophesied enemy." The other gods began to ask, "Who is that person? Is it the white-haired elder, Mimir, or someone else entirely?" Annoyed that a nobody was causing such a fuss, Odin stroked his beard. He then ordered the servant kneeling in the hall to find out if the prophesied enemy had made contact with the anti-Aesir faction. Hearing this, the servant named Hugin nodded and took his leave to carry out the order. As he looked up, his lifeless eyes briefly revealed that he might be under someone else's control. Meanwhile, back at the intense battle between Min Jae-hyun and Odin's crow, countless lightning chains surged forward to attack the boss. But with its constant regeneration, those attacks were nothing more than a mere scratch. The kobold lord snapped the lightning chains with one hand while swinging his mace at Min Jae-hyun with the other. Jae-hyun leaned back and pulled off a flawless flip, then called out to Seo-ina standing nearby. "In-ah, can you give me some backup? I need to figure out its attack patterns." On the other side, her face was completely pale and drained of color, but she still nodded, whispering that she would do her best. He had been so focused on the monster that he forgot about his teammate. Looking at her face, she was clearly suffering from a backlash. Even if he defeated the kobold lord, there was a high chance Seo-ina wouldn't survive because her body couldn't handle the poison. Min Jae-hyun stopped overthinking and decided to end this quickly, as he already had a plan. With the battle reaching its climax, Min Jae-hyun summoned a massive web of lightning chains from a magic circle. He then controlled them, making them aim at a single target and rain down all at once. The boss continuously swung its weapon to retaliate while Jae-hyun nimbly dodged. Meanwhile, Seo-ina activated her magic shield from behind to support him. Suddenly, he recalled his older brother Min-ho's words. "There's nothing more painful than dying because you didn't trust your teammates. But things are different now. He was going to prove him wrong right here, right now." Adrenaline rushing, Min Jae-hyun leaped up, standing right on a lightning chain and riding its speed to close the distance to the enemy. Thanks to the Mistletoe relic he had quickly snatched from the treasure dungeon, Min Jae-hyun was able to detect the flow of mana coming from the kobold lord. It swung its club at him, but missed again. Min Jae-hyun leaped high to create some distance, then pulled a mana dagger worth 300 million won from his inventory, one that the guild had bought for him. Utilizing the martial arts he learned in his past life, Min Jae-hyun decisively slashed at the air, aiming to break the puppet's control. Ultimately, he had to bite the bullet and sacrifice the 300 million won dagger just to get a single system notification. The mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Crow has been severed. Not long after Min Jae-hyun landed, the boss behind him collapsed to the ground, completely losing its source of control. Not stopping there, he kept walking forward with the swagger of a victor, saying, "Now it's your turn. You're done for." The Black Crow, now exposed, let out a pathetic shriek from the ground, unable to move. Min Jae-hyun walked over, gently placed his foot on its head, and asked, "What is Odin's goal?" Instead of answering, the creature on the ground let out a piercing caw. Annoyed by its attitude, Min Jae-hyun stomped down hard on it for daring to look down on him. The crow shrieked again, but when he asked his second question about the relationship between Odin and Gungnir, it just cawed once more. How pointless. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have wasted his breath talking to it. Min Jae-hyun lifted his leg and crushed it flat, sending the crow straight to its maker. Suddenly, Seo-in-ah's voice called out from behind him. In a panic, he yelled at her not to move or she would suffer an immediate backlash. Sadly, it was too late. Not only her, but his own body was also being eroded by the poison after that lopsided battle. However, since he's the main character of this story, the tainted mana was completely purified by the pure mana inside his body. Having hunted his first crow, the system rewarded him with a level up, alongside a full recovery heal. But that wasn't all. After holding out for as long as she could, Seo-in-ah collapsed, falling into a critical condition and hovering right on the edge of death. Just last chapter, it seemed like disaster was striking, but in this chapter, they're both sitting up and yawning after a long nap. Seo-in-ah opened her status window and quickly found that her health and mana had returned to normal. Knowing that Min Jae-hyun must have helped her, she spoke up as soon as he stood up. "The Kobold Lord has been defeated. Why haven't you left yet?" Min Jae-hyun didn't beat around the bush and said straight out, "I was waiting for you to wake up. I want us to be honest with each other." The girl's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. What's going on here? Is there a romantic scene about to happen? While the two youngsters were still inside, the other students outside were arguing loudly. The hot-headed Kim Yoo-jung, worried sick about her two friends, repeatedly demanded to know from Sung-woo and Kim Jin-ah why only the two of them made it out. Just as everyone was falling into despair, thinking the worst had happened to them, Jae-hyun and In-ah. Stepping out of the simulated dungeon gate, Kim Ji-yeon couldn't believe her eyes. Questions kept swirling in her head. How was this even possible? The patrol team said those two were as good as dead, because that monster was at least a B rank. Nearby, Kim Yoo-jung hugged her two friends tightly, crying her eyes out like she never had before. She cried and wailed, squeezing them both with all her strength to express the unspeakable relief she was feeling. Seeing Park Sung-woo and Kim Jina standing there in silence with tears welling up in their eyes, Min Jae-hyun couldn't bear to watch and spoke up to explain. "They left on my instructions. I told them to go get help from the instructors, so they shouldn't be blamed or treated like they did something wrong." Still, Kim Yoo-jung wasn't ready to let it go. She confronted them, asking, "But how could you two just abandon your teammates like that?" Min Jae-hyun understood that feeling all too well. In his past life, he was the one who ran away, so he immediately spoke up. "If it were me, I would have done the same thing. Stop acting like this. This matter is settled." Flashing back to their conversation inside the dungeon, Min Jae-hyun had warned Seo-in-ah not to tell anyone that he was strong enough to fight way above his level and that he didn't want anyone else to find out about his healing abilities except for her. He also added that everything was orchestrated by Gu Jain, a scumbag who treats the cadets like mere tools. He is completely different from the image he presents to the public and the media. To a guy like him, a useless student dying is no big deal at all. Hearing this, Seo-in-ah finally understood everything, though she still had one major question. She asked how he knew that rotten old man was actually like that. Not to mention, he seemed to know a lot of things that no one else could possibly know. Min Jae-hyun didn't realize she was this sharp. He thought about brainwashing her, but knowing she was highly skilled in magic and had a strong will, it obviously wouldn't work. So, he could only tell her this. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you anymore. If I let you in on this, you'll be the one in danger." But can she really just let it go? Back in the present, seeing Min Jae-hyun about to walk away, Seo-in-ah immediately ran after him and called out, "Min Jae-hyun, can you really not tell me? Who knows if something like this will happen again?" Instead of answering, he just said he trusted her to keep her promise to him, and then he coldly walked away. Because he had completed the first turning point in the main quest line, a reward was delivered to him, the golden apple of Odin. As for the inherently evil principal, he sat in his chair and began taking out his frustration on the man standing behind him. Instructor Kim Soki, you disappointed me. His lackey's face was drenched in sweat, and all he could do was bow his head and apologize. But as soon as he heard the next words, he froze in shock. I'll let it slide this time, but I absolutely despise having useless subordinates. Do you understand? Principal Gu Jane's face scowled, looking more irritated than if he had just bitten into a hot chili pepper. He slammed a stack of papers onto the floor and growled, "We must tame Min Jae-hyun in the next event. My patience has its limits." After finishing his practical exam, Min Jae-hyun returned to his dorm. He picked up the pile of dirty laundry from the floor, but his mind kept racing with thoughts. Before my regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Hyo-yeon didn't even unleash half of his potential. I have to intervene to change the future. But not with Seo Ina. She can do just fine without my help. Min Jae-hyun was worried that getting too close to her might end up altering her future for the worse. However, the immediate task at hand is to uncover the connection between Gu Jine and Asgard as soon as possible. The simulated dungeon was just a warm-up. In the future, he would face far more dangerous situations. If he doesn't get stronger, those villains will completely wipe him out in no time. Min Jae-hyun picked up the remote and turned on the TV, which was airing a panel discussion with some scholars. The host began questioning the guest. You mentioned there are other types of dungeons that remain unknown. What kind of dungeons are they? Hearing this, the guest pushed up his glasses and replied, for instance, normally, you just need to kill the boss to clear the stage. But themed dungeons are different. The biggest difference is that challengers cannot leave until they have cleared the dungeon's specific quest. Seeing the confused look on everyone's faces, the professor explained further. Anyone wishing to raid a themed dungeon must assume a specific role inside and complete certain requirements. It's very similar to a role-playing game. The rewards that raiders seek in this type of dungeon are rare items, also known as hidden items. Now, he remembered what he had to do next. He held the apple in his hand, a coveted item that countless people would die for. Its effect is to slow down aging by 50% and permanently boost recovery speed. Soon, an A-rank themed dungeon will open at the Seoul Amusement Park. That's where he can obtain the speed-boosting shoes once worn by Thialfi, Thor's servant. Since they boost agility, plenty of people would fight tooth and nail for them, and he was no exception. Min Jae-hyun wiped the apple and took a bite to see how it tasted. Instantly, the space around him erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. But honestly, it didn't taste any different from a regular apple, making his dramatic reaction feel like a total waste of energy. Still, his stats immediately shot up, and with just that one bite, system notifications started flooding in. Its effects were definitely out of this world, but if only it had seeds, he would have planted it right away. What a waste. A few days later, dressed in comfortable clothes, Min Jae-hyun headed out to the amusement park alone. The woman at the counter spotted him and asked immediately, "Hello, what kind of ticket would you like to buy?" Instead of answering her question, he placed a black card printed with the Yeonggwang Guild emblem on the counter and replied, "I'm Min Jae-hyun, a conqueror from the Yeonggwang Guild. A themed dungeon is about to open right here." The next morning, guide Kim Ji-yeon rushed to his dorm early looking for him. However, she couldn't find him there and only got an update from the dorm manager. "He stopped by yesterday and let me know he has some business to take care of today." Hearing that, Kim Ji-yeon told the manager to have Min Jae-hyun meet her as soon as he returned, and then she left. Once outside, the double agent, Kim Ji-yeon, used her communication device to call a man named Song Ji-il, reporting that she had uncovered the truth. The mastermind behind everything was Han Gu-in. The man on the other end replied, "So the one in charge of the simulated dungeon practice is some guy named Kim Suk-woo? He must be in a pretty tight spot right now." Before hanging up, Kim Ji-yeon reported another crucial detail that the academy cadet she mentioned, Min Jae-hyun, seemed to have caught wind of some information regarding this wicked principal who loved playing the villain. Back at the Seoul Amusement Park, the loudspeakers repeatedly blasted an emergency warning, stating this was a real emergency and not a drill, urging all remaining visitors to evacuate immediately. Min Jae-hyun checked his phone, thinking to himself that it would arrive in just a few minutes. Sure enough, his own prophecy was spot on. The system immediately displayed that the themed dungeon, the ruins of Niflheim, had appeared. As the surrounding space slowly warped, the dungeon's theme was set. His job was to find 3 scattered quests and complete them within 24 hours. The reward for this gig was none other than Tialfi's speed-boosting shoes, the very item he had been craving. In his past life, a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150 had cleared this dungeon. But her big mouth got the best of her. She got so excited that she bragged about it endlessly, which ultimately led to her murder by people jealous of her talent. This time, he was the first to arrive. Well, whoever got it, but since it's falling into his hands, he'll gladly take it. Negative color patches began to consume real space until everything was fully submerged into the virtual world created by the themed dungeon. The portal appeared right before his eyes, and Min Jae-hyun immediately chose to teleport to the designated location. The system showed the data loading from 20% to 98, 99, and finally completing at 100%. The system synced his data, casting him in the role of Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. Jealous of Thialfi's swift feet, the god Thor had kidnapped his sister. The themed quest, Thialfi's Wrath, required him to play the part and rescue this out-of-nowhere little sister of his. Win, and he gets the shoes. But if his fake sister or the character Thialfi dies, he's dead meat too. According to the lore, Thialfi was originally a mortal who became a servant to the hammer-wielding god Thor. However, he turned his back on them and began hating the Norse gods because of the invaders who worshipped them. Wait, hold on. Min Jae-hyun suddenly remembered that the story his mother used to tell him wasn't quite like this. As he was lost in thought, someone suddenly yelled right in his face, "Thialfi, wake up!" He snapped his eyes open and realized he was on the very ship he was about to steal to go find his sister. The guy who just yelled at him was Frederick, the mastermind who came up with this crazy, highly illegal plan that could land them all in prison. He smiled and stood up, but before he could even gather his bearings, the ship took a violent hit, nearly sending everyone crashing to the deck. Talk about bad luck on top of worse luck. Stealing a ship was bad enough, but getting ambushed by pirates halfway through, how much worse could this get? A mob armed with shields and weapons aggressively swarmed the ship. Min Jae-hyun, having no idea what was going on, quickly said to his newly made friend Frederick, "I'm leaving this to you." Then, cool as a cucumber, he leaped right onto the enemy ship, leaving both ally and foe utterly dumbfounded. One of the raiders pointed at him, throwing his head back in laughter. "Hey kid, what are you thinking? Jumping onto the enemy ship when you should be running away. You idiot, I'm gonna turn you into mincemeat." Min Jae-hyun paid absolutely no attention to what the guy was saying. Instead, his focus was entirely locked on the girl tied up at the base of the mast. She looked identical to the genius who had cleared this dungeon in his past life, only to end up dying at the hands of someone else. Just as he wondered why she was here, the system notified him that the girl before him was Roskva, Thialfi's sister. "I'm Seo Ah-hyun, a girl blessed with a genius brain. Not only that, but I'm also a legendary conqueror. Honestly, my talent is just straight up mind-blowing. But why on earth am I stuck here?" Seo Ah-hyun clutches her head, whining before screaming her lungs out, completely clueless about what just happened to her. There was only a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she was, and the odds of getting trapped in a themed dungeon were a mere 0.003%. So why in the world did a self-proclaimed genius like her have to end up with such incredibly rotten luck? Ending her tragic, miserably unlucky life story, Seo Ah-hyun frantically scrambles around, trying to find a way out. Just then, she spots a young guy wandering off toward a certain area. She figures she has to follow him, and lo and behold, she gets kidnapped, only to end up here as Thialfi's little sister. Talk about an absolutely mind-blowing twist of fate. Meanwhile, back to Min Jae-hyun, who is facepalming in utter exhaustion, never expecting this crazy girl to show up. Seeing him just standing there frozen, the pirates in front of him launch a barrage of arrows, aiming to take him out. Furious and fed up, Min Jae-hyun instantly deploys a magic shield to block the arrows, screaming, "Why am I always surrounded by these freaks? Seriously, why?" A glowing punch immediately rains down, vaporizing several pirates in the blink of an eye. He crushes the face of another sneak attacker before casually delivering a chilling warning to the rest of them. "Look, I don't have time for this. Just come at me all at once." It doesn't take long before Min Jae-hyun single-handedly wipes out everyone on the enemy ship. Walking straight up to the only girl there, he says, "Are you seriously still pretending to be asleep? Are you playing the role of Roskva?" Seo Ah-hyun clicks her tongue, opens her eyes to look at him, and replies, "You caught me, and I'm guessing you're Thialfi." Min Jae-hyun smiles and nods, then suddenly unleashes a fiery punch right next to her head, before glaring at the terrified girl with an annoyed expression. I can read you like an open book, so you'd better drop whatever stupid ideas you're cooking up. And would you look at that? Thanks to this miraculous and incredibly lucky encounter, the quest is cleared with absolute ease. With the two of them temporarily transported back to the amusement park, he gets straight to the point. Tell me, what kind of skill do you actually have? Seo Ah-hyun scratches her cheek and replies, oh well. It's just something that helps me with my swordsmanship. I'm not lying, okay? It's a D-rank skill called basic swordsmanship. Since lying comes as second nature to her, Seo Ah-hyun figures, she can easily fool Min Jae-hyun, believing most cadets don't know much about swordsmanship anyway. Feeling pretty pleased with herself, she plans to use this little trick to keep taking advantage of him. Too bad she completely underestimated him. Min Jae-hyun immediately shuts her down with his own expertise, cognitive acceleration. It makes time feel slower and speeds up the user's thoughts. This skill is typically used by leaders, and it's highly effective for analyzing and reading an opponent's mind. Having her lie completely exposed, Seo Ah-hyun's face instantly turns pale. Since Min Jae-hyun has absolutely zero interest in dragging around this useless dead weight, he gets up and bids her goodbye. Panicked out of her mind, Seo Ah-hyun scrambles after him, apologizing profusely and claiming she'll do absolutely anything to prove she didn't mean any harm. Perfect! So much for being a genius with a 150 IQ. Min Jae-hyun smirks mischievously and says, fine, then let's sign a contract. And just like that, she enters into a contract where almost all the benefits go to him. He had already used subjugation, a sub-skill of his brainwashing ability, to control her, meaning he won't have to worry about betrayal ever again. With the contract sealed, the two set off again. Feeling the creepy, eerie atmosphere around them, Seo Ah-hyun nervously asks, so, where are we going now? Min Jae-hyun calmly replies, the haunted house. That's our first stop. Hearing this, her inner monologue is screaming, oh my god, someone save me. Outwardly, Seo Ah-hyun can't help but gasp. What? A haunted house? Min Jae-hyun can tell, just by looking at her, that she's absolutely terrified. Yet when he calls her out on it, she stubbornly denies it. Standing in front of the haunted house quest entrance, he tells her to hurry up. Now that they've made it this far, there's no backing out, whether she likes it or not. Once the Big 3 quest package is activated, the two are instantly teleported to the front of a mansion dripping with overwhelming demonic energy. The instructions require them to escape the place without breaking 3 specific rules, even though some of their skills will be temporarily locked. Before entering, Min Jae-hyun turns to Seo Ah-hyun and asks what her assigned role is. She immediately replies, I'm obviously the camera operator. What about you? Unlike her, Min Jae-hyun reveals he has a much more interesting role. He's a horror streamer who uploads scary videos. It's been quite a while since we've had guests. Welcome, you two. A chilling voice echoes as a muscular, middle-aged man suddenly makes a surprise appearance. Staring at them with an indescribably creepy look, he introduces himself as Alfred, the mansion's butler, who serves Countess Flandier. The moment the middle-aged man appears, the system sends them the full quest details, stating they must use the camera to expose the mansion's dark secrets and escape. The reward is a new skill called Illusion, but if they fail, it's the same old story they'll pay with their lives. Butler Anfet reached out and opened the gates. Constantly claiming the Countess had ordered him to welcome them and bring them in for a meal, he kept chatting casually, while Seo Ah-hyun trembled, too terrified to utter a single word. The two of them were led inside, and before long, she stopped right in front of a massive portrait. Butler Anfet didn't hide a thing. He casually explained that it was a portrait of the estate's master and her adorable dog named Shin. But the second he heard Min-hun praise the Countess for cherishing her past, his expression instantly softened. Indeed, she has so many wonderful dream-like memories. Please, this way. With that, he turned around and led them straight to the dining room, which was already fully set. Anfet didn't enter with them, choosing to stand right at the doorway instead. He quickly spoke up. This is the feast that Countess Flander has prepared for the two of you. Please, enjoy. And I will return once you are finished. The second the door closed, Seo Ah-hyun immediately warned him not to touch the food, saying it looked like a once-in-a-lifetime meal. Instead, they needed to gather information on their surroundings, as this was finally her time to shine. Standing perfectly still, Seo Ah-hyun began using her cognitive acceleration skill to analyze everything in the room. It didn't take long for her to find the answer. She excitedly ran over to Min-hun and told him that the master of this estate was actually a child around 12 years old. Based on the low-height furniture and items placed around the room, combined with her estimation of the target's height, she was 90% sure of her theory. Min Jae-hyun also found her reasoning to be highly logical. However, just as they were about to use the butler's absence to look for more clues, they discovered that the door was locked tight from the outside. While the two of them were struggling inside, the real world was in absolute chaos. 2 hours after the theme dungeon surfaced, reporters and government officials rushed to the scene to report on the situation. In a secluded corner, a man rubbed his neck, grumbling non-stop. "Damn it! We were supposed to get promoted soon, and now this crap happens? Am I right or what? Who could have known a theme dungeon would pop up in an amusement park? If the civil council rates us as a failure, you will get demoted, and my promotion is down the drain." At this point, the man named Seo Jel looked completely exhausted and told his partner to check the profiles of the two conquerors who had entered the dungeon. The other person was none other than Park Jong-hoon. The moment he saw the young man named Min Jae-hyun, his expression immediately relaxed in relief. As if a heavy burden had been lifted, he turned to his senior and said, "I think this theme dungeon will be cleared in no time." Inside the locked room, Min Jae-hyun quickly tried to calm Seo Ah-hyun down when he noticed her starting to panic. "Calm down. This is a dungeon, so I am sure there is an exit." Hearing that, she cheered up slightly, and even though her face was pale with fear, she decided to look around a bit. Of course, the ones who are afraid of ghosts are always the most likely to run into them. Seo Ah-hyun had barely started snooping around when she suddenly shrieked and started babbling. "Hey, get over here and look at this camera. Something is seriously wrong with it." At first, Min Jae-hyun thought she was just too caught up in her role as a camerawoman, but one look shifted the story from a system regression fantasy straight into supernatural horror. On the camera screen, the butler was clearly visible, slumped over the dining table, surrounded by a pool of blood. Ah-hyun was visibly terrified, stammering, "So, the Onfet who led us here is a fake." Just as they uncovered this unexpected truth, the system announced that the first mystery of the estate had been found. Min Jae-hyun added, "This camera lets us see things invisible to the naked eye." He took it from her hands and zoomed in to get a clearer view before sharing his deduction. "Even if we assume the Onfet we met is a fake, this screen is showing us either the present or the past." Hearing this, she began to grasp the situation, convinced that what they were seeing was the past, along with the mystery of this creepy estate. With Onfet dead on the table, those meat dishes are 100% off limits. Min Jae-hyun tossed the camera back to her, and then began looking for a way to dispel the illusion using a skill called absolute calculation. Unfortunately, it happened to be among the restricted skills, so he couldn't use it. Right then, he noticed Ah-hyun rummaging around under the table. When he asked what she was doing, she explained she was trying to find a key to escape this place. On the camera, this is the only spot that looks different from what we see, so this has to be the most likely place for a key to be hidden. A light bulb went off in Min Jae-hyun's head. He smiled, silently praising her cleverness, and then activated his mana detection skill to investigate. He scanned the dishes on the table and focused his attention entirely on a green pudding. To hell with that old bastard. Seo Ah-hyun was scared out of her mind, while the guy beside her seized every opportunity to tease her. "What is wrong? Are you scared?" Since this unlucky guy has a massive ego, he denies it every single time, absolutely refusing to admit his fear so it won't become a weakness. She then walked over to the cake and rolled up her sleeves. Even though she knew this was likely where the victim's head was, she still swallowed her fear and plunged her hand deep into the cake to search. After fumbling around for a bit, she luckily pulled out a key, successfully unraveling the second secret of the magic ceiling illusion. The two of them moved on to the third clue. This time, thanks to the video camera, they found their way to what was supposed to be a guest bedroom. Through the camera's screen, they could see blood oozing out from under the door. But now that they were here, Seola's legs turned to jelly. She'd rather get chewed out than step foot inside. Gi-hoon had no choice but to let it go. He told her to shut her pretty, screaming mouth and wait outside, adding that if she saw anything weird, she should just scream her lungs out and he'd come running. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was pitch black, with only a sliver of faint light filtering through the window. Oh my God, a white figure suddenly flashed right past him. When he turned to look, a little girl with a blood-drenched upper body suddenly appeared right in front of him. Her mouth ripped wide open all the way to her ears, whispering something. The ghost pointed her finger at him. Or rather, she was pointing at the butler standing right behind him. Fantastic. Gi-hoon fainted dead away. By the time he finally jolted awake, Seola was already standing right next to him. He glanced over at the bloody torture devices scattered around the room, thinking that even though he was prepared, he still almost died of fright. Seeing that he had calmed down, Seola said she would use cognitive acceleration to assess the situation. In no time, she realized that they were locked inside an underground dungeon. The place was covered in gruesome signs of torture. Clicking her tongue, she shivered, muttering about how creepy it was. Why on earth would anyone have a dungeon inside a mansion? Jae-hyun touched the iron bars, muttering that the key had to be nearby, before blindly punching a massive hole straight through the wall, only to follow it up with something incredibly stupid. We need to stay as quiet as possible. It won't end well if Alfred or anyone else finds us. Seriously, dude? You call that quiet? But just as they stepped through the dungeon door, a little puppy rushed over and crashed right into Jae-hyun like they were old friends. To top it off, it just so happened to have a key clenched in its mouth. Seola shrieked in panic, telling him to put that dog down immediately, but Jae-hyun just shook his head. Sensing zero danger from the pup, he assumed the poor little thing had probably been locked up here too. Seola stepped in to set him straight, arguing that there was no way a dungeon would hand over a key this easily. If this puppy turned out to be a trap, they'd be dead meat. Her logic made perfect sense, but luckily, the little dog was completely harmless. A subquest popped up for them, instructing them to enter the Countess's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary within 2 hours. Success would grant them a new skill, but failure meant facing the exact same doom. This new skill seemed to be their last hope of breaking the mansion's illusion. The two pressed on, soon reaching the 3rd floor, but they quickly ran into a dead end, unsure of which way to go. The video camera had vanished after the second quest, meaning they were completely on their own from here on out. While talking to Jae-hyun, Seola noticed him suddenly turn pale and stare blankly in one direction. Sensing trouble, she instinctively followed his gaze. The ghost had appeared right in front of them once again. Ignoring his partner's desperate warnings, Jae-hyun walked straight toward her. He asked her directly, "Why are you still here? Do you have some lingering grudge tied to this mansion?" Met with silence, he tried a different question, asking if she was there to help them instead. This time, the ghost nodded, so he cut straight to the chase, asking where Countess Flanders' room on the 4th floor was. Upon hearing this, she immediately pointed in the opposite direction as her answer. Understanding her message, Jae-hyun promised to help her soul move on soon and asked her to hold on just a bit longer before pulling Seola along as they sprinted in the direction she pointed. As the large door swung open, they were greeted by a junkyard. Actually, more like a chaotic mess of scattered belongings. Jae-hyun told Seola to search places where people would least expect to find clues, while he headed straight for the writing desk. Walking over, he casually picked up a book, which turned out to be the deceased countess's diary. Inside, it recorded every detail of Fleur's life, from when she was alive all the way until she met her tragic end. On May 5th, she wrote about how her body was growing weaker by the day due to illness. On May 10th, she felt overjoyed when her parents gifted her a beautiful doll. But on May 12th, her world shattered when she received a death notice, learning her parents had been killed in a bandit raid. By May 15th, she had become the new owner of the mansion, but she was consumed by loneliness, knowing she would be entirely alone from that moment on. It wasn't until the 4th that she finally made a new friend, a kid about her age who was caught picking flowers in the Earl's garden. She named the kid Sally, and the two of them became pretty close. But one day, Alfred the butler suddenly vanished. Sally said he went to the neighboring city for some business, but as soon as the butler returned, she realized something was seriously off. On October 9th, Frandier heard blood-curdling screams coming from inside the mansion. The kitchen staff and maids kept shrieking as if their throats were being ripped apart. Frandier was slowly losing her mind, as the sheer terror of everything crashing down on her was too much to bear. Until one night, Sally and Alfred the butler suddenly knocked on her bedroom door in the dead of night. She was absolutely sure they wanted to kill her, but she had no idea how to escape. Reading up to this point, Min Jae-hyun already knew how it would end. He slammed the diary shut as a sudden realization hit him. Frandier was murdered, and the mastermind behind it was the monster that had taken over the mansion, a doppelganger. Oh crap. Just as Min Jae-hyun figured everything out, Seo Jia, who was standing right behind him, suddenly transformed into a terrifying creature. It was so hideous that it would easily make any normal person wet themselves 3 times in a single minute. A swarm of butler lookalikes began crowding behind that long-limbed monstrosity. Are you kidding me? Can't we just have a normal dungeon where we just fight monsters? Getting jump-scared like this at 2 or 3 in the morning is going to give me a heart attack. Right then, The system sent a notification. The secret of the mansion had been solved. The only thing he needed to do now was run like hell before things got any worse. The doppelganger swung its long, rubbery, stretched-out arm right at him. Fortunately, Min Jae-hyun was quick enough to dodge, clutching that goofy-faced puppy in his arms. He glared at the monster and taunted. "So, you finally showed your true face. I was getting pretty sick of your terrible acting anyway. It wasn't even that hard to figure out. I guess I'm just too smart. Or maybe you're just incredibly stupid." Furious, the doppelganger lost its mind. A chaotic battle erupted instantly, accompanied by the deafening sound of crashing walls and falling debris. Even in the heat of battle, he insisted on holding tight to that useless, barking deadweight. Red, slimy monsters lunged at him from all sides, but unfortunately for them, he was completely out of their league. His lightning chains pierced through them, leaving dozens of gaping holes. The golden deadweight in Min Jae-hyun's hands was tossed back and forth, completely dizzy by now. Standing before the red slime, he couldn't help but look down on it in his mind. A B rank monster that seems dangerous because it can copy others' looks and skills, but when it comes to close combat, it's weak as dirt. Still refusing to give up, it stretched out its limbs, desperately trying to steal his body. Too bad it wasn't fast enough. Its entire body was bound by lightning chains, leaving it helpless as dozens of lightning bolts rained down, obliterating it into absolute nothingness. While finding clues took quite a while, the actual fight was over in a heartbeat, and the second mission was finally complete. Min Jae-hyun said goodbye to the liberated soul of the tragic Countess Frandier, and then he left. He and Seo-jia were instantly teleported back to the real world to prepare for the final mission of the third dungeon package. They had barely arrived when a loud, bustling commotion echoed from a distance. "Welcome to Neverland, everyone. I'm Bruin, your host for today. Please, join my parade." With those words, a vibrant fireworks display immediately burst to life right before their eyes. The masked man rushed over to them and praised. "Hello, Min Jae-hyun. You two have successfully completed 2 missions. Well done." He was trying to be nice, but unfortunately, he was dealing with an easily irritated main character who immediately shut down those fake compliments. Min Jae-hyun cut straight to the chase. "What's the final mission?" Seeing his attitude, Bruin didn't want to waste time either, and answered that their final test was a game of chase. He gestured toward a distant gate, drawing their attention to it. Then, he explained that they had to escape the monsters pouring out of that gate and reach the final destination. The catch was that the monsters would scale in number and strength based on the challenger's power. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun knew he was in for a rough time. Since he was way stronger than anyone his age, having to protect his friend while fighting scaled-up monsters was going to be a nightmare. The Game Master stepped closer to the two of them to run a quick scan. The moment he registered an S rank, he instantly summoned the monster from the other side of the gate, ignoring his protests that this was completely unfair. From the other side of the dimensional rift, a massive, flaming beast began tearing through the portal to get out. He quickly scanned the information to find a way to deal with it, but when his eyes hit the bottom of the notification, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The party count showed 3 members. Who the hell was trolling them? There had only been 2 of them from the very start. So who was hiding in the shadows, making the game so much harder? And Son rank entity that engulfed the entire world in a sea of fire before the first giant, Ymir, ever appeared. This guy's sword is so incredibly hot, it can turn anything into ash without even trying. While Min Jae-hyun and Seo-ah-hyun are running for their absolute lives, Freya's group of gods are just chilling and having a friendly chat. A black cat floating in midair licks its paw and jokes, "Hey, looks like I went a little too far. Should we help them out?" Hela, watching from a distance, chimes in, "Just leave them be. I want to see how he's going to survive this." With a single swing of his sword, Surt burns a whole section of the amusement park to the ground. Min Jae-hyun activates his magic armor, but he still takes some damage. He can tell things are starting to look really bad. Just as they're running out of places to hide, Seo-ah-hyun quickly points to a sign and shouts, "I think our destination is right over there. Talk about perfect timing." He doesn't waste another second, instantly activating his speed boost and dragging her along as they sprint forward like a bullet. But out of nowhere, a massive fireball thrown by the boss blocks their path. With absolutely no other way out, Min Jae-hyun quickly turns to Seo-ah-hyun. "Stay sharp and listen to me. We have to split up. You head straight for the Ferris wheel." With the heat literally on his heels, Min Jae-hyun has no choice but to fight the boss head-on to finish the quest. Facing the glowing, scorching red monster, he yells at the top of his lungs to draw its attention. "Over here, you bastard!" He jumps onto a nearby rooftop to taunt the beast, while Seo Ah-hyun runs for her absolute life toward the exit. But just when she's only a few steps away, her path is completely blocked by falling debris. Surtur was behind this. His actions completely cancel their escape quest, forcing them to defeat him if they want to get out alive. He laughs maniacally. "You pathetic insects. Did you really think you could stand against me? Talk about playing dirty." Min Jae-hyun is officially pissed off. With a cold expression, he activates the left eye of Odin and mutters something that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Since it has come to this, I'll just have to kill him. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire is hurled his way, but he catches it effortlessly. Surtur is taken aback by this, but he eagerly swings his sword again, filling the air with endless flames. Watching him fight all alone from a distance, Seo Ah-hyun feels a pang of guilt. But thanks to her genius, 150 IQ brain, she quickly comes up with a solid plan to take down the boss. Dodging the attacks, the two manage to group up. They don't have much time, but it's just enough to quickly go over the plan. Seo Ah-hyun tells him there is a water tank nearby. She points out that even if this monster looks like a giant or a god, it is definitely not as strong or immortal as the real thing. Her job is to use her skill to map out his path, while his job is to lure the beast right to the water tank. A few moments of perfect teamwork later, and it looks like they have successfully reached the target spot. Min Jae-hyun puts on his most punchable face, starting to play mind games with the giant in front of him. "I heard you are no match for the Norse gods. You are just a mere gatekeeper, so I do not think you have any right to call me weak." He pauses for a brief second before dealing the final verbal blow. "Are you scared of me? An ordinary human?" Surtur is absolutely losing his mind with rage. The taunt works perfectly, and without a second thought, the boss slams his massive sword right down on him. Too bad for him, he only hit an illusion created by Jae-hyun. A second later, a massive wave of water from the ruptured tank crashes directly onto him. Talk about a total disaster. The monster writhes in agony, but Min Jae-hyun is not done yet. He dives straight down from the sky, plunging his dagger deep into the beast's chest. The boss is absolutely furious, but he can't say a word. He can only manage to choke out the words, "You play dirty." Too bad for him, he is dealing with the shameless master Jae-hyun, who just shrugs and says, "So what? A win is a win." The boss's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated rage. Before turning into dust, he vows to get his revenge in the future. "Don't get cocky. I, Surt, am only fighting you with a mere clone. Once you face my real body, you won't walk away with an easy victory like this." And with that, this intense battle finally comes to an end. With the monster defeated, Min Jae-hyun acquires a brand new skill called Flame of Surtur. Thanks to his absolutely insane performance, he is rewarded with the Boots of Tialfi, along with a bonus skill called Light Steps. As for Seo Ah-hyun, she receives the Seal of Roskva, boosting her strength by 50 points, and the skill Courage, which prevents panic states. The illusion shatters, returning the amusement park to its original state. The shocked crowd that had been waiting outside for ages instantly bombards them with questions the moment they reappear. A government official tries to corner Jae-hyun first, but the moment he pushes through the crowd, the boy vanishes without a trace. Now, all eyes are locked on Seo Ah-hyun. While she is getting bombarded with a million questions, Park Jong-hyun turns to the person next to him and asks, "Did he just use stealth?" That would be possible if his class was an assassin. However, Song Ji-sok offers a different theory. "No, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim, Min Jae-hyun is a mage. That guy is a battle mage." Thanks to the intervention of the MANHWA Association, any news regarding Min Jae-hyun is completely wiped from the media, ensuring nobody asks any questions. Meanwhile, Principal Gwyn was sweating bullets. He had just handed a secret assignment to his lackey, instructor Dong Ji-soo. She bowed her head and replied, "From now on, just as you ordered, I will report every single detail about the student, Min Hun." Since this spy mission was handed to someone new, it was obvious the old guy had already been taken out of the picture. Looking satisfied, he turned back to the massive screen and muttered to himself, "You've got to weed the garden to make it beautiful. I'm really looking forward to this upcoming event. I will eliminate any filth that stands in my way." Meanwhile, the moment Min Hun stepped back onto campus, he was bombarded with a ton of worried questions from his best bud, Kim Do-yoon. As they were catching up, someone walked in and sneered, "I thought I saw an annoying face. Is that really you?" The edgy show-off, Lee Sui, had barely arrived before Min Hun's friends started whispering, wondering who this punk even was. But the moment he let his bangs down, He instantly transformed into a completely different person. Too bad he didn't even get a chance to flex before instructor Dong Jisoo calmly shut him down, saying, "Student Lee Sui, lower your voice immediately while you are in this classroom." Embarrassed by the scolding, he could only throw a bitter glare at Min-hun before slinking back to his seat. The new instructor then introduced herself and explained the subject she would be teaching. Next, she had her teaching assistant hand out the textbooks. But as soon as some students opened them, they cried out, "Wait, why is there nothing inside except for the cover?" Another student nodded in agreement. "Look at this. The inside is completely blank. Is this a printing error or something?" However, it was a completely different story when the book reached Min-hun. Noticing a smirk on his face, instructor Dong Jisoo asked him right away, "Student Min-hun, would you mind telling me what is written in that book?" The moment he perfectly translated two ancient runes, her expression completely shifted. This book was actually a magical grimoire that required complex calculations to unlock. Usually, it took most freshmen about a week just to read a single page. Yet, Min-hun had cracked it on his very first try. He was proving to be even more formidable than Principal Gwyn had warned. Just to be absolutely sure, she pressed further. "And the ancient runes on the cover, do you know what they mean?" Though he was a bit skeptical of what he was reading, Min-hun gave her a direct answer: "The Life of Odin and Basic Runes." After totally showing off despite constantly telling himself to keep a low profile, our guy headed straight to the library to study. Surprisingly, the book turned out to be far more fascinating than he had expected. It detailed how different mathematical formulas could actually alter the properties of magic, depending on how they were applied. For instance, the lightning chain could be understood as a direct combination of mana and lightning magic. Mages could reach a much higher level simply by deepening their understanding of these mathematical structures. Two of his friends sat in front of him. While Sia had already cracked the cover, Kim Do-yoon, the one who had actually taught him magic, was still completely clueless. They chatted away without a care, completely unaware that a black crow was watching their every move from just outside the window. The next few days passed by without incident. Today, right after the theory lecture ended, Min-hun caught up with instructor Dong Jisoo to ask a few questions. "I have some questions about a book I've been reading." With that, he held out a book right in front of her. He then explained that he wanted to delve deeper into its contents. But unfortunately for her, it was a total nightmare. The moment Dong Jisoo saw the cover, she broke out in a cold sweat. The magic in this book was so advanced that even a high-level instructor like her couldn't make heads or tails of it. So how on earth was she supposed to explain it? Crying internally, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster this student standing in front of her really was. There was no way a regular human could be this insanely overpowered. Since asking around school yielded zero results, Min-hun decided to take the grimoire of the four divine beasts straight to the wealthy Yu Sung-yoon. He confessed to her, creation to birth new magic, destruction to erase and eliminate magic, and amplification to reinforce it. Every theoretical formula in here is extremely advanced. It's too difficult for me to analyze and comprehend them on my own. Up until now, he had heavily relied on the Eye of Odin, but he knew he needed a deeper grasp of magic instead of just coasting on his artifact's power. Yu Sung-yoon understood what he was after, but she couldn't just hand him the answers. He had to figure this out on his own. She explained that the concepts within the grimoire of the four divine beasts had to be understood intuitively, or else they would be completely useless to him. At the very least, you must achieve this on your own if you want to step into the realm of a rank 3 conqueror. Despite her tough words, she appreciated her student's dedication. She pulled out a handkerchief and offered to give him a small hint. It was a basic principle, a crucial key to helping him understand and master amplification magic. Holding the handkerchief out, she teased him with one final question. "What do you think? Do you want to hear it?" There was no way he was turning that down. Without a second thought, Min-hun replied, "Of course, I'll take anything as long as it makes me stronger." After returning from Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon's office, Min-hun immediately headed to the battle simulator to train. No one knew how long he had been at it, but his shirt was completely drenched in sweat. Exhausted, he mustered his strength to cast a spell called Magic Arrow, but it lacked real power, and the monsters in front of him swatted it away with ease. Putting that aside, he recalled his conversation with the guild leader. Before this, she had given him a strap called Gleipnir. This equipment would slash all of his stats by 50% once tied to his body, and only when it was untied or ripped would his stats return to normal. The guild leader had ordered him to repeatedly analyze the formulas of just one single skill. Min Jae-hyun listened in confusion and asked if this kind of training actually had anything to do with amplifying power. However, Yoo Seong-yoon only gave him half answers, keeping things vague and stubbornly refusing to explain everything to him. Back in reality, because of Gleipnir's effect, Min Jae-hyun felt like his body was weighed down by heavy lead. Now he finally realized that growing stronger and reaching the realm of an A-class conqueror, the normal way, was definitely no walk in the park. The next morning, Min Jae-hyun arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes and a hollow face, looking like an absolute addict. Kim Woo-jung couldn't believe his eyes and asked him with deep concern if he was truly doing okay. Min Jae-hyun sighed, "I'm far from okay." Despite complaining, the second his theory class ended, he dashed straight back to the training room. After struggling for over a week, he finally understood what amplification in 4-star magic actually meant. Amplification was the enhancement of a skill, in other words, leveling it up, an achievement that depended on his mastery of a specific skill. Thanks to his relentless training, his magic arrow had finally leveled up. Recalling the guild leader's advice, a sudden wave of gratitude washed over him. Before, he had only approached them with the intention of using them, but now, he truly felt like he had a master. Another day passed. While walking around the campus, Min Jae-hyun noticed he was being followed. He lured them to a secluded spot before calling them out. "Are you going to come out, or do I have to come find you?" Right after his words, he activated his mana detection skill, instantly forcing the enemy to show themselves. The intruders were none other than Odin's lackeys. A raven flew in to ambush him, but before it could even circle around, it took a kick as heavy as a sledgehammer straight to the gut. This was a school campus, yet members of the Aesir faction actually showed up here. If that was the case, then everything had to be part of Gu Jae-in's plan. The two ravens began circling around, relentlessly trying to tear him apart. Min Jae-hyun glared at them and delivered his final warning. "The one thing I can say for sure is, you messed with the wrong guy." Right after his warning, level 2 magic arrows shot out instantly, easily turning Odin's 2 ravens into Swiss cheese in the blink of an eye. But the moment they fell, something far more terrifying arrived as black feathers began raining down from above. The very person he dreaded meeting so soon had actually shown up right before his eyes. His father stood tall right in front of him with a bone-chilling expression, delivering a greeting that was anything but warm. "Long time no see, son." Min Jae-hyun's face twisted with rage. Without saying a word, he immediately whipped his lightning chains straight at him. Each bright yellow magic chain flew forward with pure malice. Having been upgraded, they moved incredibly fast, yet they failed to lay a single scratch on the man. Min Seong-oh calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The strike he unleashed was so blindingly fast that Jae-hyun's eyes couldn't even track it. Min Jae-hyun barely managed to dodge on pure instinct, but a deep gash immediately ripped across his stomach, sending blood spraying everywhere. Looking down, he noticed a terrifyingly long slash carved deep into the ground from that single swing. Min Seong-oh continued mockingly, "I've been watching you for a very long time, but you seem to have quite a short temper lately. Maybe my little boy is going through a rebellious phase. Cut the act. What kind of father and son draw blood the second they meet?" Min Jae-hyun snarled at him, "Cut the crap. What are you here for?" Min Seong-oh didn't answer right away, choosing to size up his son instead. In the negative-colored world, he wondered if someone who possessed the power of the prophecy should still have some sort of limit. He slowly approached, skipping the main point to ask a different question. "Has the Aesir resistance contacted you?" Min Jae-hyun only managed to get out a confused, "What do?" before he was completely red. Hugin, the raven that governed emotions and thoughts, could easily perceive what anyone was thinking. He drew his sword and struck without a second thought. Facing the lethal slashes, Min Jae-hyun quickly activated his magic armor. But before it could offer much protection, his shield was instantly shattered. The attacks flew by with absolute, terrifying power. Min Jae-hyun's body was covered in wounds. He couldn't help but wonder, is this really the power of an A-class conqueror? This felt more like the level of a god than a human. Panicking inside, he asked the man, "Are you trying to kill me?" But Min Seong-oh simply replied, "No, I'm only taking your legs." It turned out father and son shared the exact same terrible temper. The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his sword once more. A slash loaded with dark magic ripped through the air. He thought he was about to meet his maker, but luckily, someone stepped in to stop it. A black cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere to crash the party. What happened with Min Seong-oh made him pretty annoyed. Had the connection between the Aesir and the resistance really been broken? Or are you trying to go against the great Odin yourself? Hearing this, the cat snapped back. I have no idea what you're talking about. So get lost. With that, she leaped down to the ground and transformed into a girl with 2 massive horns on her head. Standing before these entities of absolute, terrifying power, Min Jae-hyun was completely terrified, having no clue what the hell was even going on. Just then, Min Sung-ho spoke up. Are you trying to make things worse? The girl didn't bother to reply. Instead, she used her sharp claws to slash her own skin, letting drops of pitch-black blood drip heavily onto the ground. Before long, those drops of blood began to squirm, transforming into a swarm of monstrous, demonic arms that lunged straight at Min Sung-ho. But Odin's raven wasn't about to be pushed around that easily. He slammed his foot onto the ground, whipping up a violent gust of wind that blew away everything surrounding him. Keeping his guard up, Min Sung-ho spoke his mind. To think he has to rely on a mere mortal to end a war between gods. Loki is getting weak. With that, he coolly sheathed his sword, warning her that if she ever meddled in his business again, he wouldn't let her off easily. Oh, I'm so terrified. Guess I'll just have to beat him up. Completely ignoring his threat, the girl boldly fired back. Suit yourself. But if you ever try to stand in my way, remember that I can take your head whenever I want. The deity in the guise of the black cat left a tiny nick on his throat before continuing. That treaty only applies to the Aesir and the Resistance. There is absolutely no rule stopping me from killing Odin's little bird. Outmatched, Min Sung-ho stormed off in a quiet rage. By this point, Min Jae-hyun couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed to his knees. Those powerhouses fought so intensely, and since he was just a bystander, he was unfortunate enough to suffer from mana poisoning. Talk about a major embarrassment. The girl didn't seem to care, casually introducing herself as Hela, a clone of Hel. She was his observer and guide through the 5 trials. With the danger temporarily past, Min Jae-hyun headed back to his dorm and used his sacrifice skill to heal himself. The black cat girl was still around, telling him that if he had any questions, he should just ask, and she would explain everything. Fair enough, he decided to get straight to the point. He asked her who Min Sung-ho really was. At first, he assumed the man was just connected to Odin, but the answer left him completely speechless. Min Sung-ho wasn't even his father. His real name was Hugin, one of Odin's ravens. According to her, he was a mythical creature capable of controlling and manipulating human minds. He borrowed the memory-altering powers of another raven named Munin to pull this off, all while lingering around and pretending to be his father. His actual goal was to keep an eye on the enemy from the prophecy. To make things crystal clear, she restored his lost memories, giving him a painful look at his unfortunate life. Min Jae-hyun was taken back to his childhood. Ever since he unlocked his mana, every single day had been filled with endless beatings and verbal abuse. But the memory that followed made him completely doubt his own eyes. Sitting on the altar was a funeral photo of his real father. Looking at it, he slowly began to remember the things he should have never forgotten. He remembered a father with a warm smile who loved him dearly, and a happy family where everyone laughed together. All of his sealed memories were finally unlocked. He collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, wondering why that bastard would do such a horrible thing to his family. Seeing him in pieces, the black cat girl laid out everything he didn't know. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse struck, an event known as the Twilight of the Gods. The Resistance Alliance fought desperately against the Aesir gods in this battle of doom, but they were ultimately crushed by the Aesir gods and the army led by Vidar. Once the war ended, Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live, but only under the terms of a binding covenant. Living beings across all realms were forced to suffer under the tyrant's rule. Until one day, the 3 Norn sisters made a prophecy. They foretold that 10,000 years later, when the second apocalypse arrived, the weakest of all creatures would overthrow Odin and Asgard to usher in a new era, and that person was none other than him. Hearing all of this, Min Jae-hyun realized that the entity standing right in front of him was just using him to take down Odin. As for that one-eyed old bastard, his goal was to seize control of the World Tree and the entire Earth. Odin had already conquered 4 realms, and he planned to use the second apocalypse to seize the remaining ones. A bit puzzled, Min Jae-hyun asked her, "If Odin is that powerful, why hasn't he killed me yet?" The black cat girl replied that he was protected by the force of the prophecy itself, a power so absolute that even the gods couldn't defy it. But once the second apocalypse actually begins, those protective boundaries will vanish, and he will be killed for real. Now, everything finally made sense to Min Jae-hyun. He had been nothing but a plaything for these so-called gods. They brutally wiped out his family, messed with his memories, and dragged him down to the absolute bottom of society, all because of a prophecy that threatened their selfish interests. Seeing the raw hatred burning on Min Jae-hyun's face, the black cat girl asked if he wanted to get revenge and protect the things that mattered most to him. As his guide, she offered to lend him just enough power to become the one who could take down that one-eyed old bastard. Right on cue, the system screen popped up, accepting the quest. The mission this time was called Path of the Godslayer. He still had to clear 3 more S-rank trials to receive the blessing that could counter the power of the god Odin. Before vanishing, her parting words were a warning. He needed to get much stronger before someone else ended his life. Meanwhile, Principal Gu Jae-in was already plotting to get rid of the students. He assured his accomplice, "Don't worry, once I weed out the low-ranking students, the government support will naturally flow right into the hands of the high-ranking ones." He even gave his partner a subtle reminder, saying, "I am sure you can handle the rest as a member of the National Assembly." But the other man was hesitant, not wanting to get his hands dirty, fearing that the National Subjugation Bureau would catch wind of this soon. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tried to back out, he couldn't escape the ruthless Gu Jae-in. The principal told him that everything was set. During the upcoming guild trials in a few days, he would personally open a gate. Just hearing about opening a gate made his accomplice shake in his boots. Wanting no more part in the conversation, he quickly promised to transfer the state funding to Mill Academy just as they had agreed. Outside the door, An Ho-yeon just happened to overhear the entire sinister plot. Piecing together everything Min Jae-hyun had told him before, he finally realized who had invaded his mind and controlled him that day. It was none other than the principal himself. An Ho-yeon initially wanted to expose him right then and there, but stopped himself just in time. Knowing he was summoned to talk, making a reckless move now would easily put him 6 feet under. He needed to find someone he could trust and ask for help first. Just as Min Jae-hyun and his crew finished their class, their phones buzzed with an urgent text. It was from An Ho-yeon, telling them to get to Lee Jae-sang's workshop as fast as possible. The Roundtable Alliance was immediately summoned to the spot. An Ho-yeon laid out the entire situation to his friends. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't believe her ears, so she had to ask again, "So Principal Gu Jae-in is trying to eliminate the low-ranking students during the Guild Experience program, all for the sake of the reawakened students?" The others chimed in one by one, cursing the sheer cruelty of that scumbag principal. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun remained silent, lost in thought about the upcoming Guild Experience. This event was turning out to be way more terrifying than he expected. In his past life, had he only heard that a few students died in a tragic accident? Since they were the only ones who knew the truth and could stop it, Kim Yoo-jung stood up and declared without hesitation, "Is this really the time to hesitate? Other students' lives are on the line." Lee Jae-sang raised his hand in agreement, while Seo In-na also expressed her desire to help in any way she could. Min Jae-hyun hesitated at first, but seeing their fiery passion helped him make up his mind. Right then, a main quest popped up to join the fun. The objective this time was to stop Gu Jae-in's plan and save the students. The reward for completion was a blank card and a sealed spellbook, but the penalty for failure was the death of all the students. Well, as long as there was a blank card on the line, Min Jae-hyun was more than ready to jump into action. He stood up, looking every bit like a confident leader as he announced his decision. "Then let's make a plan to take down that bastard Gu Jae-in." To pull this off smoothly, the first person Min Jae-hyun targeted was instructor Jung Yi-soo. "You've already mastered the 4-star spellbook? You expect me to believe that? There's no way." Min Jae-hyun raised an eyebrow and shot back. "Why not?" That single response completely shut her up. Truth be told, Jung Yi-soo was quite terrified of him. She knew the principal wanted to recruit him and use him as a pawn. But looking at him now, did she really think Min Jae-hyun would be such an easy target? Suddenly, he smirked and threw a jab straight at her dark secrets. "Aren't you planning on taking all of this and handing it over to that scumbag Gu Jae-in again? Well, talk about hitting the nail right on the head." Exposed, Jung Yi-soo immediately screamed, "How on earth do you know about that?" Min Jae-hyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. The next second, a strange, manipulative energy surged through his body. He began questioning her deeply about their plot. "I have a few questions for you, so would you mind listening?" This was the perfect moment to activate his brainwashing skill. He told the woman that over the next few days, she would be acting as his inside mole, and then ordered her to spill every single detail of what Gu Jae-in was planning to do during the guild trials. The next day, a group of students followed their guide to the guild that the principal had personally handpicked for them. One of those idiots was absolutely convinced the principal recognized his raw talent, which is why he got such special treatment. Along the way, a girl suddenly stopped him, voicing her anxiety. "Seong-chan, wait. Doesn't this place feel a little off to you?" Realizing he was still completely clueless, she had no choice but to spell it out for him. "I mean, you know a conqueror guild is supposed to be packed with high-tech gear and equipment, but doesn't this place look like it's been completely abandoned for ages?" Hearing this, Seong-chan also started to get a bad feeling. But before he could do anything, he realized the guild member in front of them was actually their own instructor, Kim Sok-ji. Wearing a sinister smirk, the man clicked his tongue. Well, I didn't expect the effect of this skill to wear off so quickly." Then, Kim Sok-ji sneered. "Guess there is no choice. It's a bit early, but this is where we say goodbye, dear students." Instantly, a magic circle flared up beneath the students' feet. The sheep had walked right into the slaughterhouse, and now, there was absolutely no escape. Kim Sok-ji glared down at them, his expression twisted with the same malice as his twisted master. "Consider this your final lesson, kids. Though who knows if any of you will actually survive this living hell." Meanwhile, outside the building, Min Jae-hyun and his crew finally arrived. While the others huddled together to double-check the location, Min Jae-hyun used telepathy to speak with the ally, stealthily tailing them. "You actually followed us?" "Of course I did. Don't worry. By the way, Jae-hyun, how did you even learn telepathy?" The man keeping a close eye on them from the shadows was none other than guild manager Park Sung-jae. Before heading out, Jae-hyun had reported everything to Yoo Sung-yoon and requested some backup. Right after he left, Yoo Sung-yoon sensed a strange, dark energy lingering nearby. Min Jae-hyun had previously warned her that the guild principal Gu Ja-in teamed up with for dungeon raids was called Kane. Since Kane was a guild situated right between Seoul and Lotus, causing a major, sloppy incident would drag the principal down with them. After pondering for a moment, she asked her secretary, Hana, if she had finished digging into the Kane Guild. Hannah immediately responded, "Yes, but it turns out they're actually a ghost guild. As you know, some guilds exist solely for tax evasion or shady illegal activities. It seems Gu Ja-in created this guild for those exact reasons." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-yoon's face tightened with worry. She sprang to her feet, ordered Hannah to prep her combat gear, and rushed out to save them. Back at the abandoned building, Kim Yoo-jung turned to her friend and asked, "Are you absolutely sure this is the place?" Min Jae-hyun gave a firm nod, boldly asserting that this was exactly where that damn magic energy was leaking from. With no room for doubt, the others followed him inside, but they had barely taken a few steps when things went sideways. Seo In-ah suddenly spoke up. "I can feel remnants of active magic here." Min Jae-hyun knelt to examine the ground and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it looks like a high-level magic circle was recently triggered in this area. But oh crap, by the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. The entire group was standing right in the dead center of the active magic circle. The circle flared to life, trapping them in place. As panic set in, a sinister voice echoed around them. "Idiots, welcome to the Dark Elf Kingdom of Svartalfheim." A sudden system alert flashed, informing them that they were being forcibly teleported to Svartalfheim, followed by a relentless barrage of warnings, urging them to evacuate the dungeon immediately. Svartalfheim was the realm of the Svartalfar, the domain of the Dark Elves. Talk about an absolute disaster. Min Jae-hyun recalled hearing that Norse myth Dark Elves possessed power, rivaling the gods. Of course, their strength would be nerfed since this place had been converted into a dungeon, but if Gu Ja-in was behind this, all bets were off. Standing nearby, An Ho-yeon muttered to himself, could Principal Gu Ja-in really pull off high-tier teleportation magic like this? Just who on earth is he? At that moment, Park Sung-jae, who had been stealthily tailing them, finally stepped forward. He explained to the kids that Min Jae-hyun had personally reached out to him beforehand, just in case things went south. But talk about falling out of the frying pan and into the fire, guys. Even with him here, their odds of survival weren't looking any better. Seeing their confusion, he laid it out flat. This is the Dark Elves' world. Even an A-rank hunter would struggle to survive in a place like this. If we let our guard down for even a second, we're all dead. Staring at their gloomy, defeated faces, Min Jae-hyun spoke up to ease their anxiety. "Don't worry, we're all getting out of here in one piece. I'll make sure of it. First, let's track down the other survivors." Inside the pitch-black dungeon, the only source of light was the faint glow radiating from energy crystals. Seo in awe offered to cast a light spell to illuminate the path, but Min Jae-hyun quickly stopped her. Instead, he conjured several small manalite orbs and tossed them into the air. This way, they could light up their surroundings without drawing any unwanted attention. As time dragged on, Manager Park Sung-jae suddenly halted, suggesting they take a quick breather since they had been walking for a while. Min Jae-hyun agreed and instantly extinguished the light orbs. Seeing this, his close friend asked right away, "Hey, why did you turn off the light sphere?" Min-hoon replied, "Dark elves are used to the dark. They can easily destroy those light spheres, so we need to adapt to the dark quickly." Hearing that, she stopped complaining. Instead, she just reached into her bag for the potion Ryu Ji-hai had prepared to counter the overwhelming mana pressure. While they took a quick breather, an idea popped into his head to cut down their search time. Min-hoon immediately activated his mana detection. Sure enough, he quickly located the pathway leading straight to the boss room. Just as he was about to tell them where the other path led, a spear came flying out of nowhere. In a split second, he managed to snatch it right out of the air. It was heading straight for Seo In-ah, but he caught it just in time. Realizing their cover was blown, the rest of the team got ready. They immediately braced themselves for battle. In the pitch black, hundreds of glowing eyes surrounded them. Talk about a warm welcome. Min-hoon grumbled under his breath. It is those dark elves. He crushed the enemy's spear with his bare hands, officially kicking off the fight. The other members did not hold back either, with everyone unleashing their skills to tear into those dungeon monsters. Seo In-ah cast a slow spell to cut down the elves' speed, then chanted to summon her sword. An Hyo-won activated his ultimate defense technique, creating a massive shield to protect the group. Seizing the opening, it was time for the assassin, Park Yoon-jae, to make his move. He threw some slick moves, dropping the monsters left and right. With a team full of powerhouses, Min-hoon had no intention of falling behind, so he immediately activated his own skill. He unleashed a high-tier spell, lightning chains. Magic circles materialized all over the place like a massive net. From those circles, chains crackling with wild electricity whipped out, piercing straight through the enemies. Their first clash went perfectly. He then shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Kim Woo-jung, Seo In-ah, stick strictly to fire spells." He paused for a split second to deflect a sneak attack before continuing, "An Hyo-won, use your taunt skill to make the enemy's movements predictable. And Manager Park, your job is simple. Clean up those dark spirits." He was talking about the spirits that Min-hoon himself was going to taunt. Although they had no idea why he wanted to hog these monsters for himself, they followed his lead without question. Park Yoon-jae activated his stealth skill, vanishing completely from the enemy's sight. What followed was a deadly display of dagger mastery. Every single slash took a life, leaving absolutely no survivors in his path. Min-hoon, on the other hand, was built different. Despite being a mage, he preferred getting up close and personal. He unleashed a skill called Fire Strike, which he had picked up back when he was a warrior to smack them down one by one, filling the battlefield with smoke and fire. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Watching a human girl unleash a barrage of fire arrows that absolutely decimated his comrades, one of the dark elves lost his mind. He roared, "How the hell do these humans know our weakness?" But before he could get an answer, An Hyo-won's blade skewered him right through the chest. To make sure he was dead, Min-hoon helpfully whipped him with another lightning chain. That final blow sent him straight to the afterlife. Thanks to Min-hoon's quick thinking and their solid teamwork, they wiped out every last dark elf in the area. Best of all, they made it through without a single scratch. Min-hoon didn't even give them a second to catch their breath, urging, "Let's keep moving, we're running out of time." He told them he could sense the presence of survivors down the left tunnel. "If we don't hurry, we might be too late to save anyone." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a furious voice roared, "How could you screw up this badly?" It was Ji-in, absolutely losing his temper. Watching him blow a fuse, Kim Sok-ji could only bow his head and tremble, stammering, I'm so sorry, sir. I never expected an outsider to sneak into the guild building. Besides, citizens dying because of a random gate opening. It is pretty common anyway. We can easily sweep this under the rug. Seriously, there is nothing worse than dealing with a completely incompetent ally." This stupid excuse only made Ji-in's blood boil even hotter. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Shut up!" The sheer pressure from that shout was enough to make Kim Sok-ji cough up blood on the spot. But Ji-in wasn't done venting his rage, so he kept threatening him. This plan had better go off without a hitch. If even a single student makes it out alive, I think you know exactly what will happen to you, right? Instructor Kim Sok-ji? Meanwhile, back in the dark dungeon, a girl was carrying an unconscious boy, stumbling through the dark. She tripped, and they both tumbled to the ground. Just as she began to sob, thinking they were done for, Min Jae-hyun and his squad arrived just in the nick of time. After being treated with some high-quality potions, the two quickly recovered. Once, they had fully regained consciousness. Min Jae-hyun asked, "What happened here?" The two took turns explaining their nightmare. They explained that as soon as their group fell down here, they were ambushed by dark spirits, and everyone else was captured. The two of them were the only ones lucky enough to escape, though their bodies couldn't handle the extreme mana overload. That was why they had passed out. As the girl finished speaking, she hung her head in shame. Min Jae-hyun could tell right away that they were blaming themselves for being cowards, for running away and abandoning their friends. But he didn't blame them. When you're facing an opponent way out of your league, you either need a miracle to survive, or some major plot armor, because in the real world, you just don't stand a chance. After offering a few words of comfort, he asked if they had any other useful information. Where are the hostages being held? Realizing he wanted to save them, the girl quickly blurted out that a man was controlling the dark spirits, and everyone else had been taken to him. With the first crucial question answered, it was time for the second one. Who brought you guys here? Gritting his teeth in frustration, the tattooed guy confessed that the mastermind was none other than their principal, Gu Ja-in. Now that the truth was out, Jae-hyun told the rest of his team that he could sense the monster's aura. He was certain the path behind him would lead straight to their hideout. He decided to go alone to rescue the other students, a choice that immediately caused friction within the group. While the girls refused to let him go off on his own, the other two guys knew their limits. They knew they weren't strong enough and would only hold him back, or worse, end up sharing a grave with him. Manager Park Seong-jae sighed and said, "Fine, but if it gets too dangerous, you turn right back, okay?" An Ho-yeon chimed in. "Don't worry about us. Just go. I'll protect them with everything I've got." Not long after Jae-hyun left, Manager Park Seong-jae suddenly signaled everyone to be quiet. The enemy was closing in on them. Before the warning could even leave his mouth, blood spluttered from his left shoulder, and he collapsed, helpless. A bizarre-looking creature stepped forward, flanked by his tribe. I was wondering where these pesky flies came from, but to think they're actually humans. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stood before a massive door covered in intricate carvings. He knew something might happen to his teammates while he was gone, but the boss was right here, and he had to wrap this up as fast as possible. The moment he pushed the door open, the figure seated on the grand throne spoke up first. "You're finally here. I heard we were having guests, so I prepared something very special." Just then, the earring transmitter linking him to his team flashed brightly. Through it, he realized Manager Park Seong-jae's life force was rapidly fading. To make matters worse, the massive doors slammed shut as several dark spirits emerged. The boss sneered that he wouldn't let him leave, unless he could defeat them all and walk out alive. The boss glared at him with pure provocation, asking, "Well, what are you going to do now? Messing with the main character is a big mistake, buddy." Instantly, a massive ring of fire erupted around Jae-hyun. With a deadpan, badass expression, he replied, "You should know this. Every single one of you is going to die right here." Knowing his friends were in grave danger, Jae-hyun went absolutely wild. He cloaked his chains in raging fire, striking down anything that dared to stand in his way. Loud explosions echoed one after another, but they just kept on coming. Glaring at them with pure hatred, he delivered his final threat. "I'll make you spit out everything you've swallowed." Meanwhile, the rest of the team was bracing themselves, ready to fight to the death against the enemies in front of them. After the monster leading the squad threw out some mockery, his underlings rushed forward to attack. One of them suddenly thrust a poisoned spear at An Ho-yeon, but he blocked it. Defending with his shield, he immediately counterattacked, unleashing a powerful slash. But this enemy was on a different level than the ones they had defeated before, easily dodging the attack. Watching the creature's movements, An Ho-yeon realized these monsters were far stronger than any they had faced so far. He demanded of the leader, "What are you?" The only monster wielding a sword took a stance and replied, "I am Cain, captain of the Royal Guard, protector of the Dark Elf King, and bearer of the royal bloodline." Flashing back to his first meeting with Jae-hyun, An Ho-yeon remembered seeing him as the one who truly ignited his spirit as an awakener. And he certainly wasn't going to die here while Jae-hyun survived. Making his decision, An Ho-yeon tossed his shield to the ground, shocking everyone. Ignoring Kim Yoo-jung's desperate cries, he muttered to himself, "I should have done this from the very start. A surge of mana flowed through his upper, middle, and lower dantian. Release! Gripping his sword, An Ho-yeon's body exploded with a terrifying amount of mana. The monsters who were talking big moments ago now looked absolutely terrified. The leader panicked, muttering in disbelief. What on earth is this insane amount of mana? An Ho-yeon was able to reach this level of power because he had activated his active skill, Sword Body Unity. An Ho-yeon bit his lip as blood began trickling down his mouth. He couldn't hold it for long and spat out a mouthful of blood. In-na frantically screamed at her friend to stop. The skill level is far beyond the user's capacity. All internal meridians are reversing. Warning: deactivate the skill immediately. Disregarding this warning will result in death in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. An Ho-yeon's system bombarded him with warnings. Meanwhile, Cain ordered his 2 dark elf retainers to charge, commanding them to capture him alive, even if they had to sever his limbs. Gritting his teeth, An Ho-yeon raised his sword, fighting back with a lethal counterstrike. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ho-yeon had successfully unlocked an S-rank skill during his training, but his body just wasn't strong enough to handle it yet. Sword Body Unity is a skill where the user reaches the absolute peak of swordsmanship, merging their body and blade into one. Ho-yeon fought, desperately pushing through every single second before reaching his limit. This bastard claimed his name was Ken. With only this unstable, newly awakened power, there was no way Ho-yeon could defeat him. All he could do now was buy some time. But if doing this could make even a slight difference, Ho-yeon was willing to fight to the bitter end for the honor of a true conqueror. Watching you struggle is honestly so entertaining. Do you really think I can't tell what kind of state you're in? Ken sneered at him with sheer contempt. But Ho-yeon had only one obsession left, and that was keeping his promise. It had to be him, and no one else. Even standing on the very edge of death, Ho-yeon actually smiled. How could Ken possibly understand the conviction in Ho-yeon's heart to make such a sacrifice? Pushing forward with iron resolve, the young man swung his sword and lunged with wind-shattering speed. Ken just smirked, casually slipping to the side to dodge the razor-sharp tip, before easily swinging his blade toward the back of Ho-yeon's neck. Reacting in a split second, Ho-yeon spun around to block the strike and quickly leaped backward. What a cheap bastard. Ken could talk all the trash he wanted, but Ho-yeon's only job was to shut him up. Without saying a single word, the young man launched yet another assault. The collision was absolutely brutal, making even Ken grimace under the sheer force of the impact, but Ho-yeon was in no shape to celebrate. A sensation like a massive jolt of electricity surged through his veins, forcing him to break out in a cold sweat just to hold his ground. His body was literally tearing itself apart. Danger! Deactivate the skill immediately. His muscle fibers were completely paralyzed, and his veins were clogging up. Taking advantage of this critical opening, Ken struck. Ho-yeon could do nothing but watch helplessly as he was sent flying, his body pushed far past its absolute limit. Knowing he was on the brink, the young man didn't hesitate. Since there was no turning back, he decided to double down. Ho-yeon poured every last drop of his energy into one final strike. His eyes blazed with light as he leapt high into the air and slammed his sword down, triggering a massive explosion. Elf blood was indeed spilled, but it belonged to a loyal servant elf. Even as a massive hole was blown right through her chest, she still couldn't believe it. Her own commander had used her as a meat shield to take the full force of that devastating blow. This guy wasn't her leader. He was a total monster. Don't worry, you were actually quite useful, Ken sneered, praising her as her body crumbled to dust. What a pathetic coward. Ho-yeon coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could even finish cursing the guy, Ken thrust his blade straight through his chest. So, what's the lesson here? Never try to reason with a dirty player using honor and justice. Meanwhile, over at the boss room, Jae-hyun's glowing chains blazed with intense heat. Nearby, 3 people lay bleeding and unconscious inside a metal cage. Remembering his promise to Ho-yeon to hold out for 10 minutes, Jae-hyun opened his eyes, and the surrounding flames flared up with violent intensity. With just a single glance, his fire incinerated everything around him. The small fried dark elves swarming him were wiped out instantly. You fool! Did you really think you could win against a massive army like this? Accompanied by the Elf King's mocking sneer, an endless swarm of dark elves rushed forward like ants to surround Jae-hyun, but he barely even spared them a glance. He looked at them and calmly asked, "Why not?" The king laughed. "For a useless human, you sure have a massive ego. Who exactly has been the useless one here?" Those words struck a nerve with Jae-hyun. Ever since he was a kid, he had been forced to listen to those exact insults, over and over again. Sure, it hurt his pride, but more than anything, it made him furious. He was absolutely sick and tired of hearing it. Suddenly, his overwhelming energy erupted, leaving the Elf King utterly terrified as he shrieked at his minions to quickly gang up on him. Activating active skill, Purgatory Chains, heavy iron chains wrapped in blazing crimson fire began to spiral around Jae-hyun. He lunged forward, unleashing a fiery punch straight into the faces of the nearest enemies. I've been dying to test out this new skill. I should probably thank you for giving me this perfect opportunity. The Dark Elf King stood frozen in shock, completely paralyzed. He watched helplessly as his subjects were swallowed up one by the towering inferno, reduced to nothing but ash. You bastard! Do you honestly think I will let you leave here alive after what you've done? The Dark Elf King roared in fury, but Jae-hyun suddenly stopped in his tracks. Staring coldly toward the iron cages, he muttered, "Are you seriously threatening me?" With a golden light flashing in his eyes, Jae-hyun began to step closer. He closed the distance, looming over the pathetic king who only knew how to boss others around. Even now, the king was still wondering how on earth a mere human could possess such terrifying power. Deep down, he knew he stood no chance against Jae-hyun. You will regret this. Even if you manage to kill me here, the other 7 kings will hunt you down. You talk way too much, old man. Does my face look like I give a damn? Jae-hyun instantly closed the gap, slamming his fist directly into the Dark Elf King's face as a massive blast of fire erupted. If they're mad, tell them to come find me themselves. Back on Hoyeon and Ken's battlefield, blood pooled on the ground as lives hung by a thread. Ina stood frozen in place, completely paralyzed by shock. She blamed herself for being completely useless. She couldn't even process the speed of the fight, helplessly watching as her friend was struck down. She cursed her own weakness for costing her another precious friend. Now, you're the only one left, little girl. Ken reached out, preparing to wrap his hand around Ina's throat. You'll make a perfect little dessert. Someone screamed her name, but Ina's mind went completely blank. She wasn't fighting back, but she refused to lose either. Right at that moment, a brilliant light shone through, revealing flowing long hair, a graceful figure, and an absolute unit of mana. Did you do this to them? Guild leader Yu Seongyun of the Yeonhwa Guild showed up in a badass set of armor. You better think long and hard before you answer, because if it is true, you are absolute toast. The moment Guild leader Yu arrived, Hoyeon felt a wave of relief, knowing he was going to pull through instead of kicking the bucket right then and there. Kane, who was acting so smug just a second ago, was now completely speechless. Yu Seongyun asked him again if he was the one who did this to her people. The guy was sweating bullets, unable to say a word. With Manager Park, Sung-jae and Hoyeon barely hanging on right there was no way in hell he could deny it. Kane knew damn well that he stood no chance against such terrifying mana. But dirty cowards always have a cheap trick up their sleeve. He planned to grab Kim Yoo-jung, Ina, and the 2 weaker students to use as hostages, raising his odds of survival. So, he did not hesitate to admit it was his doing. Oh, is that so? I never wanted to get mixed up with a monster anyway. Seongyun activated her sacrifice skill, healing everyone all at once, by consuming her own life force. Kane's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How could she heal them so fast? Yu Seongyun told him that a healer never abandons any injured person, even if they are an enemy, but he would have the honor of being her sole exception today. I really hate it when someone messes with my people. Yu Seongyun completely ignored Kane's desperate begging, blasting him directly and vaporizing him once and for all. Kim Yoo-jung realized that wasn't even a skill, but just a raw release of mana, yet it was strong enough to completely obliterate a monster like Kane. I need to check on these 2 first. Songyun had already rushed over to Manager Park's side before anyone even realized. Ina asked how they were doing. For now, Manager Park was stable, but Hoyeon was in critical condition. Upon closer inspection, Yu Songyun saw that this kid had extremely severe injuries, and it would take a long time for him to recover. He pushed himself way too far by using power beyond his limits. His mana pathways were completely messed up, and his mana channeling nerves were severely damaged. If she had arrived even a second later, Hoyeon would have never been able to use mana again. After healing him, Seongyun permanently lost 2% of her health. She let out a heavy sigh, thinking about how incredibly draining this skill was. If it weren't for Jae-hyun, she probably would have been 6 feet under a long time ago. Will Ho-yoon be okay? Yoo-jung asked anxiously. Of course he would. Who do you think Seongyun is? though it will take him a few days to wake up. By the way, where is Jae-hyun, guild leader? Yu asked. But everyone was too hesitant to answer. Min Jae-hyun went to the boss room all by himself. The silver-haired guy reluctantly replied. Yu Seong-yoon was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly smiled. He'll be fine, so you don't need to worry. Yu Jung was still anxious. But he went there all alone to kill the boss. How can you be so sure he'll be okay? Seong-yoon assured her that Jae-hyun had 9 lives and was incredibly hard to kill. Dark elves use magic to attack, so they stand absolutely no chance against him. Just as she said, the Dark Elf King was currently getting beaten to a pulp and coughing up blood, while Jae-hyun stood nearby with a smug grin. If you are angry, come and get me yourself. Of course, that is assuming you can even leave this place alive first. Of course, there was no way in hell he could survive with a massive hole blasted right through him. The Elf King thought bitterly. To think some warrior of his stature would lose to a mere, lowly human. But before taking his last breath, he still wanted to warn his brethren about this human. The Elf King struggled to stand up and bolt, but Jae-hyun was not about to let him escape that easily. He gave chase, leaped onto the king's head in a flash, and slammed him face first into the ground. Where do you think you're going? Do you really think I'm going to die alone here? I will drag you down to Helheim with me. There was a secret art passed down only to the Dark Elf Kings. Frozen Earth. The Elf King was absolutely certain it was now Jae-hyun's turn to tremble in fear. He was going to show him exactly what the gates of hell looked like. Well, what a pleasant surprise, Jae-hyun sneered, leaving the Elf King utterly dumbfounded that he was actually laughing. You used it at the perfect time. I didn't expect to use this here. He pulled out a blank card, and the system immediately asked if he wanted to save Frozen Earth onto it. Hell yeah, why wouldn't he? He saved the S-rank skill, Frozen Earth, onto the blank card. Jae-hyun immediately activated his absolute calculation skill, shattering Frozen Earth to pieces. Watching the massive blocks of ice crumble and fall, the Elf King's face went completely pale. How? How is this even possible? Jae-hyun grabbed the Elf King by his hair, dragging him up, and asked if he had ever heard the saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Then he unleashed a stream of fire, burning him from head to toe. You have defeated the Dark Elf King, Kainon. The system announced a massive achievement. You have acquired the title, Dark Elf King Slayer. You should have known that we are just built differently, Jae-hyun said, with a completely stone-cold face, offering a belated warning. You have received 1 Dark Elf King's essence. You have received 1 Dark Elf King's thorn armor. You have completed the 2nd advancement quest. You have received 1 blank card. You have received 1 sealed magic scroll. You have received the active skill, manifestation of magic tools. Man, taking this guy down really paid off with a ton of insane rewards. But Jae-hyun didn't have time to worry about any of that. He rushed over to the iron cage to save his dying friends, but only one of them was barely clinging to life. Without a second thought, Jae-hyun activated his sacrifice skill to heal the target. As a bright light flashed, another hand gently touched his. Yu Seong-yoon had arrived. Being a healer is a brutal job. A healer is happiest when no one on the team needs healing, but it's just as rewarding to save a teammate on the brink of death. Yu Seong-yoon felt a wave of emotion. Together, they combined their powers to save the only surviving student. A blinding light filled the entire space. Meanwhile, inside his car, Kim Seok-ji was losing his mind over his failed plan. Even if you make it out of there alive, it's useless. All of you will die in agonizing pain. Right as those words left his mouth, Jae-hyun appeared right outside his window, catching the culprit red-handed. So it was you, you bastard? 1 hour earlier at the entrance of the MANHWA Guild, the silver-haired youth bowed, thanking guild leader Yu and manager Park for everything they did today. If you're really that grateful, you can stop by my guild later, right? Seong-yoon was so thrilled that she invited the kids over to go wild at her place. If that's okay, I'm absolutely down. Yu Jung's eyes lit up like stars as she accepted the invitation instantly. Jae-hyun reminded her that she needed to read the room and be a bit more serious, but out of nowhere, she kicked him in the knee and snapped at him to shut his mouth. Rolling his eyes, Jae-hyun groaned to himself. There was no way her strength stat was high enough to make a kick hurt that bad. Not long after, a car pulled up. The moment it stopped, Hana rushed out to find Yu Seong-yoon. Seeing her, Hana rushed over to ask if guild leader Yu was okay. She had hurried here after not being able to reach her for hours. Yu Sung-eun said she would explain everything later. For now, she needed her to take the injured and the kids back to their guild. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon and Jae-hyun stayed behind because they still had unfinished business. Hana sighed and accepted the task. Let's go. Manager Park, Sing-jae. That's how those two siblings were the moment they met. She immediately started giving her older brother a hard time. Jae-hyun suddenly remembered to ask about the manager's arm. Seong-jae quickly used telepathy to beg Jae-hyun to keep this a secret from his sister. Even though using telepathy drained his mana and was terrible for someone who was just injured, it was still better than letting his little sister find out. If you're just going to stand there like an idiot, I'll assume you're walking home. Having such a fierce little sister, all he could do as her unfortunate older brother was submissively tag along. Yoo Sung-yoon asked Hana to look after the kids for her. Hana agreed and led everyone away. Once they were out of sight, Jae-hyun brought up that angry, disgusted, and annoyed glare. It was none other than Kim Sok-ji. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw Yoo Sung-yoon there, but the old man wasn't about to go down without a fight. Kim Sok-gi teleported away to put some distance between himself and Yoo Sung-yoon. Of course, he didn't plan on just running away so easily either. Relying on the magic artifact Director Lee had given him, he teleported behind Sung-yoon for a surprise attack, but she wasn't an easy target. With a simple dodge, his attack completely missed. Does that magic artifact let you teleport? Well, it's not actually that impressive. She saw right through Kim Sok-gi's trick. In an instant, it only teleported him a few dozen meters. If you had tried to use it to escape earlier, it would have been pointless anyway. It seemed that the mastermind, Gu Ja-in, was somehow tracking everything that was happening here. Sung-yoon asked Kim Suk-ji why he deliberately tried to kill the students and who was pulling his strings. Naturally, he refused to talk, instead putting all his energy into a counterattack. Sung-yoon immediately recognized the device he was using as a mana compression device. On the other side of the screen, Gu Ja-in also saw him as a pawn who had outlived his usefulness. Panicking, Kim Sok-gi glared at the woman in front of him and sneered, "You think you can defeat me with just that?" At this point, Jae-hyun finally understood why he hadn't detected the seal earlier. But either way, this guy was still a fool. I don't care if you confess who is behind this or not, since I already know it's Gu Ja-in. I didn't expect you to answer my questions anyway. Then why did she even bother asking? Cracks began to appear on the orb in Kim Sok-gi's hand. A mana device is easily destroyed if it is overloaded with mana beyond its limit. That meant he was going to lose his life right here. This time, Sung-yoon was truly furious. She unleashed a terrifying spell, summoning dark clouds and golden lightning right above Kim Suk-ji's head. The moment the lightning struck, it was time for him to log out of Earth. That spell was the Heavenly Thunder skill, an A-rank lightning attribute magic. The power of the skill depends entirely on the strength of its user. It was the same rank as Jae-hyun's light chain, but its raw power was on a completely different level. Back in safety, In-na found herself lovesick once again. Remembering Jae-hyun's incredibly cool move, she blushed. She also realized that he could calculate spell reversals in the blink of an eye. She knew she still had a long way to go, but she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter at his action. I'll thank him later. The next day, reporters swarmed the Mills Academy to question Principal Gu Ja-in about what happened to the students. However, they were all blocked by the barrier. For now, the Academy's reputation was has plummeted severely. There are even rumors going around that you created the Dark Guild to get rid of the students. Dong-soo stood there, reporting like a machine. Gu Ja-in slammed his hands on the desk in rage, his face twisted in anger, wondering how on earth this could have happened. But Dong-soo wasn't done yet, adding that reporters were already waiting outside the academy, and investors were calling off the hook, demanding answers. Gu Ja-in went absolutely ballistic. He screamed, ordering them to immediately lock down the academy and refuse any interviews. Dong-soo immediately hurried out to do his job. Gu Ja-in gritted his teeth, seething as he tried to figure out who the traitor in Miles Academy could be. Kim Sok-gi was already dead, so there was no way he leaked the information. Desperate for payback, Gu Ja-in made a phone call to settle this blood debt. But first, he had to shut down the media. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jae-hyun caught up and nudged Ho-yeon, making him jump. Ho-yeon thanked Jae-hyun and his agent again for saving his life. Jae-hyun stared at him for a moment before asking why he did what he did. Ho-yeon froze, offering an awkward smile, completely unsure of how to reply. Jae-hyun encouraged him to keep that fire alive and keep moving forward, adding that he could worry about the reasons later, so for now, he should just keep doing what he wanted to do. Besides, you'd probably do whatever you want anyway, even if I didn't tell you to. With that, Jae-hyun said goodbye to Ho-yeon. He was about to head into class, but as he reached the corner, he stopped in his tracks, turning to remind his buddy to take better care of himself and stop making everyone worry. Hoyeon clenched his fists, thinking about what he wanted to achieve, and smiled up at the beautiful, sunny sky. Right now, Jae-hyun had acquired the A-rank title, Dark Elf Kingslayer. It gave him plus 30 mana and a 10% power boost whenever he faced dark attribute monsters. However, equipping this title would draw the pure wrath of all dark elves, turning him into their prime target. Well, this title's got some seriously rare effects. Jae-hyun had been so busy dealing with the fallout of that guild's accident that he hadn't had a chance to check this out. He really regretted not looking at it sooner. On top of that, there was the A+ rank item, Dark Elf King's Essence, a highly potent potion that provides incredible recovery and permanently increases the user's mana stat upon consumption. Another gear piece was the S-rank Dark Elf King's Ring, adding 25 strength, 25 mana, and 1,500 stamina. Absolutely amazing. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of strength or mana ever again. As for the essence, Jae-hyun decided to save it for Jae-sang. Just imagining his buddy's sheer excitement over getting these new materials brought a smile to his face. The final piece of loot was an active skill. Level 1, Magical Artifact Materialization. This skill allowed him to conjure up armor using mana whenever he needed it during battle. The higher the skill level, the stronger the magical artifact he could manifest. The manifested artifact would vanish once the sustaining mana ran dry. Plus, the gear's rank was completely random. If the rank of the armor was too high, it would automatically scale down to match the user's level. Time to test this baby out right now. In the blink of an eye, a dagger materialized in his hand. Oh man, this is beyond amazing. It's not just about the title or the item itself, the sheer utility of this thing is incredible. On the black market, even a C-rank set of armor costs up to 10 million won. That means with every cast, he could basically print a set of armor worth just as much. While he was happily twirling the dagger around, it suddenly flashed with a bright light, startling him. The equipped item, Misteltein, is responding. You have met all the requirements, unlocking the full functions of Misteltein. You have acquired a new passive skill, Armor, Making Genius. Instantly, the dagger transformed into a brilliantly glowing blade. From now on, every item you create will automatically be upgraded by 1 rank. Talk about insane. Seriously, his luck was absolutely off the charts. Finally, Jae-hyun understood the true power of the ring, of which he had only been able to use a fraction before. Before, he'd wondered why it was even classified as a weapon. Now, everything made perfect sense. Well, when something this good is handed to you on a silver platter, who in their right mind would turn it down? It was time to start training immediately. He'd be a fool to let this chance slip away. The next morning, the hellish exam prep officially kicked off. The exams at Muri Academy had always been notoriously brutal, acting as a graveyard for the passing grades of countless students and forcing them into endless retakes, all thanks to the ruthless competition and the insanely high level of difficulty. The standard exams were divided into 2 main parts, the written theory and the practical tests. While the theory exam was a paper test, the practicals involved alchemy and a live dungeon raid. To make things even more high stakes, the entire practical phase would be broadcast nationwide. Right now, though, Hoyeon was facing a much more immediate threat, getting scolded to death by Kim Yoo-jung for dozing off in class. Without even wiping the drool from his chin, he quickly scratched his head and apologized to Yoo-jung, claiming he was just writing before he suddenly passed out. Oh, really? Do you have any idea how close we are to midterms? If you fail again, you're going to develop such a phobia of books that reading a single line will make your head spin? Kim Yoo-jung snapped at him. Ina buried her face deep behind her book, desperately wishing she could just turn invisible right then and there. Jae-hyun watched the scene play out with a wry smile. Honestly, this black and white duo were both complete disasters when it came to written theory. He was the one who had suggested tutoring them in the first place, knowing that helping them get stronger would ultimately benefit him too, but he never anticipated it would turn into such a painful, agonizing nightmare. Well, we're doomed, Hoyeon whimpered, tears welling up in his eyes. See you in remedial class, buddy. The color completely drained from Ina's face. Kim Yoo-jung slammed her ruler onto the desk, switching straight into demon teacher mode. Are you two done chatting? Sit up straight. The next 2 subjects are waveform comprehension and radar psychology. Jae-hyun started staring at the ceiling with a heavy sigh, realizing that slamming his foot with a rock would probably be less painful than sitting through this. A few days later, The students walked out of the exam room complaining that the test was brutally hard, nearly cursing out the entire school. But just 2 seconds later, they immediately forgot all their worries to check out the girls walking by. She was one of the top scorers in the rookie hunt. Ina, Kim Yoo-jung, and Min Jae-hyun walked over. They were the absolute top tier from the rookie evaluation exam. The crowd could only sigh in admiration, realizing that elites really do run in the same circles. Even Hoon is part of this elite 4 squad. I bet they all aced the exam. The onlookers watched with pure envy, while Min Jae-hyun let out a sigh, muttering, "Honestly, being envied is still way better than being hated." When Yoo-jung asked Ina how her exam went, the girl immediately looked like she had seen a ghost. Her face turned pale, and her eyes rolled back as she prepared to bid farewell to this cruel world. Yoo-jung sighed helplessly and said, "Well, they clearly tried their best. The problem isn't us. The problem is that Ina and Hoyeon simply weren't built for studying," Min Jae-hyun remarked bluntly. Completely drained. Hearing them whisper about her, Ina pouted and huffed. "I can hear everything you're saying, you know." To which they just shrugged. "Well, then keep listening. You'd think they'd hit the books with all that talk. But of course, while some people worship them, others find them a total eyesore. Take this guy, for example. He's literally gritting his teeth, swearing he's going to crush Jae-hyun this time. His buddy next to him is just totally done with it, like, great, he's talking about winning again. Seriously, do yourself a favor and stay away from Jae-hyun. Otherwise, I'm the one who's going to have to drag my feet to go scrape up your corpse." But hey, even top students have their absolute worst days. Seeing Yoo-jung with a face covered in black soot from an explosion has Jae-hyun laughing his head off, until he glances over at his own charred, pitch-black pot. No idea what he's so smug about. Jae-sang wasn't even going to say anything, but since Jae-hyun asked, he can only hesitate and say, actually, at this rate, both of you are going to fail this class. You two seriously have zero talent for alchemy." "Whoa, bro, that hurts." Jae-hyun can't help but swear. They've practiced so much, yet they're still utterly terrible. They've got to avoid a failing grade at all costs. Jae-sang just scratches his head helplessly. "Hey, is there seriously no way you can help the two of us pass this class?" Jae-sang says, "Well, there's still one way. You two need to use a special item. It's a monster called the Moonlight Firefly. They only live in extremely clean, untouched places. Oops, scratch that, unpolluted areas. These things are so rare that on average, less than 100 of them show up on the black market every year. If you grind their outer shells into powder, you can boost the effectiveness of your potions to the absolute max." Desperate to save their skins from failing, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung drag themselves over to see Kwon So-yul. The moment she spots them, she squints and asks, "What are you two doing here?" The reason she's being so unwelcoming is, of course, because of their super intense clash in the past. "I've got a favor to ask," Jae-hyun says, getting straight to the point. "I'm not doing anything for you. Get lost." So-yul snaps, shutting him down instantly. "But are you sure about that, sis?" "What? Who do you think I am? All you can offer is some spare points, right?" she says, pouting. "In cash. And we can write a contract, of course. 30 million won." Hearing this, Yoo-jung practically jumps out of her skin, wondering where on earth he got that much cash. The golden spider lily, Kwon So-yul, who was originally frowning at that amount of money, instantly has her eyes light up. "Of course I'll do it. Talk about a quick change of heart." Yoo-jung never expected it to be this easy. And just like that, the chaotic squad of 4 sets off on a trip to Muju in North Jeolla, near Mount Deogyu. Yoo-jung marvels at how incredibly fresh the air is here. "Are you here on vacation or something?" Jae-hyun can't help but tease his friend. Jae-sang smiles helplessly and says, "They really are two of a kind." Meanwhile, So-yul just sighs. Just an hour earlier, they were still in the classroom planning their trip. "Well, that sounds fine and all, but even with my search skill, I still need a trace to find anything. Do you have a plan?" "I'm bringing a talented alchemist with us, so you don't need to worry about that." So-yul asks who it is, and Jae-hyun glances toward the door, where Jae-sang is peeking in before stepping all the way out. "Lee Jae-sang? He's the talented alchemist you were talking about?" So-yul is highly skeptical. She knows him because they were on the same team during the freshman hunt, which explains her attitude. "But an alchemist? I didn't see that coming. I thought you were one of those guys desperately trying to get into the martial arts class." "Yeah, I was pretty clueless back then." The two get so caught up in their conversation that they start falling behind. Jae-hyun and the others, who are already quite a distance ahead, have to stop and call out to them. So-yul compliments Jae-song, saying he looks so much different and happier now, before quickly walking ahead. Jae-sang struggles to catch up. The moonlight firefly is a natural monster often found in the real world. There are many theories about how monsters form packs and where they choose to live. But most people agree that the mana in the air and ground after the monster outbreak transformed plants and creatures into monsters. That's exactly why Jae-hyun chose this spot as the perfect place to look for them. Still, Soyul warns them that these fireflies are extremely hard to find. But Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun put all their faith in Jae-sung. If he says it's fine, then it's fine. Jae-hyun says helplessly, "Well." Jae-sang said he likes bugs. While Yoo-jung is still panicking and utterly confused, Jae-sang suddenly shouts, "Found it!" This is indeed a trace of the moonlight firefly, and from here on out, it's Soyul's turn. She activates her search skill to lead the way. She locates them in no time. Yoo-jung is about to cheer out loud, but Jae-sung warns her that if she makes too much noise, the moonlight fireflies will fly away. Stopping in front of a pitch-black forest, Yoo-jung expresses some doubt about Soyul's map. But she's positive her skill isn't wrong. And she's right. A massive pillar of light suddenly shoots into the sky, revealing millions of moonlight fireflies glowing inside. That's definitely them, but they look a lot bigger than normal fireflies, don't they? Well, they are monsters after all, so they're bound to be different. Not only are they huge, but they're also incredibly fast. Jae-hyun prepares to restrict their movements using his gravity skill. However, the fireflies aren't affected all that much. They're definitely stronger than your average bugs. Jae-hyun, can you put more power into it? Soyul asks. But Jae-hyun's proficiency isn't high enough to adjust the skill's intensity. Jae-sang worries they're going to lose them. No, we're catching every single one. I'm not letting a single one slip, and I am definitely not failing this class, Jae-hyun says, immediately switching his move to weave a magic net on the spot. The fireflies are easily trapped inside the barrier Jae-hyun created. What are you guys doing? Catch them! Soyul is still in shock over the mana room Jae-hyun created. I knew you were a total monster. Jae-sang cheers. Barging into the room to catch fireflies, Yoo-jung really didn't want to go because she absolutely hates bugs. But Jae-hyun doesn't give her a single second to whine, dragging her straight inside. Seo-ina is the last one to head in holding a box, but not before giving Jae-hyun a quick glare. Once inside, she can't stop thinking, is there really another student in the academy who could create something like this? Even third-year students would never be able to pull it off. She seriously wonders where this absolute monster of a guy crawled out from. Hey, don't touch that. Startled, she looks over to see Yoo-jung struggling with the sticky slime of a moon firefly. Jae-sang didn't stop her in time, so he just stands there, laughing his head off. Back at Lee Jae-sang's potion-making workshop, the two cauldrons belonging to Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun are still pitch black, just like always. Because of that, they need to take one more step, throwing in the moon firefly shell powder. The mixture in the cauldron starts to transform, leaving Ho-yeon and In-ah staring in absolute shock. I worked my butt off to make this, Jae-sang says with a proud grin. It's filtering right now, and the purity should be at least. Before he can even finish his sentence, his face drops. Both of their potions have turned bright red. Min Jae-hyun gasps in excitement. This is crazy fast. They actually succeeded in such a short amount of time. Ho-yeon and In-ah think they're amazing, but Jae-sung can only force a stiff smile. Jae-hyun's potion has a purity of 51%, while Yoo-jung's is at 47%. He has no idea if this is even considered decent. The results come in just a few days later, and of course, it is not decent at all. Kim Yoo-jung hangs her head so low, it looks like her neck might break. Min Jae-hyun's face is dark. You two really have zero talent for this. I thought I was looking at a monster summoning circle, not a pot of ingredients. It hurts because it's true, totally crushing the pride of these ultra-competitive powerhouses. Meanwhile, In-ah takes first place. Luckily, Ho-yeon manages to grab 29th, Jae-hyun ranks 31st, and Yoo-jung is the absolute worst. Despite using the absolute best ingredients, she ends up all the way down at 42nd. But we all had to get help from Jae-sang. You two did great. Still, Min Jae-hyun grits his teeth in pure frustration. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Ho-yeon quickly makes up an excuse and bails. There are still plenty of exams left, Kim Yoo-jung says, determined to redeem herself. But the mock exam is going to be incredibly brutal. The freshman hunt, which takes place in a simulated dungeon, tests everything they've learned so far, making it insanely difficult. On top of that, there's another twist that cranks up the difficulty, the team selection process, which is calculated based on each student's current points. Right now, Kim Yoo-jung's cost is set at 14. She's carefully planning her moves to build the perfect team. Students have to form a 4-person squad with a total cost of no more than 50. Ho-yeon is valued at 17, while In-ah is 15. Jae-hyun didn't expect his own value to be so high. In his past life, his cost was only 6, and he was thrilled to join a good team, but the outcome ended up being a total disaster. There's no denying this matchmaking system is complete garbage. So the top-tier students are supposed to carry the lowest-ranked ones? Who even came up with this nonsense? While he's lost in thought, a white-haired guy walks over to greet him. Oh, a very familiar face. It's the same guy who mocked Jae-hyun in his past life. In this life, he's putting on a friendly front, trying to recruit Jae-hyun into his team. Chu Han-sung flashes a friendly smile, but Jae-hyun remains cold as ice, keeping his answers as brief as possible. He proposes teaming up, claiming his actual skill level is way higher than his cheap cost. You're worth 20, so finding teammates must be tough, right? Let me help you out. Min Jae-hyun stands up and scoffs. Guys like this are everywhere. Classic trash who suck up to the strong and bully the weak. So, he flat out tells him, I don't need you. Chu Han-sung tries to salvage the situation, but Jae-hyun cuts him off. None of my business. I can ace this exam on my own. Besides, you're pretty much useless to me. You're too weak. Jae-hyun turns around and immediately partners up with 2 other people right in front of Chu Han-sung's face. If Chu Han-sung remembers correctly, those 2 were the ones who abandoned Jae-hyun in the simulated dungeon and ran for their lives. Yet here he is, standing there and claiming he was worried they might reject him. Chu Han-sung grits his teeth in rage at being rejected, stomping off while swearing to make Jae-hyun pay. Later, Jae-hyun meets up with the 2 who abandoned him in a cafe. They know exactly how terribly they behaved, but Jae-hyun didn't team up with them just to lose. The only reason Kim Jina and Parelgu's ratings are lower than their actual abilities is because, back in the simulated dungeon, they managed to escape completely unscathed. These 2 are the real bargains, not Chu Han-sung. But who is the final member of the team? The person Min Jae-hyun invited finally arrives, and it's none other than Kim Yoo-jung. She hasn't forgotten for a second that Kim Jina was the one who held her back. Is the reason you called me here really to team up with these 2? Meanwhile, Gu Ja-in is dealing with a massive wave of backlash hitting the academy after the news of a student's death was leaked. He's so furious, he's smashing things around his office. After throwing a mountain of cash at the media and still failing to hush them up, it's no wonder he's losing his mind. There's only one person who could pull this off. The Lotus Guild led by Baek Ji-yeon. He's absolutely certain she's behind this. Now, he has no choice but to swallow his pride and take the hit. Once the public calms down, he'll resume his original plan as usual. All of this is for Northern Europe. Back at the 4-way meeting in the cafe, Kim Jina and Parelgu can't even bring themselves to look her in the eye. Fine, let's say I can look past this. But did you seriously bring them here because you're totally fine with what they did? Yoo-jung asks. I know you 2 feel awful about it, even though In-ah and I were the ones who told you to run. But I need you both to realize that this is the absolute best option we have. Kim Yoo-jung reluctantly trusted him, but she still had one question. What was the real reason he chose them? Even on your own, you could easily get a perfect score. Jae-hyun had to admit his friend was incredibly sharp. There were 2 criteria for forming a team in this exam. First, they had to absolutely detest Gu Ja-in. Second, they had to keep quiet about everything that happened in the dungeon. And Jae-hyun's ultimate target was Gu Ja-in. I'm planning to use this event to bring him down. Holy crap, the boss was playing on a whole different level. Min Jae-hyun couldn't wait to see what kind of connections Gu Ja-in would try to pull to wriggle out of it this time. Before long, the day of the practical exam arrived. Instructor Park Ha-jun was the one in charge of the second part of the practical exam. He was just another one of Gu Ja-in's lackeys, stepping in to replace Kim So-ki. This exam was being broadcast live nationwide. This second phase was a golden opportunity for the students to show off their skills to the world, but it also meant performing under the watchful eyes of the entire country. The moment had finally come. It was time to go to battle. Jae-hyun was the leader of Team D. They were teleported straight to the magma plains. Their mission was to clear all stages of the dungeon and return with the boss's core. First floor mission. Eliminate all monsters on this floor and locate the stairs leading to the second floor. While Park Sung-woo was still trying to figure things out, Jae-hyun pointed out that this place was modeled after Muspelheim. Looking at the pillars of fire shooting up everywhere, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but agree. Jae-hyun instructed the group to scout the dungeon first. We need as much information as possible to prepare for any unexpected situations. Plus, there's a specific item I need to grab. Kim Ji-na was immediately curious about what kind of item he was talking about. We're looking for frost herbs, Yoo-jung explained. But enduring this scorching heat for too long was going to drain everyone. Besides, the flames around here were incredibly dangerous. Sung-woo was amazed by how sharp both Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun were. But Jae-hyun shrugged it off as just basic survival. Surviving in a dungeon was always a raider's top priority. He activated his mana detection skill to pinpoint the frost herbs, then immediately led his team forward. Once they found the frost herbs, Jae-hyun told everyone to gather as many as they could and store them in their inventories. Jae-hyun remembered Sung-woo mentioning he got top marks in his alchemy class, so he put him in charge of crafting the potions. A system alert announced that viewers would soon be entering the channel, warning them to watch what they said. Right on cue, camera drones began flying in to record them. Jae-hyun wasn't a big fan of this setup, but it definitely had its perks. Putting that aside for now, 4 monsters were currently heading their way. Their C rank, deploy formation B. The team scrambled into position the second they heard Jae-hyun's command. The monsters turned out to be these moving lumps of lava. Park Sung-woo immediately stepped up to draw their aggro. Jae-hyun warned them to keep their distance, cautioning that these lava monsters would detonate like bombs if they got too close. Kim Yoo-jung already had her water arrow prepped, but Jae-hyun hadn't given the signal yet. Not yet, he muttered. The second the livestream chat filled up with viewers, Jae-hyun barked, "Now." Kim Yoo-jung immediately fired her water arrow, taking one down instantly. Kim Ji-na also did her best, unleashing her flame magic. Jae-hyun silently calculated that there was no better place than this to utilize the frost herbs. Facing the camera, he flashed a smug grin. You can't rush the climax. The real showstopper has to wait until the absolute peak. For now, Jae-hyun settled for casting Ice Rain. As the freezing rain came crashing down, the chat went absolutely wild. No one could believe a rookie could be this insanely overpowered. And this was only the opening act of Min Jae-hyun's master plan to use the audience to destroy Guja-in. And what a spectacular opening it was. Meanwhile, this guy was also watching Team Jae-hyun's stream. He noticed the young man didn't even break a sweat casting an A-rank spell. And according to Agent Kim Ji-yeon's report, he didn't get along with Guja-in either. On top of that, he knew the Lotus Guild was backing Jae-hyun. A sinister grin spread across his face. If I play my cards right with this kid, I can finally expose Guja-in. Now, Jae-hyun, let's see what you do next. The icy downpour made a massive impact, completely wiping out all the lurking monsters in one sweep. This time, Kim Yoo-jung wasn't even surprised anymore. She just wondered when on earth he had learned that spell. Kim Ji-na, on the other hand, was complaining about the intense heat. I think we've cleared them all out. It's probably a good time to take our potions. Jae-hyun waved off the dust. Naturally, no one argued. The heat was unbearable, and they desperately needed to find somewhere cooler. Park Sung-woo quickly pointed toward a cave, mentioning that the mana concentration was much lower over there. Jae-hyun agreed with his assessment, so they decided to start setting up camp. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Inna was using her wand to fire water arrows at the moving lava lumps. Ho-yeon was also busy carving up the lava monsters with his swordsmanship. Is that really all of them? Ho-yeon muttered. Inna agreed, feeling that if this was all the dungeon had to offer, it was way too easy. Yeah, these monsters are way weaker than I expected. Honestly, this is easier than the simulator. Hearing them talk so casually made the guy behind them fume with rage. Didn't they realize a single mistake could cost them everything? Meanwhile, Ho-yeon was fighting the lava slimes head-on without taking a single scratch. Life really wasn't fair. Ho-yeon figured they'd completely cleared the area. Inna felt the same way and suggested they pick up the pace. The two teammates looked at each other in panic, thinking that if those other two were saying stuff like that, who knew how terrifying Min Jae-hyun actually was. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's Team D had already set up camp and were brewing the medicine. I think it'll take about an hour for the medicine to be finished, Seo Inna said as she looked at the pot. Jae-hyun figured that was good enough. That's more than enough time. I'll try to finish as fast as I can, Seo Inna said with a smile. Kim Yoo-jung threw her head back and whined about how hot it was. Commenting on how this dungeon really was modeled after Muspelheim, Jae-hyun took the opportunity to tease his friend again. The two bickering made Seo In-na chuckle, commenting on how close they were. Kim Yoo-jung felt like pulling her friend's hair out until he was bald, yet he was already pretending they didn't even know each other. Thinking back, she realized what happened in the simulated dungeon wasn't their fault, but fear had completely overwhelmed her and clouded her judgment. Guys, I want to discuss our next plan. Right at that moment, Jae-hyun started pitching an idea to cause some mischief. After he finished explaining, Yoo-jong was skeptical about the feasibility of the plan. Jae-hyun was incredibly confident in its success rate. As the clock struck 12:04, it was the perfect time to start causing trouble. The moment Min Jae-hyun turned his back, he began casting his magic. The connection to the Mangtae plains was unstable, and the voice restriction had been lifted. The live stream chat room started going wild. Everyone was excitedly guessing whether Jae-hyun had already started his hunt 11. Why are there only 2 people? Where are the other 2? My team members are all doing fine, so don't worry. Jae-hyun smiled at the viewers. The viewers were also surprised because they could hear his voice, and his voice alone. Their reaction was exactly what he had anticipated, so he didn't hesitate to explain right away. I tinkered with the structure of the Mangtae plains a bit. 15. Great to meet everyone. I'm going to start the real stream now. On the other side of the screen, Gu Jae-in was also watching Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, the boy was still talking non-stop. What's the point of this stream if you guys can't hear my voice, right? Park Ha-jun turned pale and asked Gu Jae-in if he was sure they were okay. He waved his hand and said he was fine, just having a slight headache. However, his expression had darkened completely. This shouldn't even be possible. The Mangtae Plains was created by countless mages, specifically by him and the Academy's faculty mages. 19. It was hard to understand how Min Jae-hyun had managed to interfere with it. Principal Gu, I think we should punish Min Jae-hyun, Ha-jun suggested. 20. This was exactly what Gu Ja-in wanted to do, but he couldn't because there were no rules covering this scenario. He could only let out a helpless, forced laugh. Who would have thought a student could rewrite the structure of the Mangtae Plains, which had been built by countless instructors? But Gu Ja-in tried to reassure himself, because an academy student wasn't allowed to leak sensitive information to the outside world. 23. If they broke this rule, the punishment would be expulsion. The moment he signed that pledge, his hands were tied. 24. Just as he was feeling confident, Jae-hyun called him out directly. Principal Gu Ja-in? Ah yes, a lot of people are curious about him, right? Well, you guys already know about it anyway. The same thing happened with the association during that accident. See, there are a lot of things being covered up. Gu Ja-in completely froze. Am I worried about being expelled? You don't need to worry about that. Should I tell you who the principal cherishes the most? He only cherishes the strong who are still alive. 28. The powerful, the strong that is the law at Mills Academy. Do you guys really think Principal Gu Ja-in would expel me? This was a blatant provocation that drove Gu Ja-in completely insane. He realized Min Jae-hyun had been like this from the very beginning. He only blamed himself for realizing it too late. Instructor Park Ha-jun, as soon as this exam is over, expel Min Jae-hyun immediately. Once the media buzz dies down, hire at least 2 veteran A-rank hunters. We will take care of Min Jae-hyun. He was determined to make Jae-hyun pay a heavy price. If he expels me when my grades are this good, then he's going back on his word. Would he really do something like that? The online community was buzzing with excitement, discussing the drama surrounding the notorious Principal Gu Ja-in. This was exactly the outcome Min Jae-hyun wanted. Now that the media has turned its back on him, I'd love to see how he'll cover it up this time. Going back a bit earlier in Team D's tent, Jae-hyun said, I'm going to modify the formula of the subdimension. We need to make sure the viewers can hear us. Seo Inna looked utterly confused. The first step of the plan is to ruin Gu Ja-in's reputation in public. We can win the viewers over by feeding their desires, Jae-hyun explained. But Yoo-jong wasn't sure if this was a good idea, fearing he might do something reckless to them. Jae-hyun reassured her not to worry, since they had the viewers backing them up. Besides, there's no rule forbidding us from tinkering with the subdimension's formula. And now, it's time to start the real stream of the dungeon raid. This is a special event we've prepared just for you, so please enjoy. Someone in the chat complimented Jae-hyun on being a great host, just like a professional streamer. Even so, Yoo-jong still felt a bit intimidated by them. Her words were also heard by the viewers, sparking another wave of excitement. Kim Yoo-jong whined, saying she was fragile and found this annoying. Jae-hyun encouraged her to bear with it for the sake of the plan, and Yoo-jong knew she had to. I get that, but some obstacles are just too high to climb. Jae-hyun knew this feeling all too well. He had wanted to end his own life countless times because of the online hate, but things were different now, and they had work to do. Soon, the two of them reached a cascading waterfall of molten lava. Jae-hyun told his viewers he was going to show them a hidden section of the pocket plane. Without wasting any time, they got straight to work. Kim Yoo-jong activated her Thief and Gale skills, while Jae-hyun channeled his gravity magic. It was time to show the audience how a true regressor clears a dungeon. Meanwhile, behind Mill Academy, Kim Ji-yeon was on the phone with a mysterious man. She had been ordered to get in touch with Min Jae-hyun the second his exams were over. But are you absolutely sure about this? The Dong-a Guild is backing Min Jae-hyun, and that was the exact reason this bearded guy wanted her to contact Jae-hyun as fast as possible. They had to bring him over to their side. In exchange, they would let him call all the shots. After hanging up, Kim Ji-yeon thought about managing the Conqueror herself. Securing Jae-hyun would definitely pay off in the long run. But the real issue was that Gu Ja-in was also after him. She needed to play it smart and wait for the right moment to act. Back in the dungeon, Jae-hyun wrapped his arm around Kim Yoo-jong's waist and said, "Let's go," before taking off into the air like a bird. What should have been a romantic, fairy tale moment ended up looking like a wrestling match, which the viewers absolutely loved. As Jae-hyun balanced himself perfectly in mid-air, Yoo-jong could not hide her excitement. "Min Jae-hyun, you were right. There really is a hidden foothold here. Hold on tight and start chanting. Don't mess up the timing. Got it. Just do not let go of me. If you drop me, I am dead." And with that, Jae-hyun tucked Kim Yoo-jong under his arm and began vaulting upward. Deep down, he had to respect whoever originally found this hidden spot. Even though this project was government-funded, Gu Ja-in had still gone out of his way to hide it here. The bastard really did not want any of the students getting their hands on it. But once they reached the top, a glittering light caught their eyes. Those shining stones were the ultimate key to clearing this dungeon. On the other side of the screen, Gu Ja-in was sweating buckets, completely frozen in shock. The chat room was absolutely blowing up, with viewers dying to know how Jae-hyun could pinpoint the invisible footholds so perfectly. Did Gu Ja-in seriously design this just so the students could discover it on their own? Read one completely innocent comment. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun could not help but marvel. Wow, they really went all out hiding this thing. Hey, even if you already know where everything is, you can still act a little surprised, right? Min Jae-hyun did not hesitate for a single second. He immediately unleashed his ice rain skill to freeze the flowing lava, opening a clear path downward. Picking up the golden gems, he asked his viewers if anyone knew what they were. Some guessed they were magic items, while others kept their answers vague. "This is the essence of fire," Jae-hyun announced right away, casually adding that he just got lucky, and there would be plenty of other critical items needed to clear this place. Just then, Jae-hyun's system popped up with the details of the essence of fire. It was a B-rank item that could massively boost the user's fire resistance for a limited time. Consuming it would grant a 300% boost to fire resistance, though the effect was a one-time deal. Gu Ja-in had designed the arena to mimic a real dungeon as closely as possible, hiding these crucial pieces to motivate the students with a massive reward. But in reality, a regular student would not stand a chance of finding something like this. The chat quickly went wild, debating the insane market value of the essence of fire, marveling at how filthy rich Mill's Academy was, and joking about how easy the hidden items were to find. All right, let us keep moving. Jae-hyun had no intention of stopping the raid after finding just one. He could not help but wonder what kind of look Gu Ja-in had on his face right about now. I really hope he does not tap out just yet. After all, I have still got plenty of gifts left to give him. Jae-hyun smirked to himself. By the first night of the midterm's second practical round, Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jong had headed back to their tent to rest up. By then, Seo-gu had finished brewing a potion from the frost herbs. It was so incredibly bitter that Yoo-jong practically fainted just looking at the bowl. Jae-hyun nudged her. "Look, I know it tastes awful, but you have to drink it. It is going to make clearing this dungeon a whole lot easier." Of course, Kim Yoo-jong knew that. But the problem was that this nasty potion was practically impossible to swallow. Seo-gu tried to reassure her, saying that the best medicine is always the most bitter. Grimacing, Kim Yoo-jong stared at the bowl, gritted her teeth, and chugged the whole thing down before instantly collapsing onto the floor. "Are you trying to poison her or what?" Jae-hyun asked, giving Seo-gu a highly suspicious look. No way. Besides, they were already close to clearing the first floor. Now, they just needed to find the way down to the second floor and speed up their preparations. Meanwhile, in the Academy's control room, the instructors were working tirelessly. "What is the current status?" Instructor Park Yong-hoon. Kim Ji-yeon had stopped by to check on things, but Park Yong-hoon was annoyed. He snapped, asking why she was even here when he was the one in charge. Did she seriously not trust him to do his job? Kim Ji-yeon shrugged and said bluntly, "Exactly. That left Park Young-hoon grimacing in pure frustration, while she secretly scoffed at how clueless he was. Ever since Kim So-gi was ousted, all the authority over the second round of the practical exam had fallen right into her hands. Park Young-hoon was nothing to worry about anyway, and with Kim So-yi out of the picture, all the power over the exam's second round belonged completely to her. Baek Ha-jun merely slithered in and snatched it. He smirked mockingly. "We were hired as colleagues, after all. But it looks like I'm one step ahead of you. Sorry about that." Not that Kim Jina cared about any of that, though. He deliberately played dumb, thinking everyone was jealous of his role. In his eyes, she should just be honest. This time, Jina left him on red. Park Han-jun quickly regained his confidence, believing he had the respect of Chairman Gu In-tae himself. Maybe Kim Jina was better than him 2 years ago, but not anymore. "Guide Han-jun?" Kim Jina suddenly spoke up. "Let me tell you one thing. You better take a good look at that rope you're holding onto so tightly, just to make sure it isn't rotten. That's all. See you around." With that, she walked straight past him. That attitude made Park grit his teeth in pure rage. She was still as arrogant as ever. Park Han-jun believed that Chairman Gu would soon reclaim his prestige. This current obstacle was nothing. Meanwhile, Team D had entered the second floor. The mission of the second floor was to hunt high-level monsters on this floor and claim the hidden treasure. Once the mission is complete, players are automatically transported to the third floor. Meanwhile, in another place, this white-haired guy was asking Dae-han what he thought. Did he still look like someone from a lowly dimension? While he was talking, Dae-han had already read right through him. "Are you talking about that powerful enemy?" "Tease, you're so boring." The white-haired guy thought Dae-han was being too impatient. Since their opponent was just a mere mortal, it wouldn't take them any time at all to eliminate that obstacle. But what next? Is he going to get stuck in the Bifrost Bridge as a gatekeeper again, or what? "I'll handle that powerful enemy myself, so you don't need to worry about it. You're nothing but a seed born from evil." Dae-han couldn't help but sigh. Both gods and humans were incredibly foolish. That's right. Nothing will change, and it never will. I'll show you just how true that is soon enough. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, Kim Jina complained that it was even hotter than the first floor, making her wonder what on earth was on this floor. Kim Woo-jung also found the mission here to be a total pain. Even though Han knew the way, he was still hesitating. An hour ago, the team had found the stairs leading to the second floor inside a sealed cave. "I didn't expect to find stairs to the second floor in a place like this," Kim Jina muttered as she walked. "I was wondering why there wasn't any path. The way down is completely buried under the sand. This freaking dungeon is giving me a headache. Finding the next path in a dungeon like this is pretty tough." Kim Woo-jung also felt like this place was a maze. Fortunately, their group had a brilliant guide who knew every single path. But while she was still doubting her childhood friend, she suddenly spotted a centipede. Kim Woo-jung let out a panicked shriek and jumped straight onto Kim Jina. That scream was so loud, it even terrified the viewers watching behind their screens. Luckily, it helped Han find something useful. So, he grabbed the centipede to use later. "There are a few things we need to prepare before we move on." Han pulled out a few fire crystals. Woo-jung went pale. "Don't tell me. We have to eat that?" The other two shared her dread, and their faces fell. But Han just smiled warmly. "Come on, don't look so miserable." Then, he flipped his attitude in a split second. "Eat it while I'm still being nice." Crap, are they really supposed to eat that? But no matter how much they hated it, they had to close their eyes and force it down. This dungeon had 3 floors, and the boss was on the final floor. While they were still here, Han wanted to handle any potential issues. But first, they needed to find the boss to clear the second floor. "And before we look for it, I know where a treasure might be hidden. Are you guys curious?" Only a crazy person would say no to treasure. If the viewers wanted it, he was more than happy to deliver. In any case, Han's real target was something else, one of the specific treasures in this dungeon. But for now, what they were looking for was a fire salamander. These creatures have a habit of collecting shiny things, like crowns. Because of that, there are usually some useful items hidden in their nests. One viewer quickly searched online and confirmed that this creature was exactly as Han described. He wondered how Han knew that items were hidden in the fire salamander's nest. Han replied that he had studied it, which was, of course, complete BS. The hidden treasure of the second floor was a replica of Balmung, a sword that appeared in the Nibelungenlied in Germany around the 1200s. They say it's a dragon-slaying sword, and just like the Thunder God's hammer, it's an item of overwhelming and destructive power. The original was owned by a German conqueror named Siegfried. While the original is an S-rank item, This replica is still pretty solid for its value. But what's the fire salamander's weakness? Kim Jina asked. Its belly, Wu Jung answered, always the one who knew the theory inside out. The fire salamander has a pretty tough hide, so damaging them is quite hard. But their bellies aren't that tough. So, if we just focus our attacks there, killing them will be a piece of cake. The most common way to kill them is with ice magic. Jina was totally amazed by Yu Jung's knowledge. Teacher Kim also mentioned that the best time to strike is right after they eat, since they move super slowly then. That's why Jae-hyun told everyone to prepare as thoroughly as possible before the hunt. Finding the hidden treasure too would be absolutely amazing. Jae-hyun didn't even try to hide his greed. Arriving here, the temperature was way higher than in other areas. Seol-gu thought that without the fire essence, he would have faced a real challenge. Jae-hyun started plotting, pretending to do some work in the area. He stopped everyone, claiming he sensed mana here. This got the netizen chat room buzzing like crazy once again. Everyone was hinting at that in a super vague way. And now, the whole group was standing in a rocky field piled with swords. This definitely wasn't the hidden treasure of this floor. They looked exactly like unregistered items. But this actually was the main hidden treasure of the second floor. It was just mixed in with a bunch of fake swords that Guin had scrambled up so students couldn't find the real deal. He never expected that one fine day, a damn know-it-all would show up and ruin everything. Min Jae-hyun immediately used his scouting skill to find unregistered items. The viewers started buzzing again, wondering why he was channeling mana into his eyes. Not long after, Jae-hyun found that sword of 30. Even though it was just a replica, this sword was still an A rank. Its effects were temporarily sealed, but it still offered plus 70 strength and plus 30 agility. It also had an S rank passive Dragon Slayer skill, though it couldn't be activated right now because the sword had been defiled. The Dragon Slayer skill boosts the user's physical damage when fighting dragons. Many viewers started questioning how Jae-hyun knew it was the hidden treasure. Keyboard warriors sparked a massive debate over how he managed to have such a smooth run. But Jae-hyun simply said he had a plan, and if he revealed everything right away, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Besides, this replica could only be used inside this dungeon, and without meeting the requirements, it was basically trash. But to Jae-hyun, this item was more valuable than anything else because he could actually take it out of this place. Back to the salamander hunt, the group quickly found its nest, but the timing wasn't right yet. The queen salamander only eats once a day, right in the evening. Yu Jung worried that if they delayed, they'd easily be spotted, since the fire salamander's sense of smell was extremely sharp, and they could get attacked first if they just stood around. And that was exactly why they had to catch that centipede earlier. Seeing him about to leave, Yu Jung immediately pulled him back. Hey, you're the most important person here, you know. Kim Yu Jung was so moved, she was practically in tears. Earlier, thanks to her discovery, they had managed to catch a centipede at the entrance. It's called the bomb centipede. When it senses danger, it secretes a liquid famous for having a stench so awful, it'll literally bring tears to your eyes. And that was exactly what would help them during this hunt. Seol-gu and Jina were assigned to hide behind the boulder. Yu Jung was the one to lure the queen fire salamander. You promised, okay? Before heading out, she turned to look back at Jae-hyun with a dark, threatening look. Of course, who do you think I am? He gave her a super confident smile, but deep down, he knew he was absolutely screwed. You see, before they set up, Jae-hyun had given her a task that made her face go pale as Snow White. She cried a river, repeatedly screaming that she hated bugs and absolutely refused to touch those centipedes. Min Jae-hyun whispered in her ear, saying, I have an item that Master Du Seo-eun really loves. Once we are done with this, I will give it to you. Kim Yu Jung immediately got her serious face back, but the truth was, he only planned on giving her some random, useless item, and if she found out, she'd definitely end him right then and there. So he'd probably need to prepare something that actually looked decent. But first, they had to handle the task at hand. The viewers were genuinely worried about whether this plan was even possible. Don't worry at all, we have a mage who specializes in wind magic here. That's right, Kim Yu Jung is right here. She planted her staff into the ground and began casting her magic. A gust of green wind swept forward. The viewers started panicking, wondering what on earth she was doing, redirecting that awful stench right toward the nest. Some said that was only possible for someone who could control mana with extreme precision. Others marveled at how impressive the performance was, though they couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the monsters having to endure such a sneaky trick. Long story short, humans are full of dirty tricks. Now, back to that unfortunate salamander. After inhaling the scent of the bomb centipede, tears welled up in its eyes. With the first step of the plan going smoothly, the miserable salamander started crying, screaming, and smashing everything in sight. Do you all remember the plan? Seolgu and Gina nodded in unison. Their task was to wait there and move the moment Jae-hyun gave the command. Without hesitation, Jae-hyun launched a level 2 ice spear straight at the beast. Tears streaming down its face, the monster breathed out a burst of fire. Jae-hyun was waiting for this exact moment to hurl the sword he had just picked up, aiming it straight into its belly. The poor beast stood there in utter confusion, tears still streaming down her face. Even Kim Yoo-jung is utterly stunned, and the viewers are completely baffled by this move. Is Jae-hyun seriously transitioning into a lizard meat mukbang streamer? Meanwhile, the salamander isn't doing anything besides crying tears. But hey, this is just the beginning, so sit tight and keep watching. June flashes a mysterious smile at the viewers. Meanwhile, someone else is staring with their jaw practically on the floor. Guin never expected a rookie cadet to know about this, especially since he intentionally left it out of the curriculum. The giant fire salamander thrashes around before spewing a massive torrent of flames. On June's command, Sewoo and Ji-na raise their shields and rush forward to block it. The sword that was plunged into its belly is returned, now shining brilliantly. The viewers are absolutely losing it. The foul demonic energy has been completely purified. The seal on his passive skill, Slayer, is finally broken. The chat immediately explodes. This is exactly what Jae-hyun had planned all along. He explains, "Deep within the salamander's core lies a purifying power. We can harness it to cleanse contaminated objects. However, this purifying flame only works while the monster is still alive, making it extremely difficult to pull off. But with the ability to materialize magical artifacts, a stunt like this is actually a piece of cake." Min Jae-hyun's performance makes the viewers feel like they aren't watching some rookie's stream, but rather a seasoned senior's instead. Seeing him wield a sword, everyone wonders if he's planning to go down the path of a magic warrior. Right then, Jae-hyun triggers 3 speed skills at once, moving with insane agility. He uses Tempest to chase down the fleeing lizard. With one swift, decisive slash, he hacks off its leg. The moment he lands, Jae-hyun activates Ice Domain, summoning sharp ice spikes that impale the beast from below, exposing its underbelly. Seizing the moment, he leaps forward with his sword and drives it straight into its exposed belly. With the hunt officially over, the chat is practically begging for mercy, even the non-believers. Some feel that being a magic warrior isn't just a build path, it's his true nature. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seonhan is munching on snacks while posting about rookie Min Jae-hyun's true identity. The long, detailed post draws in tons of readers. Even Guildmaster Yu is reading it with a smirk. "So this is why you made that proposal to me? You've got some serious nerve. But hey, it wouldn't be Min Jae-hyun if he didn't pull off these kinds of crazy antics." An hour before entering the dungeon, he had told her about a fascinating thing that would happen during the midterm exam stream. But Seo-woo pointed out that involving the guild was way too risky. That's why he asked his teacher to just watch what he had planned. Only step in and make a move when you think it's actually worth your while. And exactly as he and June calculated, the guildmaster didn't disappoint. Get in touch with the reporters. Right now, I have a feeling Guin's ship is about to sink. And just as June planned, Seo and Han's post is racking up views faster than holiday weight gain. She still has absolutely no idea why June made her do this. It turns out he had come to ask her for a favor right before the second round began. Not knowing the full story only makes Han even more curious. But hey, reading the comments calling her pretty is a nice bonus. She grabs some more snacks and continues watching. Back in the dungeon, June has just found a Hyperforce ring. This B rank item can actually go up to A rank. For a brief moment, it can amplify mana to boost magic power. The wearer will gain the Overload skill. However, its rank is currently low because it lacks the Hyperforce stone, making the Overload stat highly unstable since the item is incomplete. Overload is an A-rank skill that amplifies mana to boost magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. Additionally, the user cannot use any mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill, all because the Hyperforce stone is missing. This is the very item the Academy put up as the prize for the midterm exam. Even though it's still incomplete without the Hyperforce stone, it's still a pretty sweet piece of gear. June suggests playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets it, but the team unanimously agrees to just hand it over to him. Well, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony. With the loot claimed, the party moves on to the next floor. On the 3rd floor, the protective barrier will drop in 1 minute, initiating the boss battle. The students are instructed to prepare. Yoo-jung taps on the barrier, remarking that it feels like fragile glass that could shatter at any moment. But who would have thought? The monster on the other side throws a single punch, and she immediately backs away in terror. Siwoo and Gina are just as terrified. Yoo-jung is so frightened, she trips and falls flat on her butt. This thing is way too massive. Clueless as ever, Jun asks what's wrong, leaving Yoo-jung to awkwardly save face by praising how solid the barrier is. When Gina asks if he has a plan, he bluntly responds with a flat no. We don't need a plan, because I'm taking this thing on by myself. The boss monster, the lava golem, is released. The viewers are completely dumbfounded by Jun's move, while he simply stares blankly at the beast that made 70% of the cadets fail this exam. The monsters change every year, but generally, they are either B rank or C rank. Defeat the lava golem and retrieve its mana core. As the system sends the notification, Jae-hyun notices the surrounding area is quite open, which is perfect for the viewers to watch. But it doesn't even matter, because he's going to beat this thing to a pulp anyway. Seo-woo and Gina try to stop Jae-hyun, but Yoo-jung holds them back. Trust me, he's insanely strong. A monster of this level is nothing to him. Just look at how he and that golem traded blows head-on. This thing is a B-rank monster, and since Yoo-jung said so, Inna had no choice but to believe her. Honestly, she had no choice but to believe it, since Jae-hyun was already planning to finish it off with his next strike. He instantly activated his level 4 Gale skill, along with Frost, to erect an ice wall, then used mana detection to scan the area. Next came a dodging sequence, so unbelievably smooth, it put acrobats to shame, leaving the audience wondering if Jae-hyun could literally see the future. Sure, the lava golem is tough and hits like a truck, but there are plenty of ways to take it down. First, bind it with chains, and then follow up with a rain of ice. Even if it only holds for a split second, that is more than enough time for the ice to seep in and freeze its joints. Finally, just pelt those exact spots with a few water bullets to end the fight. And just like that, the system announces, you have successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Jae-hyun made that victory look ridiculously easy. The viewers are left scratching their heads, wondering who the real boss actually is. What an absolute madman. Yoo-jung's jaw drops in utter disbelief. It feels like every single time she sees her childhood friend, he gets exponentially stronger, making her feel like he is drifting further and further out of her reach. However, this exam is far from over. There is still one more thing left to do to ensure Gu Ja-in gets dethroned today. Because of that, heading back to reality right now is out of the question. Are you guys disappointed because the fight ended too quickly? Well, the real show is about to begin. Let me show all of you what it looks like to hunt a hidden boss. Cutting back to that lava waterfall from earlier, the viewers are dying to know what his team is planning to do there. Jae-hyun claims he can sense an incredibly powerful presence of mana radiating from this exact spot. His 3 teammates look completely clueless, while Jae-hyun quietly glances at them. Left with no choice, Yoo-jung hesitantly asks if he is absolutely sure they will be fine. Don't worry, no matter how much it hurts, you won't die. Hearing that, the other 3 close their eyes, grit their teeth, and curse under their breath. Damn it, we picked the wrong guy. This is it, hell yes, I have been waiting forever to hear these notifications. The system alerts start rolling in, stating that you have discovered a hidden stage with a special challenge. Defeat the hidden boss of this stage to return to reality. For ordinary students, discovering a hidden stage is flat out impossible, let alone actually taking down a hidden boss. Even with insane luck, no one should have been able to make it all the way down here. Gu Ja-in knew that perfectly well, which is exactly why he hid the stage in this spot. But that old bastard never expected to run into a student like Jae-hyun. He must be shaking in utter shock right now. But honestly, who cares? Right now, our protagonist only cares about whether the viewers are hyped up for something spectacular. Of course, the audience is dying to know. Min Jae-hyun already knows exactly how to summon the hidden boss, but he still has to play dumb and pretend he is just checking out the terrain. Yoo-jung suddenly asks, "Hey, what is that?" Jae-hyun can't help but chuckle. Her timing is absolutely perfect. It is an altar. Inna is starting to get curious too, and the group turns their gaze to Jae-hyun. He just tells them to put their heads together and see if they have any ideas. Kim Yoo-jung quickly pieces it together, realizing that the golem core is the key to this puzzle, and Min Jae-hyun places it right onto the altar. The magic circle instantly flares to life. Get back, Jae-hyun quickly warns the others. The system warns that the hidden boss of the Blood Dragon subspace is appearing. It tells them to survive with their team, defeat the enemy, and claim the dragon's heart. If successful, you will receive special privileges and, of course, the right to make a direct demand. The blood dragon flexes its terrifying power the moment it spawns, and the viewers immediately lose their minds. Even veteran conquerors would struggle against this. Blood dragon. What kind of lunatic puts this in a midterm exam for freshmen? The backlash from the audience is just as intense as Jae-hyun expected. It is just a bit of a pain because absolute calculation cannot predict a dragon's attacks. But a beast of this level is still a piece of cake for Jae-hyun. While he is calmly analyzing the situation, In-na and Shin-woo are screaming in absolute terror at the sight of the dragon. Kim Yoo-jung is practically cringing to death because their acting is worse than low-budget movie extras. Have these two seriously never lied to their parents to pocket textbook money before? Watch and learn from a pro, she thinks, before shouting, "Everyone, get back." Well, as expected of his childhood friend, she is built different. Her acting is top tier, and since things are getting exciting, he decides to dive right in and spice things up. He secretly tampers with the connection, making the subspace highly unstable. The blood dragon instantly flies into a violent rage. Watching through the screen, Gu Jae-in turns pale as a ghost. He just wanted this year's exam to go smoothly. But how on earth did all these disasters strike on the exact same day? He hoped to divert the media's attention elsewhere, but now, his entire plan has gone up in smoke. Nothing is working out. Min Jae-hyun. This has to be that punk's doing. He must have messed with the system again. Haeun tries to reassure him, arguing that this is an entire subspace, so how could a mere student pull off something like this? But honestly, what other explanation could there possibly be? It is definitely him. Gu Jae-in is twitching with so much rage he can barely keep a straight face. Baejun secretly calculates that if he supports the director right now, he will definitely secure a promotion later, so he immediately speaks up to comfort him. But Gu Jae-in just lets out a strange laugh, muttering that if Min Jae-hyun's only goal is to get his hands on the item, then it won't be a major issue. Giving him that item is still much better than letting Mila's Academy's reputation go down the drain. Exactly. He desperately clings to this thought, trying to find a way to turn the tables. Gu Jae-in figured that if Jae-hyun cleared the hidden dungeon, he could use that success to wash away some of the backlash he had been receiving lately. The real concern right now is what made the dragon so furious and completely out of control. Anyway, all we can do right now is pray that Jae-hyun can slay that blood dragon. He grins, but then his smile immediately vanishes. Kim Yoo-jung, wake up. Rina, Segu, I am leaving Yoo-jung in your hands. Jae-hyun stared wide-eyed at the screen showing a dying Kim Yoo-jung. The entire team was in a panic because their friend was severely injured and losing too much blood. The old man felt like he was being played, but the viewers did not see it that way. The public erupted in absolute outrage. Even if Gu Jae-in smashed his desk in pure rage, there was no saving the situation now. On the front lines, Jae-hyun quietly smirked, wondering how the chairman felt being manipulated and slandered in the media, just like he used to do to others. Public outrage continued to escalate. Jae-hyun thoughtfully used telepathy to ask Yoo-jung if she was okay, and if she really got hurt. And of course, she was not. Am I seriously that good of an actress? Yoo-jung thought, secretly laughing along. None of the viewers could have guessed that the heartbreaking friendship drama was all just an act. Even Kim Yoo-jung's injury was just the work of a blood loss skill. We have got some absolute genius actors here. Maybe I should take acting classes. Staying in school is a total waste of my good looks. Korea definitely lost a rising star actor today. Hey, don't make me laugh. I am supposed to be playing dead here. Jae-hyun was holding in his laughter so hard he was literally shaking. Kim Yoo-jung even nagged, "What is so funny about this?" Jae-hyun quickly shifted his focus back to the dragon fight before he lost his composure and ruined everything. He made sure to tell her to protect the other two from getting hurt. But wait, bro. I am supposed to be the injured one here. And honestly, you could easily wipe this thing out. But where is the fun in that? So when the dragon spat fire, he lazily dodged it to keep up appearances and avoid looking too suspicious. Then, he ordered the team to focus on defense and drew the legendary sword, Balmung. The viewers prayed that with that weapon, Jae-hyun would be able to put the dragon down quickly, while he casually told the beast to thank him, since these items were actually extending its lifespan by a few minutes. With the passive skill, Dragon Slayer and the sword both activated, all damage dealt to the dragon race was boosted by 300%. Because of that, a few powerful slashes did some serious damage to the dragon, but as it whipped its tail, Segu had to brace himself with everything he had just to hold his ground. This beast actually had a weakness, a small mole on its heel. Back when they were studying the theory, Hoyeon and Ina had even questioned if that was real. Remembering this, Jae-hyun charged forward with pure determination. Lunging with a powerful downward strike, he immediately activated his overload skill to maximize his damage. Jae-hyun unleashed a massive Ice Earth spell, completely finishing off the monster without even needing his blade. The raw power of the spell was so insane, and with a little extra juice added, the entire cave was completely frozen solid. Viewers immediately started arguing over whether that was an A rank or an S rank skill. But regardless of what they thought, everything was over. Pretending to be completely exhausted after the clash, Jae-hyun quietly smirked, hoping Gu-jane would enjoy this little parting gift. But before Gu-jane could even process what was happening, his world completely collapsed. Gu-jane desperately screamed into his phone, trying to explain the situation to his business partners, but they all told him there was no second chance, and that they were cutting ties to avoid any more damage. Not a single person believed him, and Park Ha-jun could not even block the media because someone had already made a preemptive strike. The Lotus Guild had leaked all the files. And just like that, Jae-hyun's powerful backing finally arrived on the scene. Representing the guild, Yu Seung-woo personally delivered the documents. What he brought was the official paperwork detailing the disciplinary actions against the academy and the immediate arrest warrant for Gu-jane. In short, the students were pushed to the brink of death, and Gu-jane was the mastermind who directly made it happen, all while bribing high-ranking politicians for his own gain. An immediate arrest warrant was issued, fully backed by the other major guilds. Therefore, the National Hunters Association leadership approved the warrant, making any attempts to block his arrest completely useless. With everything settled, Gu-jane was handcuffed right then and there. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun and his team were swarmed by reporters eager to interview them about the crazy incident. Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I cannot say too much right now, but this is already the third time this has happened, and I refuse to let any more of my classmates or friends lose their lives. He kept it short, but man, every single word was a direct hit. And with that, please make way so I can get my friend to the hospital. Oh, but he almost forgot to throw one last piece of fuel onto the fire before walking away. Everyone, please remember this. Today's disaster was absolutely not an accident. And right as he was leaving, Gu-jane was escorted out in handcuffs. Someone immediately pelted him with an egg. In an instant, a massive barrage of eggs came flying out of nowhere, and the old bastard got to enjoy every single one of them. The crowd went wild, screaming for his resignation, while Jae-hyun stood in the back, covering his mouth and smirking like a villain. A moment later, it was the injured Kim Yoo-jung's turn to burst out laughing, teasing Jae-hyun for having absolutely terrible acting skills. Even though this operation was a complete success, Sung-yoon still felt Jae-hyun was being way too reckless. If even one thing had gone wrong, he would have been the one to take the fall. But in his heart, saving lives was always his top priority. And sooner or later, Gu Ja-in is bound to return, especially since he's connected to the Norse gods. But right now, after hearing him blurt that out, Kim Yoo-jung was seriously starting to suspect her best friend had been poisoned. Watching the two of them bicker like that made Sung-yoon realize that deep down, this guy was still just a kid at heart. Even so, she had to announce some major news. A press conference was scheduled in 3 days, and that would be the perfect stage to completely finish off Gu Ja-in. Meanwhile, at the National Subjugation Bureau headquarters, the manager was ecstatic. If everything went smoothly, Kim Ji-yeon would also be returning to the bureau very soon. He had already been informed about Gu Ja-in's arrest and was fully prepared. 3 days later, the Donga Guild officially kicked off the press conference. Jae-hyun was wearing a suit today with his hair slicked back. He looked incredibly sharp, yet carried a cold, sharp aura. Seeing him hesitate, Guildmaster Yu thought he was nervous, but it turned out he just really hated crowded places. By now, Mills was basically in the palm of his hand. On top of that, with Jae-hyun cooperating with the Subjugation Bureau, no one could stand in his way anymore. The time has come to finally put an end to all of this. Today's press conference was hosted by Yu Seung-yoon, manager Song Ji-sok, and Jae-hyun. Every reporter in the room stared at Jae-hyun, their eyes practically screaming that they were ready to write some wild headlines. The first reporter opened with a question, asking if Gu Ja-in had deliberately murdered the academy cadets and staged it as an accident to cover it up. Sung-yoon confirmed it, explaining that they had gathered all the evidence of his crimes after brainwashing Jong Yi-soo to retrieve the documents they needed for their plan. On top of that, this wasn't his first offense. He had pulled similar stunts multiple times, and to make matters worse, a massive amount of funding had been funneled straight into Millis Academy. There are plenty of other suspicious dealings that haven't been brought to light yet, but an active investigation is still underway. Just like that, all the dark secrets were finally exposed. Toward the end of the press conference, someone asked Jae-hyun if he was Sung-yoon's disciple. Without hesitation, Min Jae-hyun readily admitted it, saying that he was only able to reach this level today thanks to her guidance. When asked if he had been hiding his talent all along, Jae-hyun explained he just wanted to avoid drawing attention, and then another reporter asked when they had signed the contract. Jae-hyun replied that it was only a few months ago, humbly calling himself a very lucky guy. Personal questions started piling on one after another, making Jae-hyun hesitate for a moment, not wanting to get swept up in the media frenzy. Sung-yoon quickly stepped in to bail him out. A few days later, it was time for the inauguration of the temporary academy principal. The chaotic squad of 4 finally had a chance to gather, feeling incredibly relieved that everyone was safe and sound. Although Gu Ja-in's scandal wasn't fully resolved yet, the Donga Guild and the Subjugation Bureau were both stepping in to support, so there was nothing to worry about. Both Ho-yeon and In-na felt they were still far too weak and desperately wanted to become stronger. Yoo-jung shared the exact same sentiment. Jae-hyun agreed that their mindset was right, but since this was ultimately his personal battle, it was best not to let them get dragged in too deep. He also needed to grow much stronger himself if he wanted to stand a chance against the Norse gods. Right then, the stage lights flared on. A very familiar figure stepped onto the stage, leaving Kim Yoo-jung completely dumbfounded. Professor Kim Ji-yeon was the new principal. This didn't shock Jae-hyun at all, as he and Guildmaster Yu had already discussed this with Manager Song beforehand. So, he had already gotten his dose of shock earlier. Having Donga take over would have caused too much gossip, so letting the Subjugation Bureau handle it made things way easier. Since all the other professors had been expelled, Kim Ji-yeon was the perfect fit for the job, and most importantly, she was highly trustworthy. Kim Ji-yeon formally greeted the cadets in her new role. And now, Min Jae-hyun found himself stuck, keeping his friends company at a karaoke bar. He thought he'd finally get some well-deserved rest, but somehow ended up dragging his feet to this noisy place. But he had no choice. Who told him to open his big mouth and promise this chaotic squad a karaoke session once exams were over? So when Kim Yoo-jung led the charge to collect on his promise, there was no escaping it. Ho-yoon had even enthusiastically booked the best VIP room in the area, which is how they all ended up here. Next up was Jae-hyun's turn to show off his vocals. Too bad his singing was absolute poison, leaving his friends completely frozen in shock. Even people outside were complaining, thinking it was some kind of terrorist attack. At least this proved he was still human. And well, nobody's perfect. The scoring machine probably had to try its absolute hardest just to give him a 10, and he definitely had to push through sheer willpower to finish the whole song. The ultimate takeaway here? Never invite this guy to karaoke, or if you do, absolutely do not let him touch the mic. Next up was In-na's turn, but when handing over the mic, their hands brushed slightly, causing her to drop it out of pure nervousness around her crush. Luckily, Jae-hyun reacted instantly and caught it. He worriedly asked if she was okay, since he had never seen her be this clumsy before, as he gently held out his hand to pass her the mic. In-na blushed, shyly thanking him while saying, "I'm so embarrassed, please don't expect too much from me." Well, she was bound to sing better than Jae-hyun, so there was nothing to worry about. As for Jae-hyun, he thought his own performance was actually decent enough. Whether In-na sang well or not, he was ready to cheer her on. But to everyone's absolute shock, her voice turned out to be incredibly beautiful, leaving them all jaw-dropped. Meanwhile, Hindo had made his way to the location. He spotted a black cat sitting on top of a high-rise building, but the moment he turned his head, it had vanished. So, he kept walking. Once he reached a secluded spot, he called out for them to just show themselves, since he already knew they were there and there was no point in hiding. Hela immediately appeared, claiming she didn't mean to spy and had only dropped by to say hello. "Well, you rebels against the Norse gods actually pulled it off this time, didn't you?" Heimdall chuckled softly. "We're nothing compared to the realm of Odin and the Norse gods." But Hela's response was far from humble. "Are you seriously still clinging to that foolish hope?" Heimdall began to mock her. "Believing the great enemy of the prophecy will show up and save you like some hero? Believe what you want, but stop sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong." He mocked the ridiculous idea of a mere mortal taking down all the Norse gods and demanded that Hela step aside. Naturally, she wasn't about to let him through. "Do you have a death wish? Besides, you can't even use your full power here, so I'm the one with the upper hand." Heimdall warned that if she wanted to take his life, she'd better be prepared to go down with him. but she had no intention of doing that. My job is just to buy some time and get a little rest. Oh my gosh. I had no idea your singing voice was so amazing, Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed, wide-eyed. Ho-yeon even thought she was a professional singer. Have you ever taken vocal lessons before? Jae-hyun couldn't hide his curiosity either. When In-ah replied that she had never studied music, everyone was absolutely stunned. Was it really that good? In-ah asked blankly. Of course. If that was bad, we'd walk on our heads. The other three chimed in together. With that, Kim Yoo-jung took the lead and went up to pick another song for In-ah to sing. Ho-yeon joined in right after, which took In-ah by surprise, and her face turned red from all the enthusiastic support. This was only the second time in her life she had ever sung in front of anyone. Watching his close friends joke around and have fun, Jae-hyun realized these were rare moments of peace in his life, and taking a moment to just sit back and relax really wasn't a bad idea. The next day, Jae-hyun returned home and got his mother a gift. She was both surprised and delighted, incredibly curious to find out what was inside. It's a bank book. Yes, Mom, it's financial support. Staring at the balance in the book, Jae-hyun's mother felt a pang of sadness. While other kids his age were busy partying and enjoying life, her son was working himself to the bone. Jae-hyun, did you really earn all this yourself? Yes, Mom, it's all yours. Jae-hyun finally voiced the words he had been holding back for so long. He wanted nothing more than to wrap his arms around his mother and tell her that her son had finally made it. Before this, Jae-hyun had been far too busy to properly take care of her. He had changed so many things since his regression. His main goal now was to protect his family and friends, take down Odin once and for all, and put an end to all this misery. He wouldn't let that old bastard tear away everything he held dear. Now you don't have to worry about money anymore, Mom. Overcome with emotion, his mother threw her arms around him, sobbing. You must have gone through so much, haven't you? I know everything. Enveloped in his mother's warm comfort, Jae-hyun couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jae-hyun quickly wiped his tears and went to see who it was. What on earth? In-ah was standing right there, with Kim Yoo-jung grinning smugly behind her, thrilled to have successfully pranked her friend for the first time. What are you two doing here? Oh, we're having a backyard barbecue and wanted to invite you over. Only then did Jae-hyun recall that Yoo-jung's parents were coming home today. Because Jae-hyun had helped Yoo-jung's family so much, her parents insisted on inviting him. Yeah, exactly. You're such a pain. These two seriously couldn't go a single day without bickering. Jae-hyun rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It was already that time of the year, meaning a lot of critical events were about to go down at Miles. Noticing Jae-hyun zone out again, Yoo-jung asked if he was coming, mentioning how excited her parents were to see him. Of course, Jae-hyun couldn't say no. Yoo-jung told him to be there by 6 in the evening. As they wrapped up their plans and Jae-hyun prepared to head back inside, a sharp-eyed In-ah spotted a wet patch on his sleeve. Were you crying? She asked. No, I was just washing the dishes and some water splashed on my sleeve. Jae-hyun quickly covered up. Once they left, he couldn't help but admit that her eyes were sharper than a hawk's. Looking up at the massive chandelier, he realized Kim Yoo-jung's family was seriously loaded. In-ah, who was hanging out in the living room, was the first one to spot him walk in. Jae-hyun was curious about why she was here, wondering if Yoo-jung had dragged her along. Well, I don't really have anywhere else to go. Hearing that, Jae-hyun suddenly remembered In-ah had no family left. That was exactly why Kim Yoo-jung had brought her over. His friend was surprisingly thoughtful. Oh, Jae-hyun, it's been ages, Yoo-jung's parents called out. Even before his regression, the two of them had always treated him with nothing but kindness. The moment the thought crossed his mind, her dad threw him into a playful headlock. Look at you, you've gotten so much taller. Uncle, I get that you're impressed, but did you really have to put me in a headlock? Is Yoo-jung still bullying you? You used to come crying to me every time she beat you up, Uncle Kim teased, nudging him, only to get a swift kick to the shin from his beloved daughter, telling him to focus on chores instead of gossiping. Still, the old man couldn't help but worry that if his daughter kept acting like this, she'd never be able to land a boyfriend. What do you say, Jae-hyun? Want to volunteer to be her boyfriend? Uncle Kim eagerly tried to set them up right then and there. That single comment made 3 people instantly freeze in awkwardness. Yoo-jung can be a bit stubborn, but she's incredibly kind and smart. Realizing her dad was talking way too much, Kim Yoo-jung gave him a sharp pinch. Stop joking around, Dad. If you've got this much free time, go do some housework. And that goes for you too, Min Jae-hyun. Mr. Kim was practically crying tears of frustration. Was this girl his daughter or his mother? Why was she always bossing him around like that? When dinner was finally served, Jae-hyun couldn't help but marvel at the spread. Mr. Kim's cooking was incredible. Puffing out his chest, Mr. Kim proudly bragged that he used to be a professional chef, so a meal like this was child's play. Kim Yoo-jung wished An Ho-yeon and In-na could have joined them too, but since they were both busy, she just had to let it go. We can all hang out next time, Yoo-jung's dad said as he finally sat down at the table. Anyway, thank you so much for helping Yoo-jung. When it came to the midterm exam, Jae-hyun humbly insisted he didn't do much, especially since the whole thing was staged. The old man's overwhelming gratitude was starting to make him feel super guilty. Kim Yoo-jung smiled and gestured for him not to sweat it. Her mom agreed, saying she was just glad to see Jae-hyun doing so well. Honestly, I was pretty shocked when you said you were joining the magic class, she admitted. I wonder, did you do that because you wanted to stay close to Yoo-jung? Even if that wasn't the reason, thank you. By the way, you're getting more and more handsome every day, aren't you? I really wish my daughter would bring home a boyfriend like Jae-hyun to meet us, but Kim Yoo-jung knew their relationship was purely business. Hearing her parents tease them like this only made her sad, and she quietly put her chopsticks down. Jae-hyun immediately asked if something was wrong. She claimed she was fine, but he could clearly tell she looked upset. He wondered if he was just imagining things. Meanwhile, things weren't nearly as peaceful over at another household. Do you have any idea what you've done? What? You saved those dying students out of pure pity? You complete idiot? An's father held nothing back, screaming harsh curses at his son. He had almost ended up in handcuffs just like Jin, all thanks to his precious kid, and his fury was completely off the charts. An Ho-yeon tried to speak, but his father cut him off instantly, shouting right over him. An Ho-yeon, you have to become the greatest raider in Korea. Everyone needs to be kneeling at your feet. You must crush that Jae-hyun kid, no matter what it takes. Stop it. An Ho-yeon finally cut his father off. He had no idea how many times he had tried to reason with the man, but it was always like talking to a brick wall. His father always told him that he had to step on others to climb to the top, but thinking of the friends who had been truly genuine with him, he had made up his mind. I don't want to live the life you've planned for me. This is my life. Do you have any idea what you're saying? The old man lunged to grab him, but An Ho-yeon firmly brushed him off. Live your own life, father, and try living it honestly for once. With that, An Ho-yeon turned and walked away. He ignored his father's furious screaming behind him. An Ho-yeon had no interest in using dirty tricks to beat Jae-hyun. He wanted a fair competition with his brother-in-arms. Back at Kim Yoo-jung's house, Jae-hyun tilted his head, amazed by how affectionate her parents were. They're really going out for a late-night movie date? Yoo-jung mentioned that despite being married for so long, they still acted like newlyweds. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Jae-hyun was about to head home, but his friend begged him to stay a bit longer. If I stay, my dad's gonna chew me out, he said. Kim Yoo-jung was confused. I don't think they'd like me staying late when they're not home. I bet I'll get lectured if I stay. Yoo-jung argued that as long as they weren't doing anything wrong, it should be fine. In-na agreed with her. Even so, Jae-hyun was determined to leave right at midnight. There's actually something I'm really curious about. Can I ask? Gathering her courage, In-na asked. Are you two dating? Jae-hyun held his head and waved his hands in denial. Ha! How did you even get that idea? There's no way she'd ever be interested in me. Kim Yoo-jung's face turned beet red. No way. In-na noted they looked so close, and even their parents seemed to think so. But from their perspective, the two simply had no bad blood and only saw each other as friends. Hearing the explanation, In-na's face flushed with embarrassment as she apologized. In the blink of an eye, it was past 12 o'clock, and Jae-hyun got up to head home. On the way back, sensing a surge of magical power, he turned around. All right, if you've got something to say, make it quick. It's late. Aren't you going to give me a break? You don't seem surprised at all. Did you know I was coming? Last time, I felt a massive wave of mana that no human could possibly possess. Then I'll make this quick. Jae-hyun, you must complete the second trial as fast as possible. We can't afford to hesitate anymore. Odin has already made his move. Right at that moment, the Norse gods were gathering to plot a way to lure Jae-hyun into their trap. Sitting in the center, Odin asked if there was any news from Heimdall. Thor scoffed, telling the old man he was worrying over nothing. The prophecy might have mentioned him, but he's still just a pathetic human. What can a mere insect like him possibly do? Another god agreed with Thor. Even though they weren't omnipotent in the human realm of Midgard, they were still gods, and humans could never defeat a deity. Oh, and there's also someone being slowly drained in the dungeon over there. The prophecy has never been wrong. The goddess asked, "Do you truly believe a mere human is a threat to you? Odin, the supreme ruler of the gods. You are overthinking this, my love." The purple-haired goddess spoke, looking incredibly proud of her husband. Humans are creatures that constantly learn and evolve. I have seen such beings before. Odin had always been a cautious one, which made him dangerous. To him, wisdom was sometimes gifted to the weak, rather than the strong. We still haven't been able to eliminate our main enemy. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for 10 more years at most. But we cannot rule out the possibility that he will grow even more powerful during that time. And that is exactly why we sent Heimdall to the human realm. He was just strong enough to destroy a mere mortal, thereby stopping the ultimate enemy of the Norse gods. What is more, the prophetic power protecting our great enemy is somehow weakening. Perhaps we won't have to wait another 10 years. We will soon be able to finish him off with our own hands. Odin's lover stepped up and patted his shoulder, saying, "Every plan must be absolutely meticulous." Odin still did not let his guard down. "No prophecy has ever said we would triumph over our destiny. As you wish." Odin returned to the dark alley. Meanwhile, Hela told Jae-hyun that the power of the prophecy was fading. He could not understand why. It should have remained strong to prevent his past life from repeating itself. The reason is simple. Sending you back in time consumed way too much of the prophecy's power. Even for the gods, traveling back to the past is a massive taboo. The fact that the prophetic power even survived this long thoroughly surprised Hela, and she could not help but wonder, who had to pay the price for all of this? The moment she finished speaking, a fragment of an ancient language flashed through Jae-hyun's mind. In short, he understood that he had to pass the second trial to grow stronger. Hela was quite pleased with how quickly he caught on. "So, let's go somewhere else to finish this chat. We can talk about the trial you are about to face, and the enemy you will soon have to fight." Hearing Heimdall's name, Jae-hyun seemed extremely surprised. He never expected his next opponent to be the pale-skinned god who could see the near future and carried that massive horn. Hela was shocked that Jae-hyun actually knew him. After all, Jae-hyun was their greatest enemy, so he had put a lot of effort into researching the gods. But the problem was, if Heimdall was already here, would Jae-hyun still have time to complete the trial? "Do not worry, I bought you some time." Thanks to Hela, Heimdall was currently having a rough time. "How dare she lock me, the great Heimdall, in a place like this? Do not think you can keep me caged in such a pathetic prison." Heimdall screamed in anger, but he was still bound tightly by dark shadows wrapping around his pale body. Hela had to use a massive amount of her power to pull this off, so she really hoped Jae-hyun would seize this opportunity. So, where would the trial take place? Right on cue, an emergency announcement flashed on the TV screen. It is a tragedy that the 11th Great Ruins raid ended in yet another failure. Balak, from the European Association, will be taking part in this upcoming raid. Although this event brought massive hope to everyone, the first challenge, known as the proof of qualification, has once again proven impossible to overcome. The association has expressed that they are not even confident in their next attempt. That place was Iceland, the center of the myths of the gods, where the secrets of the giants' great ruins lay hidden. In truth, those great ruins were created specifically for Jae-hyun. It was a meticulously designed place to train him into someone who could once again defeat Odin. Wait, once again? Hela paused in confusion, wondering why she had even used those words. How was Jae-hyun supposed to know? Either way, if he could not pass the proof of qualification, he would never be able to step inside. The proof of qualification? Yes. And you are the only one in the world who can successfully pass it. Once you overcome it, the path leading into the Great Ruins will open right before you. Meanwhile, Balak was already in Iceland, watching the same news broadcast. He looked absolutely furious. No, scratch that. He was beyond furious. Balak bellowed in rage, demanding to know what kind of cursed ruins could possibly keep someone as strong as him out. "Camilla, are you absolutely sure those mages researched this thing thoroughly?" Camilla quickly warned him not to doubt others so easily, and to stop being so overly aggressive. Besides, there was only one great ruin like this in the entire world, so she was also incredibly eager to conquer it. Balak clutched his head in frustration, complaining that they had to prove their worth to enter. But the ruins did not give a single clue on how to do that. Camilla did not know either. Maybe there is some kind of key, she wondered. Camilla was only joking, but Balak was wound tighter than a guitar string, looking like he was ready to rip someone's throat out. A few days later, right before Jae-hyun departed for the Great Ruins in Iceland, he made a quick phone call to have someone back home reassure his friends so they would not worry about him. The preparations for this journey had to be made in an absolute rush. First, Jae-hyun used mana stones to fully upgrade his weapon to the limit and raise his own level to over 30. The person he trusted with this favor was director Kim Ji-hyun. For this journey, Jae-hyun brought Hila along, who was currently disguised as the pitch-black cat hiding inside his hood. Around the same time, Balak appeared on television, declaring that the European Raiders Association would conquer the Great Ruins in Iceland by any means necessary, and they would not allow anyone to stand in their way. This meant that the Great Ruins were protected by Balak himself, making this Jae-hyun's very first time fighting an S-class raider. So, that is the real Dragon Slayer sword. Balmung. Hela quietly thought to herself that she was now close enough to observe their greatest enemy. Let us see if your decision was truly the right one. Loki. Ruins are mysterious tombs that suddenly started appearing all over the world. After the raiders excavated the site, it turned out to be a hidden cache of ancient artifacts. This was an opportunity to get higher-grade items than what you find in dungeons. Because of that, the competition among the raiders rushing here became incredibly intense. Governments around the world were forced to step in. Hela whispered to Jae-hyun, telling him that the necklace around his wrist was the exact item they had hidden in the ruins. You don't think this is all just a coincidence, do you? Why else would you suddenly be given top priority while every single ruin is being raided? Jae-hyun guessed she must be referring to those glowing spots from back then. Come to think of it, that strange light was the root cause of everything. He looked at Hela, utterly confused. Hela asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jae-hyun smiled and turned away, saying it was nothing, though he'd actually been wondering about something for a long time. Were those ruins built by giants? Yes, 10,000 years ago, their guardian and Thor's arch-nemesis, Jormungandr, created them. It was meant for the great enemy in the prophecy, as well as the countless humans who would stand against Odin's army. That's also why these ruins are packed with so many puzzles. In legends, giants are portrayed as wise beings. Word has it they were incredibly confident, even when standing before the Norse gods. Of course, their end wasn't nearly as glorious. We're almost there. I'm so nervous. I booked an expensive hotel room, looks like the best place around here. After all, this is your second trial. Hela got all flustered. I've never slackened off. I've prepared everything I possibly could. I checked to make sure the system's translation feature is working perfectly, and I brought along some top-tier items too. Before leaving, Jae-hyun had used an A-grade dark ore to upgrade his dark armor to A-grade. At the same time, triggering his passive skill, Armor-Making Genius, pushed his dark armor straight to S-grade, which then evolved into Hell Armor. This item boosts physical and magic resistance by 350, raises his active skill, Stealth, to level 3, and adds the passive skill, Dark Synchronization. An A-grade Dark Synchronization skill. It syncs the user with dark energy to create afterimages that can dodge enemy attacks. It adds a 20% chance to dodge enemy attacks, along with a one-time absolute dodge rate of 100%. It has no effect against light attribute attacks. Hela glared and pouted. Well, we've got some tricks up our sleeves too. Do you mean the key? We didn't have time to try any other way. It is what it is. What can you do? A few hours later, Jae-hyun finally arrived at the hotel. This was an exclusive place where only the Awakened were allowed to stay. Of course, even without that rule, a single night here costs 50,000 won, and no normal person would want to sleep right next to ruins anyway. If there were any exceptions, it would only be the archaeologists. On the way to his room, Jae-hyun ran into Balak, a member of the European Association who was looking to conquer the giant ruins. Jae-hyun didn't expect to run into them so soon either. What the hell are you? As the two brushed past each other, Balak suddenly asked, rather rudely. Even though he was the true master of the dragon-slaying sword Balmung and the president of the European Raider Association, Jae-hyun didn't give a damn. Is something wrong? Before Camilla could stop him, Balak lunged right in front of Jae-hyun. Sparks flew as they stared each other down. How old are you? Where are you from? Balak asked. Jae-hyun kept his mouth shut. Camilla quickly rushed over, telling Balak to watch his attitude, and stepped in to separate them. What do you think you're doing? Sorry about that. Go on ahead. He's just got a bit of a bad attitude. Camilla pushed Jae-hyun along, casually gossiping about how Balak's wife had left him. Balak grit his teeth and snapped, "That's enough nonsense." Still, Camilla warmly apologized as she saw Jae-hyun off. Once he was out of earshot, she scowled and said, Balak, I told you to be careful. What if the association's reputation gets ruined because of you? I know you're on edge because of our last failure, but don't take your anger out on a kid. No, that's not it, Balak said with a dead serious look. That kid didn't make a single sound when he walked. He knows how to completely mask his presence. Back at Muse Academy, panicked shouts echoed once again from the principal's office. It turned out Principal Kim had called Jae-hyun's friends in to explain his trip abroad. Kim Do-young took the opportunity to complain about his friend, who was always wandering off and getting into trouble. Last time it was an amusement park, and who knows where he teleported off to this time. Ho-yeon gave an awkward laugh and said, Jae-hyun really does have a knack for getting into trouble, so it's probably the same this time around. No, he's not the type of guy who just stumbles into trouble. Kim Do-young, knowing his friend all too well, stated firmly. Meanwhile, back at the giant ruins in Iceland, guards from the European Awakened Association stood in the falling snow, bundled up in thick coats. A dark figure glowing with a faint red light slowly approached them. A bearded guard yelled out, "Who goes there? Show yourself. These ruins are currently under the jurisdiction of the European Raider Association." The figure smirked. "So, you're not letting me in? Man, I really didn't want to get my hands dirty." The bearded guy was about to scream and sound the alarm, but the figure grabbed his mouth and brainwashed him on the spot. "Sorry about that. I seriously feel like a criminal right now. Who else but Jae-hyun could pull off something like that? But I had no choice." Flashing back to when they first arrived in Iceland, Hela had mentioned that the first requirement to enter the giant ruins was this system. Jae-hyun sighed. "And that's just the start. Well, there is definitely a second one, but there sure as hell won't be a third. Do not interrupt me. There are only two conditions. The second condition is that your strength and agility stats must be over 150. To put it simply, that is equivalent to an S-class hunter." Holy crap, they just stared at each other, completely frozen in shock. Jae-hyun smiled awkwardly and said, "I still haven't reached S-class yet. No freaking way, that is impossible. I saw you take down an apostle, all by yourself." Hearing that, Jae-hyun's eyes darkened as his expression turned cold. "Oh, so is that your third form?" Hela did not dare to answer, dodging the question by saying it did not matter. She reminded him that for now, they needed to find a way to meet the second condition first. Well, Jae-hyun already had a plan in mind. Remember when he completed the second quest at Frandier's mansion? He even got an extra reward for clearing the hidden scenario there. "I got this item from Frandier's mansion. I have never used it because I never needed to." The system window showed that this was an unidentified item called the Level 3 Cursed Key. Thanks to his appraisal skill, Jae-hyun discovered that this was a highly unique item. Loki's key can unlock any door or chest. Even Hela was shocked that he managed to get his hands on such a thing. How strange. It is almost as if someone anticipated all of this and prepared it just for me. Jae-hyun put the key into the slot, opening the massive gateway to the grand ruins. He still had a blank card in his hand. I bet this blank card will come in handy very soon. Seong-yoon's cognitive acceleration and Kagon Samyeon's detection skills were both incredibly useful. However, Jae-hyun decided not to copy them because he had a gut feeling that using the blank card now might cost him something important later on. Besides, if he just copied the skills of the people around him, they would definitely start to get suspicious. So if the system handed him a blank card, there would definitely be something worth copying eventually. As he entered, the corridor was brightly lit. Jae-hyun had only taken a few steps before he heard a voice speaking. "Are you the great enemy spoken of in the prophecy?" A giant sat on a massive throne at the end of the path. He had 3 eyes and introduced himself as Smear. "I am the guardian of the giant ruins, acting on my father's command." The moment Hela jumped out in her cat form, Smear immediately recognized her. "No, you are her incarnation." "That is correct. My name is Hela, and I am responsible for guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. Smear, the power of the prophecy that protects the great enemy, is beginning to fade. We must prepare so that the great enemy can take the second trial as soon as possible." "I refuse," Smear cut Hela off, rejecting her outright. Stunned, Hela demanded to know why. Smear retorted that she of all people should know that the way the great enemy opened the gateway was flat-out cheating. This statement made Jae-hyun's face darken with rage. To make matters worse, Smear added that he was currently nowhere near ready to pass the second trial, so his previous actions were already incredibly generous. "Come back when you are stronger." Hela was absolutely furious. "Smear, we do not have time for this. Once the power of the prophecy is completely drained, the Norse gods will make their move again." Yet, Smear stubbornly shook his head. Rules are rules. Incarnation of Hela. I cannot comply. Jotunheim, the home I wanted to protect, has already been reduced to ashes. The giants no longer have a home to go back to. It was already too late to begin with, so what difference does a little more delay make now? Hela realized with a shock that Smear had completely given up hope, but Jae-hyun was already reaching his limit. What the hell is this? The incredibly annoyed youth immediately lost his temper and snapped. Are you guys freaking kidding me? Hearing those words, Smear felt his blood boil with rage. But Jae-hyun was not about to back down either. With a dark, menacing expression, he said, "Listen to me very carefully. I am not running a charity here." As he spoke, Jae-hyun stepped forward, crackling lightning exploding with every step. "I am not some tool you can just use whenever you feel like it and throw away when you get bored." Chains of light materialized all around Jae-hyun, and without a moment of hesitation, he launched them straight at Smear. "The only reason I let you direct my actions is because I saw some value in using you, which means I need you to start moving. Even the great enemy has a price, so do not even think about messing with me." Outside the grand ruins, the sky was painted with a stunning band of rainbow light. Balak was absolutely livid. Gritting his teeth, he asked if the two gatekeepers were absolutely sure no one had come here. The bearded guard confirmed they were, but Balak still insisted that someone had entered. He wanted to see it for himself. He was absolutely certain because the mysterious power and mana he had just sensed only occurred when a sealed ruin was unlocked. Balak had never managed to infiltrate the giant ruins himself, so he had no intention of letting anyone else beat him to it. He believed that if the gates were open, he should be able to walk right in. But sorry, buddy. Looks like luck is just not on your side today. Balak was so furious that the veins on his neck practically popped. He immediately called Camilla to report that someone had breached the giant ruins. Hearing this, Camilla snapped wide awake and said she would head over right away. Back inside the giant ruins, Hela could barely keep up with the chaotic turn of events. Smear blocked the light chains effortlessly, his body completely unscathed. He slammed his throne in fury, jumped to his feet, and cursed Jae-hyun, calling him a brainless fool. "How dare a mere human like you stand against me?" he roared, raising his voice so loud that a violent gale swept through the hall, leaving Jae-hyun and Hela struggling to even stand. Once the deafening roar finally subsided, Hela and Jae-hyun were left completely dazed and nearly blown off their feet. Yet, the kid just smirked. "Is that the only line you have got? I have heard that so many times it is actually getting boring." In a situation like this, he was silently weighing his options. Either he gives up the challenge and runs, only to end up dead fighting Heimdall, or he dies right here. Either way, the result is the same. That left him with only one choice. He had to give it everything he had. "I refuse to die filled with regret again like I did before my regression. Hey, challenger." Smear's 3 eyes lit up like car headlights, and he clasped his hands together in front of his face, looking like he was already praying for Ji-hoon's soul. "I won't hold back anymore." Suddenly, a massive drill-like weapon emerged from a rift in space, hovering right over Ji-hoon's head. The giant drill plunged straight down without a second thought. "Hey, are you guys seriously trying to defeat enemies to stand against the gods? Because it looks like you're just sending everyone to their graves." Meanwhile, Ji-hoon stood frozen like a statue. But just as the drill was about to crush his skull, it turned into a flash of light and vanished. Absolute calculation activated. Ji-hoon's divine eye flared to life as Smear's 3 eyes locked onto him. Active skill, Gale, activated. Ji-hoon lunged forward, locking onto a target area on Smear's chest. That was when Smear realized Ji-hoon was aiming straight for his heart. Did this challenger actually think he could defeat him and clear this stage? Did the little idiot have any idea what kind of monstrous beings he'd have to face in the future? What a joke. Smear reached out with his massive hand. With a blinding flash, Ji-hoon leaped insanely high, dodging the attack. But the moment he opened his eyes, Smear's hand was already swinging at him again. Smear wondered what drove this kid to be so reckless. For Ji-hoon, this suffocating pressure felt exactly like facing his father, Woo-jin. It was proof that the opponent before him was currently unbeatable. Yet, the light chains suddenly shot out. Ji-hoon grabbed the chains, ready to swing for his life. He had no intention of sitting back and waiting to die, so he fought back with everything he had. At least going down in a blaze of glory was a good way to go. He activated his Frost Earth skill, summoning the chained spirit of the Dark Elf as ice spread rapidly, freezing Smear's feet in place. The giant immediately recognized this as a secret technique of the Dark Elves. He had no idea how Ji-hoon had managed to learn it, but it was full of openings. With just one punch, the ice was completely shattered into dust. Ji-hoon was taken aback for a second, but a smug grin quickly spread across his face. You fell right into my trap. Flames erupted from his hands, burning intensely. Are you just naturally this predictable? Skill activated. Fire Strike level 5. Skill activated. Air Blast level 5. The shattered ice fragments suddenly hovered in midair. Ji-hoon was now surrounded by countless fireballs ready to launch. He fired them off, using the explosive force to send the sharp ice shards flying straight at Smear like a barrage of bullets. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ji-hoon activated level 3, Stealth. Through the thick smoke, Ji-hoon seemed to fade away into light. Smear scoffed, thinking, "Did you really think a few cheap tricks could fool me?" He stomped his foot, unleashing a violent gale that blew the smoke completely away. But once his vision cleared, the boy was nowhere to be found. He had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Hila did her part, transforming into a tiny black cat to hide behind some jagged black pillars. Smear searched slowly, careful with every step. Little did he know, our main character was hiding in the sneakiest spot imaginable, a tiny crack right under his feet. The moment the giant stepped close, Ji-hoon materialized out of nowhere, lunging forward with a fiery slash. Meanwhile, over in Roussel's office. "That boy, Min Jae-hyun, is he your student?" A blonde woman with piercing red eyes, looking as though she could see through anyone, questioned Roussel. "That is correct. I assume you watched his interview? Let's get straight to the point." The blonde lady didn't beat around the bush, saving them both some time. "I came here for Min Jae-hyun. Having the eye to recognize raw talent is a merchant's greatest asset. That's what Byung-hoon told me, anyway. Is there really any need to repeat this pointless conversation? Oh, don't be so hostile. I'm more than willing to pay a fair price. Ji-hoon is not an object for sale. The Fang of Nidhogg? What if I were to give you that?" Roussel paused to think. She had heard that a manager had acquired the Fang of Nidhogg, but she never expected her to offer an S-rank item as a trade. She must really want Ji-hoon that badly. A bold move indeed, but not quite enough to blow her mind. Either way, this was clearly no joke. We never make a mockery of our clients. If I refuse, do you plan to use this to control Ji-hoon directly? My, Seo-eon, you're practically a merchant yourself already. The blonde lady smiled in amusement. You're quite sharp yourself. Roussel maintained her usual closed-eye smile. And if the castle collapses, do you still plan on trying to recruit Ji-hoon? Guild leader Seo-eon, you're a brilliant merchant who knows how to read the room. You'd better go after Ji-hoon. Seo-eon gave a genuine smile. We prefer to handle things more peacefully, after all. The blonde lady stood up. In that case, I'll be waiting for your decision. Seo-eon simply smiled back without a word. The blonde lady smiled as well and made her exit. Once she was out of sight, Seo-eon let out a mocking laugh. Rumor had it that the woman was planning to steal their guild members. Seo-eon's expression turned ice cold. Over my dead body. They're my students. Back with Ji-hoon, his fiery blade came crashing down right onto the center of Smear's chest. Jae-hyun put everything into this strike. But even with a slash like that, Smear's chest was like reinforced concrete, not a single scratch. Smear brushed his hand over the slash mark. Is this really the path you chose? The great enemy Odin is incredibly powerful, and so are the other Aesir gods. No matter how hard you try, your efforts will yield nothing. Smear looked at Jae-hyun with a sorrowful gaze. Do you really think you can keep going? You would be better off sitting still and doing absolutely nothing. Jae-hyun replied instantly. At the same time, he activated 3 skills in rapid succession, using the active skill Magic Artifact Manifestation to create a mana sword, and activating the passive skill Armor Forging Genius, raising the created item's rank by 1 level. Smear was still lost in his own sorrow. You know nothing, great enemy. Everything you are doing is completely meaningless. Do you realize that? Jae-hyun stared at Smear and said, I am the only one who decides if what I do has meaning. These words triggered a distant memory for Smear. Back then, his father had also said, you are the only one who decides your own worth. While Smear was lost in thought, Jae-hyun seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He threw a devastating blow towards Smear, but the giant solemnly asked, Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Both the attack and Jae-hyun himself were crushed under an invisible pressure radiating from Smear, leaving him unable to move. I ask you once more, can you take responsibility for your words? Jae-hyun was being squeezed so hard that blood started to spill from his mouth. Cursing under his breath, He frantically tried to figure out what to do. Think, how do I defeat this monster? How do I take him down? Right then, the pressure suddenly vanished. Wait, what? You said you are the only one who can decide the meaning of your actions. However, only those with power have the right to do that. I will give you a chance. If you can prove your worth, I will let you pass. Hela was quite surprised by Smear's sudden change of heart. You were so stubborn a second ago, and now you are doing a total 180. I can't even keep up. Jae-hyun wiped his nose to show his confidence. Then let's make a deal. I will take your strongest blow once. How does that sound? Hela hurriedly intervened. What are you saying? Damn it! This idiot, if I don't stop him for 1 second, his mouth runs faster than his brain. You two are giving me a massive headache. He is bursting with divine power, and you right now before Hela could even finish, Smear agreed instantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the giant raised his hand to strike. I, Smear, shall be the judge. Smear drew his weapon. Do you truly have the power to decide the meaning of your own actions? And are you someone who can defy destiny? Stop this right now. Hela screamed with all her might. If this keeps up, our last hope will be gone. How is it that we haven't even laid a finger on Odin, yet this team is already fighting to the death? But Smear wasn't listening. He told Jae-hyun to brace himself, then hurled a staff 8 times larger than the legendary magic staff right at him. A blinding light flooded the entire area. After all, what remains is always the scar on the wall. Is this enough? Jae-hyun was still alive and kicking, with shadows swirling around to protect him, activating the passive skill, Shadow Assimilation. From now on, this skill has a 20% chance of activating. Smear smiled and clapped when he saw Jae-hyun completely unharmed. The sturdy wall behind them slowly began to shift, revealing a passageway. Go ahead. This place was made for you. Are you sure about this? A coincidence can happen twice, but more than 3 times is impossible. Just go. Jae-hyun confidently marched inside. Hela couldn't help but marvel. What a strange human. Before he officially crossed over, Smear gave Jae-hyun a warning. 3 trials of wisdom await you ahead. I got it. Aren't you scared? Do I look like I am? Smear let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. I finally get to retire. My job here is done. The rest is up to you, great enemy. Hela quickly hurried after Jae-hyun. The kid had long legs, walking so fast without waiting for anyone. Along the way, Hela finally asked, how did you manage to do that? Who knows? I am not really sure either. Thinking it over, Hela figured Smear must have simply given up. That might be true, but Jae-hyun was the one who changed his mind. Jae-hyun and Hela walked straight toward the next trial. Welcome, prophesied great enemy. Standing before the two of them were identical twin sisters, their eyes wrapped tightly in bandages. We are the Norns, and we have been tasked with guarding the first trial of wisdom. We have been waiting for you. Jae-hyun, from this point on, I can no longer interfere. You must be careful, Hela warned him. All right. Jae-hyun felt it was a pity she couldn't help, but whatever. After all, this is only the second set of trials I have to go through. The Norn twins smiled mysteriously and began explaining the rules of the game. One of us is an angel, and the other is a demon. The angel only speaks the truth, while the demon only tells lies. One of us is the gate leading to heaven where the angels dwell. Jae-hyun's expression looked as if he was listening to some cliché, garbage story. The two sisters continued their lecture on the puzzle, and the other is the gate leading to hell where the demons reside. Noticing his look, Hela whispered, "What's with that face? You look seriously disappointed." "Shh, it is just that this isn't exactly what I was expecting. Whichever gate you choose, you will still be led to the second stage of the trial. However, if you choose the gate to hell, hordes of the undead will continuously block your path." "Oh, sounds interesting, doesn't it?" Norn smiled. "From now on, I will allow you to ask just one question, so you'd better make the most of it, finding the right path with only one question. This is a famous riddle. But honestly, no matter which gate I choose, I can still move on to the next stage. That sounds interesting. I'll ask. No need to rush. You still have plenty of time to think." "No, I don't need to think. So, who among us do you want to ask about which realm your gate leads to?" One of the Norns stood up to formally introduce the rules. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was thinking hard. The riddle was called Angels and Demons. Well, it's pretty famous, so it probably goes by other names. The solution is also common knowledge. If you ask where they live, the angel will point to heaven, and even if you ask the demon, they'll also point to heaven. "Is this the gate you choose?" the Norn asked. Jae-hyun gave a gentle, confident smile and casually replied, "No, I'm going through that gate instead." Jae-hyun pointed to the opposite side. Can you open this one? What in the world? Hela had absolutely no idea why this guy made such a choice. And just like that, he walked right into the gate of hell. Hela's face twisted in frustration as she blurted out, "Are you crazy? Why did you do that? Why did you enter the demon's gate? Have you never heard the saying, no challenge is too big when you're young?" What a load of crap. Of course, who would willingly choose a harder path? But I'm different. Successful people carve their own path, and so do those who hold the cheat codes. They said the undead would try to stop me. Huh? You? Before Hela could even finish her sentence, a massive horde of undead crawled up from the ground. Jae-hyun, who had been waiting for this exact moment, grinned. Activate sacrifice. Angel wings radiating a protagonist's aura sprouted from his back, targeting the undead on the battlefield, converting the sacrifice skill into a defensive one. Activating active skill. Judgment of light. The light of truth pierced right through their bones, vaporizing the undead in the blink of an eye. Level up notifications began flooding Jae-hyun's screen. All this experience. This is real heaven. Seeing him enjoy himself like that made Hela pout. What a devilish human. He's definitely a demon. Outside, the two Norns were also judging him. He made the absolute dumbest, yet smartest decision. They spoke in unison, just as you prophesied, Mimir. The gate, crackling with terrifying lightning, was the end of the hellish path Jae-hyun was currently walking. Very soon, he emerged, a look of disappointment plastered on his face. What a shame. It's already over? It's not every day I get an easy chance to level up. Hela, completely exasperated, reminded him, "Focus. Will you?" The trial isn't over yet. Before them was a room with a grand magic circle on the floor, an incredibly complex magic array. So, I guess we have to meet certain conditions to get out of here and pass the trial. That is correct, O great enemy of the prophecy. An unknown voice answered him from out of nowhere. Are you the gatekeeper of the level 2 trial? Jae-hyun asked aloud. Immediately, a glowing orb of light appeared above his head. What a terrible title. I don't like it at all. If it had a face, it probably would have scoffed at him. But it was true. This orb of light sure knew how to face reality. Hela felt a sense of familiarity. This voice. Did she recognize who it belonged to? Why are you here? As Hela was about to say more in surprise, the orb of light cut her off. Hold on, at least let me introduce myself first. I am Mimir, the creator of the Norn system, and the one who set your destiny in motion. Jae-hyun froze. Set my destiny in motion? So back when the system first appeared, and even my regression, was everything already planned? Jae-hyun fell silent. Could you explain this in more detail? He seemed extremely angry. Mimir replied, as I mentioned, a long time ago, Loki came to me, wanting me to show him how to help the prophesied great enemy grow stronger smoothly, and how to escape Odin's watchful eyes. The answer was the Norn system. Jae-hyun fell silent. So you created the Norn system. Then why didn't you explain your plan right from the start? Due to a covenant with the Norse gods. It was normally extremely difficult to even get close to you. The Norse god system you used actually, the one all awakened ones use, is holding everyone back. Hela cried out in shock. Mimir, I have never heard of this before. That you were the gatekeeper of the second part of the trial. You know it too, Hela. The current situation is not looking good. If the collapse happens sooner than expected, then, if that's the case, there's no guarantee the great enemy will survive. I'm about to lose my life, and you're talking about it so casually. Anyway, the reason I interfered here is simple to test you and see if you are worthy. Jae-hyun grimaced. You didn't even bother to say a single word to me all this time, and now you want to test me? There are too many eyes and ears out there. The reason we can talk like this right now is because we are inside the great ancient ruins, Mimir explained. Jae-hyun finally understood. So, the Norse gods couldn't peek inside this place at all, which is why they could speak freely. Make yourself comfortable. Exactly, you are pretty sharp, Mia praised. Hearing that did not make Jae-hyun feel any better. In fact, it only made him more irritated. He scowled and said he had a question. Mia replied, Go right ahead, just don't push your luck. If destiny has already chosen me as the ultimate enemy, then whether I want it or not does not even matter. So why did you even bother asking how I felt about destiny choosing me as your greatest enemy? And on top of that, why did you have to pick the absolute worst moment, right when I was desperately clinging to life? Why did it have to be like that? Meanwhile, in another part of town, someone was throwing a massive fit, wailing out loud, "Oh my God, why on earth did he go abroad? I have no idea. He won't even reply to my texts." Kim Do-yoon face-planted onto the table, practically tearing up over his best friend. Ina agreed with her. Hoyeon smiled warmly to comfort the two girls, saying, "He will come back when the time is right. It is always like this, isn't it?" An Hee-won, who was sitting nearby reading a book, chimed into the conversation. "Seriously though, why did he even go abroad in the first place?" Yu Young was still so gloomy that she could not even lift her face off the table, but she grumbled, "Who knows? He just left without saying a single word. First, we need to decide what to do with our group. I really hope all of us can be in the same group." Ina fully agreed with Hoyeon's suggestion, quietly smiling in agreement. She could not help but think about how incredibly handsome Jae-hyun looked when he smiled. Ina softly muttered in agreement. Suddenly, An Hee-won spoke up with a triumphant grin. "Ah, no wonder. I was wondering why Jae-hyun kept babbling about potions or whatever it was that could be used for bribery. Because those are the perks June gets for being the top student in class, right? Are you sure you just want to lie there like that?" Yu Young looked suspicious. "Anyway, I just want to be in a group with." At that point, she suddenly realized what she was saying, blushed furiously, and sat straight up, sweating as she tried to cover up her slip of the tongue. Of course, there was still